Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to NA Division 2 DPC. I'm going to be your host, Natty. Joining me is Gods and Sheepstick this time around. Sheep, I really like your shirt. That's a really cute shirt you got going.
Oh my gosh, I love your shirt too. You look so cute.
If I just sit up.
I can't see it. But
You can't see it. Mine's blue. I'm so upset. I didn't even think about it. But Gods, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. I like my shirt too, so
I was gonna compliment you, but
who asked?
Like a backhanded.
Who asked?
I'm commenting on my own shirt. I like my shirt. I don't care what others think. I'm happy.
Yeah, you had the hood up before. I had to laugh at it. Gods had the hood up and the headset over the hood. I thought that was like one of the funniest things I've witnessed.
My ears get sensitive. I gotta protect them. The softness it's nice.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. We have a shorter day today. We're only 2 BO3s. And before we jump into the start of week number 3, let's have a recap of what happened 2 days ago. It was 3 BO3s, concluded our week number 2 here in NA Div 2. Opened up with Eternity versus C-Dub. And this was a nice, clean, pretty quick 2-0 sheet.
Yes, sir. Eternity taking another loss. I don't know how many more they can take. I mean, like 1 or 2. Is that how many series they have left? It's
literally only 2.
Yeah, it's sad.
Mathematically, only 2 more losses can occur if they were to lose anymore.
I don't understand. It looked like for a while they were actually getting better. They suddenly had some strats that were doing kind of decently, and then they just get stomped again. So at this point, I'm not sure if we can play off the narrative of they're improving, because yeah, it's just not happening. I mean, they're playing with stand-ins, the players keep changing, the strats keep changing. Yeah, I'm not feeling it from them.
Yeah, the flip-flopping with the subs definitely doesn't help, but I think for this series, Gods, one of the biggest downfalls for Eternity was the fact that they let through Lena Brood in game number 1, and then Brood again in game number 2. How do you allow C-Dub to just get their hands on such meta picks?
I wish I had a good answer for you. I think that when we talked to C-Dub, they didn't quite understand it. They were like, yeah, we got these heroes, and then we got them again in game 2, and we're kind of just laughing about it. Of course we're going to take these picks. So, C-Dub, when they're getting to play Isla on Brood, Beastmaster, look amazing, and that's exactly what they had here.
Yeah, it was nice. I'm sure it's a little bit of a confidence boost for C-Dub. They want to get as many wins as possible, and Eternity is feeling like that team that you can get one against. Our second series for that day, though, was Ant versus the Cut. And this series went unexpected in a number of ways. First of all, it did go all 3 games, but this game number 1 is probably the one that sticks out the most in my brain, because I remember the scoreline. It was 43-7 at the end of this, going in favor of Ant. So Ant just showed up, and they really put so much pressure on God.
Yeah, they dominated all 3 lanes from the get-go. We kind of got to see Argius and Feeling, the S8 connection. These two have been playing together since 2011, and they just crushed their lane. They were just getting kill after kill after kill. Ush with the Warden doing the same thing in the off lane, maybe slightly less dominant, but it was great to see Ush play something different. He even said, I didn't want to play Mars. I'm sick of playing this Mars. I'm happy I got to play the Furion, and he had a great game. But yeah, RL on the Leshrac mid, crushing his lane as well. Just 3 lanes they stomped, and then they snowballed from there, not punishing the fact that the Cut had a greedy ass drop. Lycan with Spectre, 2 heroes that are kind of greedy with very different timings. It just didn't really work for the Cut.
And then in game number 2, in fact, so the Ant did win out, and we got to have an interview with them, and Ash was saying, there was a lot of priority on the Nate team's profit. They felt coming into the series that was the hero that was going to be most contested. The Cut got their hands on it here in game 2, but also picking up the Queen of Pain, which has mixed results, but worked so in their favor for the Cut Gods.
Yeah, there's 2 games now where Shaggy has just popped off on Co-op. I think the real strategic win in this game was the Bristleback against Beastmaster. It was something that Ush kind of said he forgot about, and we're looking at this draft and we're they're going to give them Beastmaster because they love to first face Bristle, and it wasn't until game 3 where suddenly we saw that adjustment where it's okay, we can't just give them Bristle as a counter pick to our Beastmaster because it's their bread and butter. They're super comfortable. Same with Shaggy's hero pool, the QoP. It's not about banning the QoP. It's about making sure you have a good matchup mid, which they found a really kind of creative solution to. Asha himself, like, we just realized SF is good against all of Shaggy's heroes. So let's just like pick this SF super early, and it just absolutely owned this game.
Mm-hmm. And it was flexed as well, they were saying. Like, they knew that they could have run it mid if they wanted to, but they eventually ended up putting it on safe lane, and there was that flip-flop between does he go straight for the Silver Edge, does he get BKB first, and, you know, that could have been game-changing depending on what item he went, but it did still end up going very much in favor of S. So, Chip, are you impressed with how we're seeing Ant really ramp up as we get to this later part of Div 2?
Yes, I am. I am really impressed by Ant. They were definitely not high on my list of like who would be owning in this region. I thought they would just be like a mid lane team, but they've definitely like, I don't know, they just kept getting better. And they just kept improving, and they played sort of old school drafts of like off lane, you know, being the old initiator and a little bit more sacrificial, and it's worked. And then they're, you know, like you said, Ush is happy in proving that he can do other strats too. So like the ability to diversify that much, like in NA Div 2, where I think people seem to struggle to find like an identity or, you know, just a solidness in their playstyle. I'm just super happy to see it.
Yeah. And the third and final series, Fart Studios up against Penguin Squad. Another 3-game series here. Pardon me, sorry. First game going towards Penguin Squad, and look, I'm just gonna say, I was originally gonna do it one game at a time. I'm gonna spoil it. The whole series went the way of Penguin Squad. Like, that was a massive upset sheet.
Dude, Fart Studios is upsetting me. I don't know. It is you. I mean, everyone loves the players on this team, right? But
yeah,
they just seem so, I don't know, like flip-floppy. I mean, there's Nature's Prophet in game 1. I mean, we've seen Fart SJ play his Nature's Prophet a few times now, and it seems like every time they're just playing this game where they're trying to farm to 100 minutes, hoping to find a timing, and that timing never comes. Like, they really like to extend their games, and usually you watch someone like Tundra do it, and they're able to find the moment where the extension actually leads to something, whereas Far, it's kind of, they rely more on their enemies really messing up rather than them taking the game with both hands.
Yeah, and this game number 3, I think it was pretty unanimous between Fear and yourself, Sheep, about this being, you know, a freer lifestealer game, that Fart Studios had the advantage, but they just, I mean, neither team could really close it out. This one was one team pushing high ground, and then all of a sudden, you know, the enemy team is on their high ground. Like, this one was just not a free game for either team. It genuinely came down to the wire on who won it.
It was so back and forth. I mean, they had so many tools on both sides, right? Between like Lasso and the RP, it just meant that any team could sort of take advantage of anyone being out of position. I mean, God, it was... It looked really bad for Penguin Squad in this third game. So like their ability to come back was incredible.
It was just a hype series in general, but this game number 3 definitely was a nice little cherry on top as to how they closed it out. And that was our 2 days ago. What would that have been? Monday, I think. I have to try and convert time zones from Australia to America. I think that would have been Monday night for you guys. So that was a lot of fun. That was a nice way to spend Monday. Our leaderboard did end up shaping up. We had a whole week of no dog champs, so they still sit there at the top, with Felt coming in to a close second, still 3 wins themselves. Ant and C-Dub also with 3 wins, however 2 losses just puts them below those other 2 teams. And then the cut, Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, and Eternity. At this point, it's not, you know, mathematically that Eternity is out, but they do have a series today, and if they lose that one, then that is when we're going to be ruling them out of Division 2. We can have a look at the schedule. Eternity are going to have to be facing the cut in the second series, so it's a really big opponent as well that they have to try and beat to stay alive. And our first series being Ant versus Felt, 2 teams that are just trying to battle each other for one of those 2 slots to go up to Division 1 gods. When it comes down to it, is there a slight favor for either team, or is this one so hard to sort of predict or to have a favor towards?
For me, it's kind of hard to predict. If this was a week ago, I'd be like, yeah, Felt are the favorites. They've got more experience. They're coming down from Div 1, even though they didn't look the best in their first couple series. And look, they started 0-2. They had an even worse start. But we've just seen consistent improvement from Ant. They're really kind of honing on their drafting. They're super serious. Every time we talk to Ash, he's talking about all the prep that goes into it, the training, the scrims, and all that. So it does really feel like there's noticeable improvement in a big way for Ant. And then for Felt, I think they've kind of just leaned a bit more on, their individual skill and experience to carry them at times. When we've talked to them, they're not training and scrimming the same way that other teams are. As a result, I think this should be a pretty even matchup.
It's been 3 days, I think 3 days since we've last seen Felt play Sheep. What are you hoping they've worked on or improved since then? Even though they did take their previous series against the Cut, it was a win for them. It wasn't an overly convincing win.
I mean, a win is a win is a win.
A win is a win is a win.
They looked. True. It's hard to say, right? Because you would have looked at the enemy's drafts and stuff. Because taking them off their comfort is probably the biggest thing, or just being aware. For Ant, they need to make sure that Fade doesn't get his Beastmaster, or at least that they're prepared for it. I think their carries on Felt has done really well playing off his Ursa. That's just something to keep in mind too. I feel like overall, if you're able to shut down Fade, then you probably that's probably a pretty good strategy against Felt. Stop him from having a game.
I know you like talking about Fade. I know you like talking about offlaners. So let's do a little bit of a player comparison of the position threes on both teams. I mean, Ush, we get to keep interviewing him every time Ant wins, which has been a lot lately. And Fade, this is someone that you love to hype up whenever you can. So now we have to pit each other, pit them against each other. You have to try and pick at this point. Come on, Sheep, you can only have one favorite post three in this series.
I can't. I love them both. I'm only going to talk about him, or both these guys only, the whole game, in the post game.
The whole game.
Every pre-game. Jeez. What does I even say? I think, so, both these players, I'm not sure who the, in-game captain caller is for Felt, but I think Fade is probably someone that directs a lot of the tempo, with the heroes he plays. I think they're kind of both similar in a way. You look at Fade's heroes, he's got the Beastmaster, Magnus, Tide Hunters, Team Fighters the same way that Ush likes to play. So they're both probably going to be leading tempo, which is why I want to see a huge focus here from both teams on making sure that they both struggle.
Yeah. We can also have a look at just the team comparisons overall. And when we see these numbers, how would you describe the play styles of each team, Gods?
I think for me, Felt have been a bit more focused around picking up team fight kind of drafts. They're playing some of these offlaners, going back to enigmas and stuff, and trying to prioritize having these team fight controls where they can just overwhelm their opponents. Whereas I think Ant, they're more this early game tempo team. They put a lot of emphasis on having strong lanes, winning the lanes, and then having heroes that really push the tempo, take objectives quickly, take Roshan early. Obviously, Ush's Beastmaster being one of the big ones. But even on their other cores, they're playing a lot of just fast-paced heroes that don't take too long to come online. And I think that's different to Felt, where you can see their hero damage is pretty high because they're picking all these big kind of team fight combos and just having overwhelming team fight. But they're also at times sometimes going a little bit greedier and slower pace with their drafts.
Yeah. And when we look at the hero damage too, the fact that Felt have a higher number but have played less series just is another testament to the image that you're trying to paint there. Let's talk about draft because it will be happening very soon. I'm sure the lobby is almost ready. What do you think are going to be some of the most contested heroes, Sheep? Where are we turning our eyes, both in meta and out of meta, actually?
Maybe the natures might get a little bit contested.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, we saw both teams playing it. And obviously in Division 1 already, we saw the strength of teams like Liquid abusing it really hard. So also something kind of interesting to note was, when we were watching the recaps of the series and that Natures was contested in that series, both players on both teams went the Ags build.
They rushed it.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen when these pro players talk about it, they say that it is just hard preference. So I'm kind of wondering why NA is now leaning a little bit on this Ags, because I do think the Glide Cleaner is still really good. The axe is just like a root and lower cooldown, right? So it's not exactly like the most broken thing ever, but some players seem to really like it.
I mean, if it does end up being highly contested, maybe a question that we can ask them. The most picked heroes for the two teams are here up on our screens. The Disruptor one actually really stands out for me, gods. We keep seeing it. What is it now? Is it 8 wins? 8 out of 8? I think it's 8 out of 8 here in Div 2 and A.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
8 out of 8, 100%.
Still yet to lose. Felt it's not like this first phase ban heroes. Like I think there's a good chance we see Disruptor because of that, unless it gets banned second phase. I think Ant have leaned more towards the Silencer. Obviously they have based on the numbers, but these are the two most meta 5 positions right now, alongside Treant Protector, of course. Disruptor just seems to be really thriving because of kind of the less kind of cohesive team-oriented strats that have come out from some teams. Felt have really taken advantage of, the let's split up and farm, let's, play a bit more pub style, and Disruptor's just great against that. Like, these Div 2 and A teams are not playing the most polished Dota, and Disruptor is so good at punishing that.
I see Tusk on the side of Ant and Tiny on the side of Felt. I feel like I've asked this before, but I just need to know again, especially because we're seeing both of these heroes picked up a little bit more. But Sheep, why would you favor a Tusk over a Tiny? Like, what would force a team to want to pick a Tiny more often in their draft than a Tusk?
It's kind of a lot of factors, I'm thinking. Just because off the top of my mind, I always look to Liquid because they're just like the pinnacle of Dota for me right now. But they would pick the Tusk every game because they intended to flex it, right? Usually it just goes towards mid. Whereas I think Tiny is, yes, he can be played as a core, but at the beginning of the DPC at least, it felt like he was less in that role and definitely more on the fours that they like to put with like Enigma and stuff on the off lane. I think there was another player though that mentioned that they don't really rate melee fours that much outside of Tiny. So I really do feel like Tusk is more orientated towards core and Tiny's more orientated towards 4. So that might be it, unless your team does just really want to put the Tiny on mid. It works.
Yeah. That makes sense. And while we're speaking of pose 4s, do you think Hood is a hero that both of these teams might be looking at? Or what else, when it comes to ranged 4s, do both of these teams like? Because that also feels like a very contested area a lot of the time for me, gods.
Yeah, I think Hoodwink has looked really good in Ant's hand. They played it 3 times, won 2 of those 3 games. Surprisingly, they're one of these teams that actually doesn't really play Rubik. Usually the Warden is playing, the Hoodwink. He's playing, some other more kind of active kind of combo heroes. Like, he really likes to have like this kill lane alongside Ush. He'll play melee, he'll play a melee support when they pick the Nature's Prophet as well. So depending on the draft may kind of influence his hero a bit, but I think the big surprise with Ant is the fact they don't play Rubik. With Felt, they are playing Rubik. They haven't won with it yet, but they're pretty open. They're pretty flexible. I mean, you're 0-2 on the era. It doesn't. It's 2 games. It's fine. But yeah, I think their hero pool with the 4 role is a bit more versatile.
All right.
Yep. I was gonna say both those Rubik losses were against Dog Champ, so I guess you shouldn't feel too bad about it.
True.
That's like your first series. You're still kind of warming up. You're a bit rusty, and you're coming up against literally the favorites. Like, I don't think I've talked to someone and them not say Dog Champ is the favorite here in Division 2. So we'll see if they do go back for it. It would be interesting, knowing just how much Felt do quite favor it as well. But anything else in this series that you're hoping to see from either team, Sheep? Something that really stands out, even if it's a hero or the way that they play?
I'd like to see lots of kills. Nothing brings me more sadness in this world than watching a game of Dota and watching these guys just cut waves and not fight. I want to see blood. I want to see action. I want to see a 20-minute GG.
You're talking about 20-minute GG. There was a game yesterday that had a 21-minute first blood.
Oh yeah,
I saw
Talon versus Blacklist. Dude.
So you want a GG before a first blood happened. I mean, that could happen. That's insanely long to go without a kill. It was record setting. So Hopefully we don't get that.
It was so dumb. Like, and this comes from Southeast Asia. Like, we covered them last year, right? I've never seen such a fall from grace. Everyone was like, "Yeah, see, such fun region. Games are so hype." And these guys took the longest games ever. Every game went to like 60 minutes, and now they're hitting 20-minute first bloods. What the hell happened? See, come on.
Yeah, whereas like, right now in NA, I think they have for DPC the shortest game time or whatever like that. So it's a very vastly different sort of region. You might have your wish of a 20-minute GG, but anything else that you're hoping for, Gods? Would you like to see Ush on more heroes? Would you kind of like him to still stay away from that Mars?
I think as long as he's on a hero that can kind of control tempo, he's looked good. Although I say that his Nature's Prophet was very like, let's just farm and throw my ulti here and there and TP in. Like, he wasn't actively leading, but it's kind of nice because he can probably like sit back and look around the map while he's farming jungle and try and, like lead the troops, dictate where we want to play, what to do. I think what I'm looking for is maybe a bit with the mid matchup, RL as well as Solji. Have been two players who I think have been around NA Dota for a long, long time. RL had a big stint with 5-Man Midas. He's played, Div 2, NA DPC, and even I think made it up to Div 1 at one point. Solji, same thing with Felt. He's been on this team for a long time. These two are kind of just veterans. Like, they're not the big tier 1 names when it comes to any mid laners, but they're both super solid.
And isn't Ant just 5-Man Midas, but with like 2 new players or something, I think?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Or at least the most recent 5-Man Midas team. They just brought in Ush and +1, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember who I think the Warden.
I think Ush and Warden, the two from the offlane.
Yeah, so they've been playing together for ages, which is really nice. I just want to build DPC. I'm consistently super impressed by him and his impact. Like, even in his losses, we talked about his Death Prophet game where he was just 16-1 and something or another. Yeah, you lost. You're playing against Lean or some stupid shit like that. I don't know. But he's just owning. It's super nice to watch.
I don't really have anything to build off of that. I wish I could have built off your build off of God's point, but
just keep building.
Yeah, it's alright. No, I genuinely have nothing when it comes to that sort of mid matchup. I'm excited to see how it goes. Lobby should be starting soon. Hopefully draft on our screens in a little bit. But I have to ask you guys, I have to pick your brain about this because on my day off, I still watch a lot of Dota, and I have to say the Marcy carry, Marcy core in general, stock's absolutely rising, and I gotta know your viewpoints on it. Are you all for it, Sheep? Are you a half in, half out? Where are you sitting with it?
Well, I just watched Arteezy play against 5-rat 4-star, so I'm not sure if that's an accurate representation of the strength of a hero. But yes, I do agree the stocks are rising. We saw how effective it was throughout the DPC as a measure against ranged heroes. Then we saw teams like LGD brute force it into any matchup, just first phasing it in their draft and still putting it in the off lane. We're seeing people trying it as carry. I think I'm more of a fan of it on offlane than carry. However, I do like what it's good against in the current meta that's strong, and I do like the way that it enables other heroes with sidekick maxing. So even if she's having a little worse game, she's still effective at being of use in the game.
Yeah. I would kind of agree with that. I really like her as more of an offlaner because the whole reason why we saw it being picked up in China was that it was really good against ranged carries. So it's a way to sort of shut them down, not only in the laning phase, but later in the game, you should be having enough farm that you can scale with it. But we're going to jump to a quick break. I'll ask you the same question when we come back, God. You get a little bit more time to talk about it, though. I do believe we are going to jump to a very short break, though. When we come back, the draft should be ready. welcome back. I have some good news. The draft is underway. We have some more to talk about. And look, I'm just going to straight up spoil it. Nature's Prophet first picked. It went to the side of Felt. We talked about how highly contested it was going to be. Well, there we have it. Answered straight off the bat just how much both of these teams are going to be favoring this hero with a Snapfire somehow making it into the first phase ban there, Sheep.
Nah, you just completely lied. You said when we came back, you would ask gods what his thoughts on Marcy were.
Okay,
Take
I was
away,
gonna
man.
do it. I was gonna do it in the second phase ban, but sure, quickly, gods, give me a quick rundown on your Marcy carry.
I appreciate it, Sheep. Thanks for holding her accountable.
Oh, you know,
Marcy carries a lot of fun. I think what's good about it is just the fact it can really stomp the lane. Like, it's this kill lane. So that's at least, what I've seen from it. But that's all from me. Back to you, Matt.
Perfect. Well, back to my question that I already asked with Sheep.
Yeah.
And they have more to talk about. Ush getting his Mars,
I
and
forgot the
going back for
question.
Sansa. It was. Why did Snapfire get a first phase ban? And
Yeah.
then now I'm asking you on top of that, the Silencer Mars against the Clock Nature's Prophet opening.
Maybe they just thought the Snapfire was something that pairs really well with Ush's offlane pool. Like, you can have teamfight offlaners, but they're kind of their ability to play early game is just greatly enhanced by Snapfire because you do a Ravage, you do an Arena, all these things. Snap just makes them so much better. So that's probably, I would guess that's the reason why. It's also quite nice against Nature's Prophet. Helps you kind of get on him in lane and threaten his life. So that's all I can think of.
No, that's fair. And then the second half, the Silencer Mars.
I was just opening for gods to speak.
Oh, okay. Then I redirect my question to gods.
Silence of Mars. I think so this is going to be the third game in a row where Ant have given away this first phase Nature's Prophet, and a big thing in the last series is they didn't get access to the Mars because it was banned out both game 2 and 3. So this time around, it's just been kind of bread and butter for Ush. I think it gives you a way to always, catch the Nature's Prophet. When, if Nature's Prophet's split pushing, it gives you this big team fight that they're really good at playing around. I think where Ant have really stood out and been good is playing around, Ush as this kind of in-game, not just the in-game leader verbally, but also playmaking. He's the one starting off these fights. I think Silencer backs it up. Basically, they're going to be putting Felt in this position where you can't easily win a team fight against Ant until you have, like, BKB timings.
Okay. Now with these second phase bans, the Ursa, you brought that one up, Sheep, the sort of priority about it being taken away. But any other ban that stands out as a lead up into what either team could be wanting to pick? Or are they, again, mostly protective?
I don't think there's loads of carries you need to ban against Mars. I mean, kind of, like, you could ban Lifestealer or something if you feel that way. They kind of just have to judge where they think the Natures is going. I don't think we've seen it offlane yet, have we? I mean, Fade plays all of these micro heroes, but yeah, he hasn't played it so far yet in the DPC, and I would kind of like to see his hero get picked a little later, potentially, so put this Natures on carry. In which case, maybe you don't need to ban lots of carries now and just focus more on, like, what is going to ruin your game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could have been like what they were contemplating, a Death Prophet, Ursa, Ember ban, not going too hard in on banning at any one position because there is still quite a lot open in the way that Felt could want to potentially play this one gods.
Yeah, and what we've seen from the Felt carry is there's been a lot of... Well, recently it's been a couple of Ursa games. Before that, it was a lot of Chaos Knight and Nature's Prophet. So if you're Ant, you're thinking it's probably carry Nature's Prophet, but you do want to be wary that, okay, he recently played a couple games of Ursa. This hero's really good against Mars, so you want to ban it out. But there has been a trend with Felt and their carries that they're playing these more active, fast-paced heroes. Like, they're one of the few teams who's been frequently using Chaos Knight, for example, in multiple games.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, Tiny coming out for Ant there.
5 seconds.
Luckily, we touched on the pre-game, right, Sheep?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. This is really weird pick for me because you don't really want to lane Mars with Tiny. It's not bad
It's
if
mainly the
this Nature's
double
does go
melee?
carry. Yeah, it's just you can kind of abuse it with if they put this clock 4. I'm assuming it'll be 5. But say you have some spammy ranged carry, that is quite hard for Tiny Mars to deal with. I mean, maybe it's fine. It just usually Nature's Prophet will out deny Mars really hard in lane if that is the carry, and then Mars and Tiny might then have kill threat later on because you're gonna be able to like avalanche toss him back. Maybe it's not the worst if they think this is the safe lane they're playing into, and then Mars when he's
What if-
tanky enough can just like give Tiny the space to leave because he's sort of too hard to kill.
What if it's a mid Tiny?
That's what I thought too, but then I looked at RRL's Doa buff, and he's not played it yet in this DPC. He's very
Okay.
much more like spellcaster, ranged. I mean, he's played Ember, but he likes his SFs, his Leshrac, his Invokers.
Dire team pick. Radi-
Disruptor.
Oh no, it's over. They got the disruptor.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I think for Felt, this is like, okay, they're up against this Mars Silencer team fight. They need some team fight of their own. And getting with the Invoker, there's like a lot of kind of just active global ganking potential that Nature's Prophet can farm and TP. And if it's Exo Invoker, you've got the Sunstrikes. If it's Quas Wex, your Invoker's roaming around, setting up plays for your Nature's Prophet. It just feels like there's tons of catch and synergy to go with the Disruptor where, you know, Rocket Flare can give vision for these glimpses, and anybody who's like alone or gets caught out has no way to ever escape. So if you're Ant, you have to be very careful about like not getting picked off or playing alone.
Okay, a Penga being picked up here. This one most likely going mid, but again, we haven't actually seen RRL so far in Div 2 DPC play it. So would your preference definitely be a Pango Invoker matchup mid sheep?
I want to see the Pango mid. I know he hasn't played it. I would like it more than his Tiny. Just by the way,
Yeah.
fun fact, RRL on Tiny, he's played 10 games of it in pro matches and has a 10% win rate.
Oh yeah, no, please Pango, please Pango, please.
His Pango is sitting at a modest 46% over 13 games.
Okay, we like that. The numbers are a little bit better that way.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, he could play the Mars. I think he's played... Oh, true.
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
he hasn't played a lot of it, but I feel like I've seen it in the past on him. But maybe I'm high. I could be high.
Hey, hi.
Hi. I like the Pango though. I think when you're playing into Disruptor, one of the most annoying things, like you guys already talked about, is the glimpse back, which means that it's very hard to disengage from fights. I think there's a world where the role makes that easier for the team. Like kind of, it's like a, you know, a wall where it's like, yeah, my teammates are gonna run away and I'm gonna cover them.
Yeah,
Or do you
I like
just-
that. No, go ahead. Nat.
I was gonna say, do you just double down gods and you just pick a carry that is hyper aggressive and actually wants to be pulled into the fights?
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah,
Get like the
just keep-
bristleback or something.
That's it. Just keep running at them. Just like
Yeah.
look them dead in the eyes and just charge at them.
Yeah, please glimpse me into the middle of your team and try and kill me. Yeah, that's one option. I think what Sheep said is really good about like Pango covering against the glimpse. I also think it's like, let's make sure that if we take a team fight, we win it by having just, you know, more team fight than them. Pango ulti, Mars ulti, Silencer. So I think Ant want to do well in the early game. They would like to win their lanes. And they don't want to be playing like on the back foot. Like if you're full behind against this Felt draft, you're just going to get picked off. Like you're playing against Clockwork Disruptor support duo. Like I don't see a way Ant can win this game if they're trying to like cut waves and split push because they fall behind like 5k gold at 15, 20 minutes. I think the game's just lost at that point.
The way of beating Disruptor is like you are the ones on the aggressive instead.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really hard, honestly. Felt just like keep putting the pedal down, and Ant's just gonna have to find ways to deal with it. I mean, Pango's like okay, like pretty good at dealing with the Lycan. It's not like they have tools that don't deal with Lycan. It's more that Felt want to use the Lycan to push towers and take away map space with his team. They're so good at taking towers.
You may now select your hero.
Okay, well here we go. There's the Sven last pick. We got the
Carry
we got-
Sven. No more support Sven.
No more bonus 5/10. Yeah, that's right. You seem a little bit hesitant there, Sheep.
I don't like the concept of Sven. It's like you want to stack loads of jungle camps for him. You want him to play slow. He's not going to really want to get involved, whereas the carry for Felt is going to want to get involved. And on top of that, you don't really have a lot of damage on an NA team, in my opinion. Like, especially if RRL suffers in this game, it's not a core tiny. You're not doing loads of damage. You have none of that magic burst. Like this snap ban kind of showing, honestly, in how Ant have drafted here. So I'm feeling way better about Felt.
And for yourself, God, same sort of thing. You think the execution is just much simpler for Felt?
Yeah, I'm definitely in the Felt camp. I think also Ant have gone a bit away from their style. Like they've gone greedier, picking up this Sven, which is a carry that's going to need a couple items before he can truly contribute to this game. And even then, I don't feel like he's going to have the easiest time in some of these fights, getting kited by things like the Invoker and Nature's Prophet. So I do think Felt has game one.
Okay, Felt having the advantage, at least coming out of draft. We'll see if they can have the advantage in the game, though, as we do have game number one between Felt and Ant with Wagger and Breaky.
Thank you very much. Here we go, kicking it off with game number one of our first best of three out of the night, Felt versus Ant. This should be a good one, mainly because we're starting to get really serious here, Waga, in the sense that that top two spot is on the line. Both of these teams are eligible. There's definitely a good chance that they could, especially with winning the series. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Waga, how you feeling about this map, though?
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting game because on one hand, I agree with the panel. I like the overall composition better from Felt, but I am not so sure that I am a fan of their lane compositions here. Like, you're running now with the Lycan, gonna match up into Sven. It's a horrible matchup on lane. It's a horrible matchup in the game later. But on the other hand, Ant are running that quad melee lineup, even though Pango, I don't know if I even really count him as a melee hero. He, does so much from far away and rolls around. But this is a tricky one. For me, I think maybe Felt have, a bit of an issue with that this Sven is going to have such a good time in his lane.
Yeah, last pick Sven. Now, we've seen Sven in this division too, but as brought up even in the panel, it was in a support role. This is a carry Sven. Arceus going to be playing it. It sounds like you especially like the Lycan matchup. Overall, you feel like Sven is setting up to have a good game?
It was also against Lycan last time, even as support. It's very good against Lycan. Just the armor from Sven is very useful for the entire team. When the Warcry comes out, the mobility also helps you stay alive. But yeah, the lane matchup is pretty nice. Top though, look at the top rune fights. Feeling.
He's feeling the pain. He's just dead right there.
He got a little bit too close there, and we see what we've seen more and more. That Glimpse level 1 is really valued by a lot of teams now due to the fact that it has up to 150 damage, and at least 50 damage, cost nothing as well, and it has low cooldown. I remember when Glimpse was so useless, 1 minute cooldown, but now it's such a good level 1 spell.
It is an amazing ability, and there's a reason that Disruptor is 8-0 in this tournament so far here in Division 2 for North America. So will he remain undefeated? That's up to Felt if they can come through with a victory. But lanes are upon us. Sticking more on the Sven topic real quick. One other thing I wanted to bring up, as a lot of harassment, obviously, as you'd expect. Sven is going up against all these mini arenas, dare I say. Obviously, you have Mars in his team, but he's going up against a Nature's Prophet, a Clockwork, a Disruptor with his kinetic field. Like, that's going to be annoying. Even with a BKB, those still are going to be annoying for him.
That's a really funny way that you phrase it, but I agree completely. They have these 3 extra mini arenas. I didn't think about it like that, but very true. There's a lot of control to prevent you moving, but there comes that point where you have BKB, and then you can get through most of them. Bottom lane Disruptor gets a little close. He is losing the harass trade to Silencer as expected, especially scaling that Glimpse level 1 is not going to help you in the 1v1 versus supports. So as expected, this bottom lane should be pretty dominated for the side of Ant here. But on the other lanes, let's see how things are going. I mean, the Invoker is falling behind a little bit in CS now, but he still has these 3 to clear up.
Yeah, you saw Pango got really low. 1 auto attack away from death, actually, but does manage to stay alive, of course. And you mentioned Pango does currently have that CS advantage. Just a absolute confirmation, it is the Quas Wex Invoker, as we see now with him being level 3. But something else I wanted to bring up with the Lycan, he is going that Howl build. I know you touched on that previously. We've seen this, and I forget exactly who was playing it, but going that Howl from level 1. So yet again here, Fade doing that.
Yeah, HAL level 1. I can't remember if it was Fade last time as well, but I think it was someone else actually doing it. It seems like a build that has surged a little bit in popularity just due to the fact that you can win the trades more when all the heroes in the lane are fighting. Then it's really good value. Minus 25% damage for both the opponents and minus 4 armor is going to make sure that the right-click trade goes your way.
Yeah.
And level 1 wolves are not super useful in all lanes. Sven, you know, could control them pretty well with his stun and maybe scale up the cleave or even just the armor mitigating the damage from them.
No, keep an eye on how that lane continues to play out. Right now, Sven is having a great time. Slight advantage over the Lycan. We mentioned about Pango winning that mid matchup. And then the top lane, that leaves us Mars 17-4 against a 15-3 Nature's Prophet. So all 3 cores on the side of Ant right now are actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're doing a good job top because Clockwork and Furion, that's a really nice combination of heroes. I mean, that's like the best support I would say to have with Furion. And mid, we see a solo kill? Oh, that's an outplay right there.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly just a simple swashbuckle in. He did his tornado earlier. It was on cooldown still. He cold snapped, but he couldn't get away. So overplaying a little bit, and Pango took advantage.
Yeah, bottom lane, we see a bit of harassment as well. Like Arceus with a item drop to use his magic stick during the fight there, trying to get the most value. And these wolves, even though they were just about to time out, they get both the last hits. It makes a huge difference. Anytime you're laning as Lycan, if you're able to farm his wolves, you get so much experience, so much extra rewards. You have to be mindful not to feed those away.
Well, there's a glimpse play, but Sven is like, you know what? Thank you. That allows me to auto-attack you now as I'm moving a bit closer. Warcry's going to have to be activated, though. Arceus is getting very low. The Wolves trying to finish the job. Silencer trying to finish off Disruptor, but neither is going to happen unless Arceus. No, he is going to be fine. The Wolves can't run him down. It goes back in with that Stormhammer, helping out his teammate, too. And he is going to be low. He's got a Tango on him, but low on life currently.
One of these survivals where you're like, I kind of wanted to die instead. You know, it doesn't feel great. You have no HP. And now Feeling is possibly going to go down to a wolf here. Sven trying to save him. Yeah, he's going to be fine.
So close, but you're right. I mean, yeah, he is regenning a bit. Now he gets another Tango shared to him. So, but yeah, still in this awkward spot. Doesn't really have mana to work with, only 2 charges on the magic stick. Has to still play very safe.
That's time that you're not up and CSing. All this time, Lycan is just free farming. He has the helm, so they can't do anything to Lycan right now. I think the Ant have misplayed this lane a little bit in, you know, the last few engagements here have really come out favoring Fade. He's now free farming essentially on a lane where he really shouldn't be against a Silencer and Sven. So well played by Felt, but you know, if Arceus just died in the initial engagement, he would have been back and fighting again. It's one of those weird situations where dying might be the best outcome.
Oh, Silencer is going to be picked out right there. Again, the Warcry used, but it just doesn't matter at that point. And yeah, Silencer's clearly starting to feel a bit more pressure as this lane has developed. And that's just another thing that I think we've really kind of noticed with Disruptor as well. Just with the success of this hero, especially in the laning phase, all throughout, of course, very useful. But how much he can harass with even level 1 Thunderstrike, and of course, the leveling up the Glimpse in this case doesn't even have kinetic field yet, but that too is going to be a factor. Mid lane, I see what's going on here, and it's Invoker is able to react in time.
TP mid to bottle refill by Silencer, and then also, of course, trying to go on the Invoker a little bit, get some value. Very common when you die as a support, try and get some assistance towards that mid lane, get an advantage for your team. Top Arcane Rune, gotta get it.
There you go, RL. We'll bottle that up. But yeah, how about this Mars? I know you briefly touched on it. Now, Nature's Prophet is actually even a slight lead himself, but Mars is still doing very well.
They're committing the roll mid. They're just going in. The Invoker trying to juke it out, not getting hit at all so far. RL completely whiffing this Pango ulti.
He's got Glimpse, yeah. Gonna bring back in the Silencer. That's a free kill. I thought he might have gone for Pango, but goes for the absolutely free kill on Silencer instead.
He's a sorry there. That is not what you want to have happen, committing your ulti and then losing a teammate instead of getting a kill. Meanwhile, top lane, look at the pressure onto the tower with this catapult. Furion showing his value here as a carry. Threatening that offlane tower even.
Jeez, triple range creep. You got all those treants. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure in the catapult on top.
He's got good attack speed too.
The tower.
Hitting fast.
TP. Silencer coming in. What can he do? Curse going to be applied. Chen, aka Clockwork. He's just going to put up the cogs and run away, and the tower was killed in favor of the tire. So that's a very good situation for Felt right there. They even get the Silencer TP.
Yeah, while CS is looking pretty good overall for Ants, I have to say they're being outplayed here by Felt in laning stage. Losing your offlane tower while rotating 3 heroes or having 3 heroes on that top lane, it does not feel good for you. And now that frees up the map a little bit more here. Fury gonna start jungling and then maybe even think about going down bottom and shutting down Sven a little bit more.
Then meanwhile is off into the jungle currently. He's got that Morbid Mask. Of course, the Mask of Madness is coming, and not really a big surprise there that we're going to be seeing come out from him. So Mask of Madness first. I mean, what's the development you think on Sven? Does he need maybe to blink as soon as possible? It's going to be more like Echo Saber style. What do you think?
Yeah, we might see the Mask of Madness and Echo Saber combo, actually. It's a little bit weird in some way. Usually it's like, oh, you go one or the other, but a lot of people, especially on the NA servers, I remember back when Sven was really popular, loved going for the Mask of Madness and Echo Saber, and I kind of got converted to it. I think it's really good, so I would like to see him go back for that. Mids trying to get this Invoker now. They're smoking up. Meanwhile, top they're trying to kill Mars as well.
Yeah, a couple of plays happening. Top lane is not going to happen. That mid lane, keeping an eye on it. As we can see, here it comes. Ghost Walk. Do they have vision? Okay, they definitely do. The sentry is down already. However, TP's coming in. You're right. There is a 0 damage follow-up, it feels like. So Invoker's more than fine and now going to assist in a turn kill. In fact, Nature's Prophet even teleports in to get that free kill on Silencer. So only 1 death and it goes the way on the Ant side. And once again, a failed attempt at this gank on Invoker.
Yeah, and Lycan sending his Dominator creep as well. While he's laning 1v1 bottom, he's using his Dominator creep to go mid and help out the push as well. So this is a serious threat. This tower is gonna be important to hold, but can they do it?
Disruptor gonna be gone on. There's our first use of God's Strength coming out from Sven. EMP burning through some mana. However, Disruptor is picked off, so they are gonna defend the tower to answer that question, and Sven's gonna head right into the jungle, wants to still make use of that God Strength meanwhile.
Yeah, but feeling a glimpse back to base, and he doesn't even have boots. He's crawling out on the map right now. I can't remember last time I saw a Silencer have this hard of a laning stage. It's minute 10 soon, and he is barely level 4. Silencer is such a lane-dominating type hero. I'm not used to seeing him like this.
Clockwork, he kind of runs a bit. Now, they knew Sven was over here. There is a ward in the area, but there was really nothing they could do about it at that time. So that happened to be a good timing from Sven, rotating, like we said, from that mid kill to then go over to the jungle, take a couple of stacks out, and really keep up some effective farm himself. But you're right, yeah, Silencer is trying to make use of himself elsewhere. You know, at the very least, just needs to get level 6, because as long as he can press R, then he's doing something in these fights.
You definitely want him to get a 6, and he's gonna get the Tome. That will get him close, but actually, that's not gonna get him all the way. Bottom, Tiny, getting gone on by DD Invoker.
No Cold Snap? No, he didn't have it.
And no range for the Glimpse. Look at the Disruptor. He's just 2 experience away from level 5. He would have had the range for Glimpse if that was level 3 Glimpse, but doesn't have it quite yet. Just 2 EXP away.
Yeah, maybe he thought he even had it being Invoker with the Burn of the Urn, but it wasn't enough, so Tiny survives and teleports back to base. Well, here Regen and the rest of his team is up towards the top tower, led by Mars. Again, we really haven't talked a lot about Mars since the early laning phase with a successful CS. Wasn't really involved in that mid clash. I want to say like the only hero that wasn't there. Does have a Falcon Blade though, and he's got the blink queued up, and this is going to be a free tower push for them.
Well, it's not going to be free. You're losing your mid tower as well because they're not sleeping on the side of Felt, so they're reacting quickly. They will get top tower probably without contest, but mid is a more important structure to take out. So again, it's Felt coming out on top a little bit. Oh, Disruptor not connecting the ulti in time.
Yeah, that's one of those moments. It takes that just split second to really get going, and Pango's able to react in time, so played on his part. But yeah, how about this Nature's Prophet, though? I mean, a hand of Midas early. He's got the Javelin. Maelstrom's going to be coming along. We got some good farm on our Nature's Prophet.
He's gonna get huge, and that's guaranteed. But at the same time, while they are losing a lot of structures and are keeping up in farm pretty well, they have 5.9k net worth, and it is gonna be the Echo Saber Mask of Madness build on Sven. So he's gonna be farming just fine. He can clear Ancients really fast as well, but they haven't had the freedom to stack Ancients much this game for him.
Yeah, he took one out earlier, but
Yeah, it
It's
wasn't
only
a
really done
massive
at one
stack, though. Yeah, it was
No.
just a single stack. Normally, when you're Sven,
Yeah.
you want to have that big 5 stack, you know, or even 6 stack on the
Right.
Ancients if your team really sets up for you.
Yep, trying to make the best of it, but definitely still a little bit behind that Nature's Prophet. To that point, as NP, and a Midas off cooldown, boom, there you go. Gonna use it. Bottom lane, though, or more so bottom area, it's a rotation. The hook shot gonna be a whiff, so no initiation.
And that sold out the ward as well, so the ward goes down. Quick little D-ward there. Not gonna connect, but for now, both teams kind of just stabilizing on the map control they have and trying to get what farm they can. Meanwhile, RRL and the Pango stacking up the Ancients for the Sven. I think the timing for Ant here is just the Blink Dagger, so they're gonna play slow until they have Blink on Ush, and then it's up to him to initiate fights. Or maybe Sven
Yeah,
does it.
again, well, Sven's like, all right, just run into Clockwork, or Clockwork will run into him, I suppose. And that is a free kill for Argia. So Wrath of Nature bouncing through, doing some good damage, but in the end, just the Cone Clockwork happening, and that's that.
Yeah, Lycan attempted to save his friend there with a Wild Wing Ripper, trying to hurricane away the Clockwork to safety, but with Tiny Stun as well, there was no way he's getting out of that one.
Well, as we expected, so far a pretty close game early on. Let's take a look at those odds, thanks to esportsbet.io, and you see it is favoring Felt, by a decent amount actually. So, liking the Felt odds, what they got going for them. Sven, though, he is getting his farm, and you never know. But check it out, watch to earn platform, esportsbet.io once again. But you mentioned the blink timing on Mars, so that's continues to be the key. He's getting there. 1560 gold now saved up again. Ush is 000 satellite. Has not been involved in this fighting, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
but obviously with the blink, that should change.
He was such a big playmaker as well. Last time we saw him on his Tide Hunter, he really connected like every fight beautifully, and he did that without a blink. So I know that his positioning in team fights can be really crisp. With a blink dagger, it's going to be easier. Of course, Mars very different hero than Tide, though. You got to be more wary about overcommitting. And here we see smoke into each other, ships in the dark.
Clockwork, he's got a hook shot, but just keeps on running. Now he's kind of turning around, putting down a sentry. And Tiny's going to be found. Avalanche, that'll be a miss. Does Clockwork go for a play? Not yet. Waiting for more, perhaps. Oh, another swing and a miss right here from Chen. But the glimpse, and there you go. That's the mini arena is put out, and Feeling is dead. Oh, Mars, uh-oh. He's awkward spot. He's fine now.
Yeah, they do put a ward on the high ground. So it's always such an awkward time when you smoke into each other like that. You can see both teams being so tentative there. Like, do we initiate? Can we go in? I think if Mars had Blink Dagger, he would happily blink right into the center and just drop his combo. But you don't really know exactly the positioning of people, so walking in without Blink is very scary. But Felt now looking like they want to mount a push on the bottom tower, having that ancient Black Dragon with the upgraded Dominator here from Lycan. They could even Alacrity as they do.
Glimpse. Ush is in trouble. Static Storm. EMP's put out. There is TP support coming in. Global Silence used, though. They want this kill on Mars. They are not going to get it yet. The minions cannot finish the job. And Ush will survive. Sunstrike. Oh, it's a swing and a miss there. Close call, though. However, this is a swing and a hit from Clockwork. Is it the best, though? Doesn't look like it. He is surrounded by himself, and they are going to take out Clockwork. It's a bit awkward. He delayed them from chasing further, I suppose. Sacrificial lamb.
It is a win for the fight of Ant there, but it never feels so clean when you have to commit 5 heroes to fight and you barely win by getting a support. And meanwhile, oh, they're actually gonna catch out Tiny here, who thought the area was safe now. But Disruptor and Invoker stick around.
That wasn't so safe, however. There comes the Sven with the blow up on Invoker. No, he did another auto attack. Okay, he gets it. Almost got him off guard right there, but the Echo Saber blink to go with that Mask of Madness, and you can already see how much damage this Sven can do, especially if he catches you off guard.
Yeah, Sven is 6-0-0 right now. There's a reason why I said that this last pick Sven is really, really good here. Like, it matches up well against the Lycan, but the other heroes too, against Furion and his summons, against the Forge Spirits, they die immediately. He just shreds through people. If he gets to the point of having BKB and Daedalus, then he's going to be a force in this game.
So Invoker gets blown up. Resurrects now, but you do see Invoker's queued up that BKB now, as does Nature's Prophet, so both of those cores are going for it. Lycan's going a different direction. They sell Curiosity and Drums first. But yeah, prioritizing a couple of BKBs on this dire side, understandable for them.
Yeah, they need the BKBs, but they also need armor, right? The biggest issue right now is going to be the Sven. The other heroes are not really owning as much, and BKB doesn't save you that much against the Blink Sven. He could blink on top of you and stun you quite quickly, and his damage output is so high whether you're BKB'd or not, so you do need those armor items. The Lycan going for Assault Cuirass, that's going to be the big timing for them, as they do take out the tier 2 tower bottom. Without Sven ulti, no fighting.
That, and we are seeing more and more of this. This goes without saying, but Felt certainly not lacking objective pushing. They have plenty of it, and they are taking out these towers quickly when they get on top. And look at the smoke plate in the mid lane. The Ancient Ice Shaman in hot pursuit. The glimpse on back. Never mind. Well played by Pango.
Yeah, blocks it.
Good old roll up to stay alive. However, the chase continues. He's still in trouble. EMP can hit after the tornado. Global silence, but he got the swashbuckle, and he's able to escape for now. And now turning around with the Rolling Thunder going back into the clockwork. Gonna turn on to him up here north. It's Lycan with a shapeshift. He's having a run and get away. This is a very scattered fight right now. Ice wall's put down. He got the sprout up on silencer, but 0 damage follow-up. I mean, nobody dies in that Wagga. That's kind of crazy.
That is really wild. I can't believe that everyone got out there. Sven going on the Lycan without any help to chain stun him, not gonna be able to bring him down. He just runs away. So a bit of a misconnection there for Ant, and I would say that their cooldowns are more important. Sven not having that ultimate and also the roll up, even though it's low cooldown, this does give a little bit of a timing window. You could go Roche possibly with Lycan and Furion here, and that's what they're gonna do, I think, on Felt. So immediately moving towards it, not wasting any time.
As Sven got strength, 35 more seconds. He still doesn't have that BKB just yet, but the arena initiation is coming out. Invoker, good static storm response. Invoker, he is still standing strong as a result. And Mars is all of a sudden getting low. Invoker does fall, but so does Mars. So an eye for eye double kill for Nature's Prophet, actually. But Sven has shown up. No God Strength. He doesn't need God Strength. He still does plenty of damage, but he does need to get out because so does Nature's Prophet. And Sven will keep on running with that Warcry. Pango, swashbuckle away. He's good for now, but Nature's Prophet TP's forward. However, the Rolling Thunder is going to knock him right back, and Pango will be successful with the getaway. So close call for him, but he survives. I mean, who really wins that fight? Fairly even, I suppose.
Fairly even, but it was a win for Ant. They only lost 2 heroes. They did take down the Invoker, got 2 support kills, and they stopped the Roche. It's more about the objective. So the fact that Roche would have gone for sure towards Felt if you didn't take that fight. They took the fight even though it was risky for them. They didn't have the ulti on Sven like we talked about. But they committed and they made the most of it. Sven also having that BKB in that fight was huge. He of course disassembled the Echo Saber. Another neat thing about that build, I mean, this is what you do on almost any Echo Saber hero, right? You got to disassemble. So he's now gonna go for an Assault Cuirass of his own, recognizing that there's a lot of physical damage coming in from Felt as well. With this Alacrity potential and Lycan, Furion.
Yeah, that timing was pretty good because I had him clicked as the fight was starting right there, and he still did not actually have the BKB made. So he must have really just got that. He said, broke up the Echo Saber and completed it, and then jumped in right after. So,
speaking of jumps,
a big part of that success. Speaking of jumps, Clockwork, he is just dead off the bat, but here's a response now. And you can tell Ann wants to get out, but the pullback, never mind. BKB is going to stop the glimpse. Tornado up on Mars as the arena's in, though, catching 2, including Invoker. Disruptor, he's just dead. Invoker's now caught as well. And Sven looking for the beatdown. And with that God Strength active, is going to get the beatdown, but at what cost? He just melts himself. And Furion is an absolute beast. He says, I can do damage too, as he picks up a couple of kills, including the Sven.
Yeah, and they're now gonna go back, insisting on this Roche once again. They have the 2 crucial heroes alive, the Lycan and the Furion, the ones who can facilitate this. Still have to be wary.
Toss play, Warden, costing his life to do that. Not really sure about that one.
Yeah, that was a very deep commit. Not having the Pango roll anymore. 1 hero down, Silencer is coming, but with just the 2 of you, I don't think you can stop this.
It's so risky. It just doesn't seem worth it in the end. Yeah, they are going to get back, and Aegis will be picked up by Nature's Prophet. So how about that, though? Again, this is definitely a back-and-forth brawl between these 2 teams, absolutely.
Yeah, I almost want to take it back to the first fight there before the Roche went down. Look here, when they glimpse back the Sven afterwards, this is the very start of the fight when they catch the clockwork. But after they disengage here, and Sven gets glimpsed, if he didn't BKB, this could be a great fight for them. Look, he gets stops the glimpse, but his team jumped in. Mars went in. So there's almost a miscommunication here. Like Sven thought, oh, we can just run away, but Mars wanted to go. And because of that, it took a little bit longer for Sven to join. If he didn't BKB, I think they could win that fight handedly, because they could swiftly take out Invoker and then focus on that Furion, who was just right-clicking away. He had the time of his life in that fight.
That's a great point. That is one of those moments. So it's like, and it's great to analyze that. But in that heat of the moment, it's also understandable why he BKBs that glimpse, right? It's like, but I suppose if you're on the same page, there's certainly something to be said about communication. Mars like, go, go, go.
Yeah.
Then if you're Sven, hey, I'm just going to take this then.
Yeah, that's the communication has to be clear there from Mars. Like, I'm going in, you know, then you can follow up. RL gonna get spotted here by the Shadow Blade.
Oh, no.
And ulti, no way out of that one for him. He has Greaves, but that does not stop all this damage. And we see the Silver Edge complete on Furion as well now. So he's able to break the Bulwark of Mars, pretty importantly, in the fights later on. And he can also break the Cleave of Sven.
What's Nature's Prophet? I've been sitting here wondering his level 20 talent. I mean, we've seen Sprout leashes pretty much every time. Is this a game where the mischance actually could be useful?
It's usually better against range heroes like Medusa or something. I don't think you get it here. There's some... Oh, he's committing?
Okay.
I guess he has Aegis.
Yeah. Oh, Sprout, it hits. I mean, he's doing some damage. He's going to chase with that Silver Edge, glimpse on back, and that is going to force a BKB.
Warcry disengaged, trying to run. Lycan ulting and running after as well.
God, these minions so fast. Look at the smoke play.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like, please just get out of here.
They're smoking to protect themselves against the glimpse. I like Shu taking 4 auto attacks to kill this Courier of Feeling because he has the Philosopher's Stone and Disruptor. Oh.
Arena. Cold Snap, immediate response though. And the Arena, not the biggest follow-up initially. It took a while. There's a roll-up from RRL. Rolling Thunder, and it's going to be over soon though. So Global Silence even used today. That was not the prettiest initiation there for Ant.
No, really not. And that was costly for them. Now, not having pretty much any cooldown ready, using Global, Arena, God Strength on cooldown. This is going to be tier 2 tower threat for sure, I feel, from Felt. But maybe they want to wait for something more. They just got the BKB delivered for Invoker, so he's on a good timing. I can't imagine that they don't want to abuse all those ultis on cooldown, but maybe they don't feel too stressed, you know? They're still confident and happy in their ability to take this later as well.
Not to pick on Invoker, but I mean, he was building that BKB for a while, and especially Hannah. I'm actually shocked it took him this long to actually get the BKB, but he is a little bit behind in farm compared to really most of the other cores in this game. But again, having the BKB now is certainly that big tool to really stand strong. As he does keep getting jumped, to be fair, especially by that Mars.
It's partly about getting jumped, also a lot about having Furion and Lycan in your team. Those are two pretty greedy heroes. The Furion ulti keeps taking a lot of your CS. The Lycan needs his space as well. And Invoker, he's playing that cross Wex with 2 farmers in his team, so he kind of is the space creating core out of the 3 of them.
So was Hannah Midas the best choice then? I mean,
well, look at the pace of the game now. Yes, there's been a lot of fighting, but you're hitting that lull.
Oh god, that damage, man. Sunstrike, it's gonna hit. And the Glyph's back. He's just dead. Well played. Ghost Scepter? Okay, well he's alive a little bit longer, but now he's dead.
Furion hits the neutral creeps to Maelstrom proc onto him while he's Ghost Sceptered. I like that. That's a cute little detail.
Yeah, meant to do that, yeah. It was well played. Is he teleporting elsewhere? Where is he going? He's going to the top lane because they get Silencer, and 3 or 4 hits later he's just dead, and he's going for more. Sven is going to go the cock's not going to hit Sven. Mars, however, is pulled back with a glimpse. He's dead. Pango says, all right, let's make a play. He's going to Rolling Thunder back and forth. No, it's spread him out. That's awkward. Yeah. The leash kicking in, and Pango's just dead. So there's that level 20 talent. The leash absolutely very worth it.
Yeah, something to add on in this particular matchup. When you're against Pango, I think always skill it, because you can just sprout him during his roll and it stops the car. It's almost like overpowered how strong of a counter that is.
I mean, if that's the case, then there's no question, absolutely, of what 20 talent you're getting there. So
yeah, and that's gonna be high ground cracked immediately after that fight as well. They're just gonna go for the Rax here. Glyph comes out, but it's just delaying the inevitable, I think. Sven coming in though. No BKB.
They have everything. Here we go. There's a global silence. Where's the arena? I'm still waiting for that. There we go. The arena comes up. Tiny jumped in as well. The silence has worn off, though. Spence running. He was disarmed that whole time. He couldn't do a damn thing in that fight. It felt like he's pulled back in. He has a stun as a result, but he's just trapped up with a Sprout, and he is just dead. 70 seconds. Argus is out now. Oh, they're going to continue to go, though. Is the side advantage. You know what? It's working. They killed Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and finally, it looks like Felt are pulling out of this one, but you can really tell there the feeling of playing Sven in, or any carry really, without BKB into Disruptor and Invoker. The Tornado comes out, first of all, locking him in place for a while, then the Disarm from the Deafening Blast following up, and then he gets glimpsed back when he's trying to run away. It's just so futile to fight. If Sven doesn't have BKB, he is like a harmless kitten to this Invoker.
I said he had everything, but yeah, except that.
Yeah, I mean, their team had spells, right? They dropped the arena,
Yeah.
they used the global, everything looked nice in that regard, but the Invoker had that BKB to get rid of the silence from the global, and then he just stops the combo.
His middle tower is under attack.
Well, we see our biggest lead now. Felt getting pretty comfortable. 13,000 net worth, but just the game state feeling pretty good for them. You also look at the objective taking. Obviously, it's been pretty big, and Bane is going to take outside. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he used his Lycan ulti and chased him down with the help of the Forge Spirits and the Ancient Black Dragon, also a Sunstrike to boot.
You feel for Silencer there. It's Disruptor. It's also support. He's a little tankier, though. It finally will get taken out. A lot committed for this, though. Clockwork, cogs on up. Pango's just bouncing back and forth like the pinball machine. Invoker throws the combo off, and Tiny is going to end up dying for that, too. So
Yeah,
back
that's
and
going to be
forth kills.
60 seconds for him. He used his buyback previously, so they know that he doesn't have buyback. This is a big window of opportunity, knowing that your 4v5 as Disruptor can join soon to fight again.
Arceus is just waiting at the top lane to maybe get some quick farm and then get back. But yeah, he is going to have to channel that TP, send his way back as a fight possibly commencing. Oh, that was a BKB used by Nature's Prophet. He is going to teleport back to base, and this is retreat time for Felt. So Clockwork's dead, and yeah, Felt realizing that was not a fight they wanted to take, especially with Disruptor not being there.
That is a gem going the way of Ant. So it's something that they desperately need now to, you know, get that control. They actually have a ward in their base, but I don't think Mars is going to go that way and check it right now. So at least getting some of this vision removed, guaranteeing that you have, you know, no extra information going the way of Felt here.
Yeah, that maybe Felt fueled themselves a little bit too much right there, because again, Disruptor was still dead. It was a 4 versus 5 push, really. I mean, they didn't go all the way to the base, but knocking on the door, and clearly that backfired of sorts, so.
I just realized we have Felt versus Feeling. What a game.
The English language. All the different ways to say words.
Meanwhile, bottom lane is being pressured now. A lot of treants. This will prompt someone to come defend. Tiny will try, but
Radiant's bottom tower
you know, it's still damage to tier 3. Even if Tiny comes in combos here, that leaves a chance here for Felt to make plays.
Roshan, yeah, 205 remaining. It's a very long Roshan respawn. Disruptor, he's just dead. Mars got a free gem. Now, Disruptor has a buyback, so if anything gets too crazy here, certainly can see that coming out. But again, Roshan's still down for another minute 50. Obviously, they don't know that 100%, but it's not going to be up for a while, so don't expect that to be taking place.
Felt are being so annoying right now. They're just throwing Forge Spirits and Treant's bottom, alacritying the catapult as well, sending it up high ground, so doing quite a bit of damage. And that's just the way for them to keep their map control and stop Ant from making aggressive moves is to continuously force people down here. So it's just a little poke and prod, and then run back and try and play the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised Lycan doesn't have that shard himself to even bring more of that lane presence. He does have it queued up, so it could still be coming here, but of course spawning those wolves in the lanes, getting even more push with it. But smoke play from the side of Felt. Nature's Prophet, he can join. He's got a Silver Edge as well. That was, Feeling was over here with Vision. I don't know if he actually saw
Feeling had vision, he saw a Prophet, but meanwhile they're gonna jump on Mars.
Oh, Mars popping the BKB though, puts the arena down immediately. Now Tiny combos out of Clockwork at the backlines. Pango, he's disrupting the Disruptor. Cogs are in play. Silencer being pushed every which way over the cliff, but he's still alive at the time being. Nature's Prophet. He's taking a beat down by the Sveng, now going toe to toe, and he is winning it absolutely. But no, the avalanche shot hits, and there's the Storm Hammer, but Sven is getting so low himself, just not enough damage to finish the job. Double kill for Fade, and it's just Tiny to survive. The Sunstrike connects the Gleipnir, the Sprouts put up, and the inevitable death is upon Tiny.
Yeah, he's finally gonna get caught here. There's no doubt the moment the Satanic gets used by the Nature's Prophet there, he's just standing strong. He's holding his ground. And we see this Nature's Prophet scale into late game in such a convenient way for, you know, a hero that can add all that split lane push and join so many team fights. Really making a strong case for... I wonder if Nature's Prophet isn't even higher tier to me than Lina in this current patch. I don't know, man. He's giving Lina a good run for her money for S tier carry, at least.
I mean, in Division 2 or in NA, absolutely has been the bigger factor. Now, to be fair, Lina's been banned a heavy majority of the game, so there is that to factor in. But absolutely, I mean, I agree with you. Nature's Prophet... I think the flex as well that he brings, because of course we've seen plenty of the off-lane potential out of this hero too, and how he can be adapted as a draft from a first pick. But yeah, his core, his carry potential is ridiculous.
The thing about him is, you know, he's just so versatile, does so many things, whereas Lina is extremely good at like flash farming. She can be over the map pretty fast with her speed, and she does scale very hard as well and has a stun, right? Like she has a lot of utility built into her, but Furin is just so well rounded, and he becomes a little bit tankier towards the later stages than the Lina does even.
Yeah, there's no doubt game 2, that's going to be the contested hero. It was first picked, I want to say, if I remember correctly, by Felt, so will it just get banned off the bat? We'll see. Either way,
it's also a hero that Argius likes to play. I think one of the heroes that he has had the most impressive games on has been when he played Furin as well. So we see both teams smoking up here a little bit.
Ant might have the flank position, well, kinda. Silencer's in an awkward spot.
Yeah, Silencer's showing now. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, does he just press R in panic? Oh no, he's just gonna die, I guess. He has buyback though, so he could buy back and press R, but Sven tornadoed up finally, BKB's after the fact. And gonna take out Clockwork, runs him down, so Global Science did come out, but now Clockwork also buys back. Swashbuckle will help take out Disruptor. He's up for 70 seconds, no buyback. Look at Fade though, Fade just running at them. He hasn't even used BKB. There's a spin jump, can he get the kill? Yes, he can! He takes out Evoker, could not kill Nature's Prophet though. And Nature's Prophet with the Aegis still, and look at him, he just comes out and lets the auto attacks fly. I thought for a second NP was the one that got blown up, but no. He's fine. He had Aegis anyways. It doesn't matter. GG's called and Felt is victorious.
Yeah, the Furion stands strong here in this series, and you know who else is strong? Disruptor, man. What a winning hero. Yeah. You were the first one to point it out, I think, between us here, you know, as we were talking. This hero just doesn't lose in NA. It's the unbeatable hero. How do you win against Glimpse?
It's good. Yeah, and now 9-0, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I just updated it right there. I mean, there's something to be said about that. Not a hero that we would have really expected coming into this to be picked up all the time. Isn't necessarily being picked up all the time, but you could tell teams are realizing as we've developed here that something about this hero feels pretty good. So yeah, staying undefeated and Felt having the 1-0 lead right now. What does our panel think about that game 1?
Game number 1 there. Going the way it felt. And honestly, poor Ant, they just didn't really stand a chance. It was a rough start for the Sven and the Silencer lane. They just couldn't really get anything going. But in the early to middle part of the game, you know, there was still hope. Argius on the Sven was getting kills. Like, maybe there was something to be said about how Ant and Felt were playing coming out of lanes.
It actually felt like both of the teams were playing really passively in the beginning. So on Felt's side, they went Quaswex Invoker. Sometimes I feel like that is indicative of wanting to be more aggressive, but actually it just felt like they kind of were lacking damage the same way Ant was. Like you saw Ant bring support to mid a bunch of times and with the roll, and it never really amounted to anything, and then Felt would punish that. Same way on Felt, they're kind of like not invading the jungle, they're not threatening Argius, like he's, you know, running a 6-0-0 scoreline on Sven because they're just not pressuring him whatsoever. So yeah, everything was very quiet for a while, Ant had their chances to play and then Felt sort of ran away with it.
Yeah. Why did Ant sort of miss this timing god? Like, what was it about Felt that we're able to capitalize on both of them being passive in the earlier part?
I think one of the big issues for Ant is that they built up kind of an early lead. If anything, like at 20 minutes in, they were up like 8k gold. 8k experience, and in this position where they were out leveling their opponents and taking some decent fights. The issue was they weren't really able to put their foot on the gas and go from it and take it anywhere. They were being outscaled because at some point the combined efforts of Invoker and Nature's Prophet to kite the Sven, the Lycan, I love the item build, AC with the helm, the boots of bearing, BKB, he was just providing so much utility for the team, plus 0 deaths the entire game. It just felt like their damage kind of didn't scale despite picking this Sven. Sven was a great lane counter and had this nice power spike in the mid game, but the longer the game went, you just run into issues because there's too many targets Sven needs to go on and he can't deal damage to all of them.
Yeah, there wasn't any cohesion to kind of just pull that Ant together, whereas on the side of Felt, everyone was just doing fantastic. Nature's Prophet Disruptor, we keep talking about how good Disruptor is. I know we just had Wagner and Frankie talk about it, but I want to bring it up again, just how everything in this lineup worked perfectly together, Sheep, when they did start being a bit more aggressive and when they were playing as a team.
For sure, I think their timings were just really nice. I like the fact that Clockwork, his spells are just good on their own. He doesn't need items, so they put him on the 4-staff duty while Shu could go for that Axe Rush. Disruptor, which is super powerful. I think God's brought up, it's hard for Sven to play as soon as your BKB starts to get lower. They just have so many ways of kiting him and dealing with him. With the Silver Edge, with the damage mitigation, with the Howl and the Assault Cuirass, all these little things together just meant that Sven couldn't have that game. And I like that we talk about the synergy between them. It's like a double thing. It's good at dealing with the enemy's heroes as well as having stuff that works together. So yeah, it did just all come together with a lot of different item timings.
Yeah, I think the one other thing that maybe Ant could have done differently is just the way they played and itemized on Pengu, because it felt like Pengu was a second offlaner, going for Greaves, Blink, Diffusal. There was no real damage or scaling coming out from Pengu. I think this is a game where RL really needed to go greedier with his item build. Yeah,
that's true, and their way they fought together was pretty uncoordinated too. You saw Sven's iron build. He went for the Mask of Madness Echo and then the Blink. I feel like they should have taken more advantage of that Blink timing. Their fights were not super impressive after they got that.
Yeah, you're going double Blink on your mid and offlaner. Your game plan this game has to be to just constantly fight. And the fact that this game was so passive for 20 minutes, I think really hurt Ant here.
A little bit of a misexecution there on the side of Ant, but Felt they took advantage of everything that they could. They get the win, and Sheep, you will be so happy to know our MVP is Fade on the Lycan. That's right. You hyped up the offlaners. You're like, this is where I'm going to be focusing. This is where a lot of the game might come down to. And yeah, Fade getting MVP here, just sort of really helping his team as much as possible.
Yeah, I watched his perspective for a while during the game, because I was wondering, you go into this lane, you win the offlane, holy shit, and then was he gonna do anything special? Honestly, not massively. He did very just standard good Lycan things, but did them well. The pressure that he was putting on the map with his micro, sending his creeps, trying to we even saw those small things running his Harpy around with Chen's Clockwork to try and help him get out of scuffles and stuff. I don't know. It was just very nice gameplay on Lycan, where he's just always pressuring the map and always looking for the right heroes in fights and just in the right places at the right time, and that's how he didn't die.
Yeah. I mean, to get MVP, you don't have to have the flashiest of plays. You can just be standard, but still really shine. Just being very stable and consistent. Because when we look towards the second game, a lot of question marks around this Nature's Prophet, around this Disruptor. If we see a similar pick order, would you like to see either or maybe both of them come towards the first phase ban?
I think Ant need to revisit their opener a bit. I think they're one of the few teams prioritizing first phase Mars, and it's worked for them for the most part. It's one of Usher's better heroes, but I don't like the trade of Mars for Nature's Prophet. It's just Nature's Prophet is just a way better hero. I also think they opened up their second phase of picks a little strange with the Tiny revealing this like double melee lane with Tiny plus Mars. It's not usually we're seeing Ush and Warden like dominate their lane, like pick the Hoodwinker or some range 4 to go with Mars, and also they just lack damage. Like the fact they had a Tiny was part of why they had damage issues, I think. So I do think there's some changes to the draft that can improve for Ant
The
going
snap
into Game
ban,
Two.
bro. The snap ban.
Yeah.
That's it.
Genius.
All fell apart. Well, they'll go back to the drawing board, maybe try and focus a little bit more on lanes for game number 2, which is happening after this break. Welcome back. We are in game number 2 of Felt versus another NA team. Bit of a passive game. I asked Sheep, what was the one thing you wanted in game number 1? You said a lot of kills, high action, 20-minute GG. You didn't really get that. I mean, there was a lot of kills, but they weren't as active as they could have been. Are you hoping they pick up the pace this time around from both teams, or at least potentially from Ant to try to be more active on the map?
Yes. I mean, I don't think it'll happen. I feel like the higher skill you get in a region, like you see some attorney games, maybe there's just going to be a bunch of beams and fighting. Right, but these guys are playing for potentially Division 1 slot. They're gonna try and be careful. They're gonna be triple thinking about everything they do. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see this brawly data.
Well, let's go. We're gonna change up and pick order, which means Nature's Prophet gets let through, and pick it up themselves, and then Felt the old Beastmaster Crystal Maiden as a response god.
Yep. This was kind of the question was, Felt no Ant's going to first phase first pick the Nature's Prophet. Like, do you give it away? Do you ban it here? And Felt feel like they have a good response for it. They're going to first phase the Beastmaster, which Fade has looked really good on. Both these teams have great Beastmaster players, and I think this is a hero that gives Felt the kind of tempo that they can play at that can cause some problems, especially if Ant play another passive game or try and play too greedy. The Beastmaster is one of these heroes that you kind of have to address at least somewhat with your draft, not necessarily the lane itself.
What's one of the best ways, Sheep, to address a Beastmaster? Like, what do you look for in a hero that can really shut him down and stay on top of him?
I'm just a fan when people are able to keep their safe lane tower up against him. The problem with Beastmaster in general is just that he has really good tools for coming back. So even if you destroy him in lane, like we saw OG try lane at Beastmaster, right? He didn't touch a single creep. He was level 3 forever. But the hero is so good. He gets his boars, he manages to find ways to get a creep here and there, he gets his helm, and suddenly he's able to farm multiple camps at once, or lane and camps, and apply pressure, and you bring heroes and you take the tower, and the hero is just viable. But I do think it's nice to stop his timings, right? It's the same concept as Broodmother. You make her have a bad lane, you slow that down a little bit, and then you're able to have more opportunities presented to you to rotate on side lanes and gank people and kill them. Or just, beat his own timing, don't let him take your side of the map, farm up your items, get your key timings faster.
Right. Let's see if Ant 1 can draft to that, but 2 play for that. There's one of those things that we talked about in game 1, how they itemized for more aggression, yet we didn't really see it come out from them. It'll be interesting to see if they might fall into that same trap, but bans, they don't want to come up against the Pango, a Naga, CK ban.
Does suggest they're trying to run Nature's Prophet off lane if they're banning Naga, I think. Naga's good against Nature's Prophet, I think, regardless of role, but particularly against the, if you're playing carry Naga in lane versus it. It does feel like they're just targeting Felt's carry pool. I wouldn't be surprised to even see, an Ursa ban here. Yeah, Nature's Prophet does okay versus Ursa. Yeah, just, that's his carry pool just banned out and taken right there. He will play other heroes, but from what we've seen, that's just what Felt want to pick for him.
Take away as much comfort as possible. That's what we always say, Sheep.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't ban us, if they want to put Nature's off lane and they don't ban Ursa, I think they're making a huge mistake, because CM Ursa is a really, really good lane against Nature's Prophet. Because the hero is not able to defend himself very well, and CM with one spell just puts him in such a position of fragility. Like, you have 2 slows, you have a root, he'll just feed. Or, I mean, he has the potential to feed. It's not guaranteed.
More volatile, we'll put it that way.
Yes.
Thinking
Okay.
a lot. Okay. Yeah.
That took too long. Shake my head.
Yes.
What are they doing?
Maybe they were trying to contemplate, what if we let it through, but we pick it up for ourselves, or do they just open the phase with it? How much do you hedge your bets? Carry Dawnbreaker!
Ooh.
Let's go! Let's go, Sheep! Let's go!
So are they intending to put CM with Beastmaster then? Or is this or I guess it could just be a carry Dawn, actually. You're right.
Surely it's a carry Dawn.
I mean, it's
Last thing I'll say on the Ursa is maybe they were considering banning Disruptor. They're like, this Disruptor here is just too good.
Of course.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
Oh, they're gonna take it instead.
oh geez.
Yeah,
They're
see,
smart.
they could have been contemplating it. They could have been contemplating it. It's still right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe they thought Felt would just pick Disruptor coming out of that and do CM Disruptor support. It doesn't sound like a great support duo. I don't think they would have, but
I don't know. It's very felt
Mhm.
like. Both of them love
Yeah.
playing range supports.
Yep.
They're both fives.
5 seconds remaining.
At this point, these teams have to know Disruptor's like 9-0. So I feel like it is on teams' minds when they're going into these drafts.
There's no way that we know and they don't know, you know?
We know that they know that we know that they know. Look, this is... Oof.
Exactly.
You gotta deal with this Dawnbreaker now, though. I feel like she's gonna... As a core, if she's able to get, like, this Deso Shard... But all these heroes could just die pretty easily to that timing with the Beastmaster. Seems like they align nicely as cores together. Like,
I do
Dawn
love
with
a good-
Yeah, she'll just straight blow up your Disruptor.
I was about to say, yeah, the Deso Shard blink is enough to just, like, it doesn't matter what you draft. Like, she will be everywhere in a team fight with that combination. Like, oh, it's tough.
I guess they can kite her somewhat with Tusk Punch, but it would be nice if they had something here that fights into it well.
Is the answer Monkey King Gods? Is that what fights well into a carry Dawnbreaker?
I mean, it's a hero that kind of holds his ground, particularly obviously in the Wukong's command. If, a fight breaks down, you have Wukong's down, like a Dawnbreaker ulti coming in isn't going to necessarily threaten you, but it's a very tricky
sad.
place to pick your carry because, yeah, you're going to get a bad carry matchup. You have a good lane against Beastmaster,
Aw.
but the TB is a hero that Monkey King does not enjoy playing into.
Well, that kills the dream of a carry Dawn.
It does.
10 seconds
Dang it.
remaining.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Mid-dawn.
That did it.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
let's go, baby! Woo!
Back.
God's reviving the core Dawn dream.
Look, I'm just gonna be real, this Dawn pick is very confusing then. Like, the reason I thought so solidly it would be a carry is because this Beast Dawn lane doesn't make any sense. And with this carry Monkey pick
Yeah.
as a response, I think Beast Dawn lane will suffer greatly. I think it's very easy for Monkey
10
Disruptors to
seconds
sort of
remaining.
ruin their lives.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, out of the three that we're seeing, which one is more likely to go mid or then a pos 4?
What for Fel?
Yeah, because that's all they can pick, right? And they get overall last pick, so they can, like, which one has the most amount of flexibility?
I think they'll just last pick a mid.
They'll get to see what the lane is, but you can see Ant think that they're banning Kunkka and Invoker. They're just targeting Solji a bit here. They'll still have heroes like his Ember Spirit in the pool if it becomes a good Ember game. Although Tusk Disruptor offer a lot of threat from the two supports as far... Like we saw, I think, a Tusk Disruptor the other day against an Ember. I think it was Shaggy's Ember, and he just went 1-11 or something that game.
Jeez. Not too much confidence, but Ant, we focus a lot on the Dawn, we focus a lot on Felt. Let's have a look at Ant then,
Right.
and
5 seconds
what
remaining.
you're hoping. She... Full focus, all on Ant.
Okay, sorry. Got distracted by Dawnbreaker. It's my bad. Alright, this is probably an off-lane Nature's Prophet, carry Monkey King. They need a mid.
Yep.
What are they gonna pick?
Ideally, like AoE magic damage, I feel, or at least
Yeah.
burst magic damage.
I'd agree with that. Can't
But
fault that.
really-
They have no real stuns for it. It's very hard for Beastmaster to roar a puck, especially later if he has an Eon Disc or Lincoln's. It kind of mitigates the entire lockdown that you have. You're going to be able to dodge this Dawn Ult. Yeah, I think Felt need lockdown now, most importantly. They haven't banned DK, so I guess they could take that. Oh, Tiny. Yes, sure. That'll do
Sure.
the puck. Yeah, that's good.
Just the classic mid counter pick. I think these last... It's kind of fun to see some of these old school mids come back, and this is just as a result of all these bans. Like, Ant had to pick something to address TB with their mid, but all the best options were banned out. Like, there was no Leshrac, no Batrider, no Zeus, so all these magic heroes that deal with illusions are gone, so they have to, dig back like a few years ago, bring out the puck, which means, we get to see a Tiny to kind of counter the puck, so we get to see an old school fun mid matchup.
I watched it the other
Exciting.
day, even. I don't know I can't remember who it was, but Tiny
Okay.
comboed and killed the puck like twice in lane, once solo. It was very sad. So hopefully that doesn't repeat here.
Yeah, I mean, RL, you highlighted coming into the series. You've been impressed with how he's been playing, but it is going to be just a good old support Dawn here. Which team are you favoring for timings, Sheep?
The tiny blink timing is pretty strong. Like, I definitely think Felt can take the game away with that, just because both supports are really good at fighting, and you have a Beastmaster, so it looks really nice, and TB should be able to farm. NA team's gonna have to get past that to do well, because then Natures will get like his Gleipnir and Monkey will have a BKB, and suddenly the fights become a lot easier for them.
And very quickly, Gods, going to game 3, I think Felt have this for a 2-0.
I think Felt have this. I think getting the good mid matchup, and from what we saw with Felt's play game 1, I think they play really well with Beastmaster, so I'm gonna lean their way.
Alrighty, well it is game number 2, and our casters for it is still going to be Wagger and Breaky.
Thank you very much. As always, our panel doing an awesome and an excellent job of analyzing and breaking down these drafts. But let's be honest, Wagga, the only thing that really matters is who gets Disruptor. And, well, Ant got Disruptor here in game number 2. So game number 3 upon us. Maybe.
Damn. I mean, it's hard to argue with that logic. Disruptor's still undefeated here, but I like the way that Felt have drafted into this Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been a hero that's tricky to deal with as well for a lot of teams here, but I like the overall idea. Having a tiny mid is very, very early active when it gets the Blink Dagger. They have the Dawnbreaker, who can also hop in with her ulti. So even from the support position can initiate with the help of Tiny, or, you know, follow up that initiation with Tiny. So you can really get in there and get on top of him. Overall, I think Felt may have a bit of an edge here in the draft, in my eyes.
Now, before we get too much into the game, you know, we get so much information and stats as an observer that the players can't necessarily see, but team had the chance to sit down with Ush and ask him, how did they know when they feel like they have a good lead?
Sometimes it can be hard to tell when the game's even. You never know. I mean, you may feel like you're ahead, but you're really not. You want to feel like you're ahead. You want to feel like you're stronger than them, because if the game's even, you want to just have that confidence. If you're like really in the lead, where you've taken most of their towers, if not all their outer towers, and you're kind of just like choking them out of the map, is a common, like a popular phrase. And when you keep them kind of just either stuck on their side, or even better, stuck in their base or outside of their base, then you know you can pretty much control the entire map, and that's when you feel like, you know, you're in complete control.
All right, so controlling the map, and I mean, they definitely have a lineup here on the side of Ant that can control the map, and of course, Nature's Prophet is being played by Ush is a big part of that.
It is, and it's almost what Felt did to them just in the previous game here, so they had to feel the opposite of what he was mentioning there. But yeah, we see the lanes here playing out, some aggression coming out top lane.
Yeah, geez, off the bat, that's that Dawnbreaker in the support role. Of course, being played by Chen and making use of that early Celestial Hammer and harassment on Ush. Gonna have to protect the Terrorblade, but yeah, how do you see Terrorblade doing at this top lane with the Dawnbreaker partner?
Terrorblade does well against Nature's Prophet's Treants. That's a big thing. Dawnbreaker, I think she's a little bit weak in this lane because they nerfed the Celestial Hammer level 1, so it's not the strongest, but TB doesn't take much harassment. That's what they have going for them, until there's some magic damage in the mix, and that's only support Tusk gonna bring that in, so not gonna be too threatened here. I think this lane overall should go the Felt way. Meanwhile, on bottom, we have this Disruptor plus Monkey lane against the CM Beastmaster. A very spammy lane with the Axis and the Nova. Also, not a bad lane for Felt, I think.
Yeah, those axes just being, as you said, it's very spammy, and in fact, they're going to set up a kill. Feeling going down that Disruptor.
And top.
First blood.
They get Ush as well.
Oh, yeah.
Simultaneous kill on the other side of the map for the same team. So, fantastic start for the two lanes that we mentioned a little bit there, and that only really lives mid lane. That could go well for Ant, but that's a puck against Tiny. That's a counter pick. That's a very hard matchup to play. I actually had the chance to talk a lot to Stormstormer, who is a very, very, you know, qualified mid laner. Oh, bottom. You gonna see a glimpse back, and Disruptor. Will he make it out of this? I don't think so.
No. He's dead. But yeah, Stormstormer.
Yeah, so Stormstormer talked to me about this matchup, and they just keep fighting, man. They're gonna go dive after the CM, but she's gonna be just fine. All right. So the matchup is very tricky. There's a few, you know, tricks that he learned. He said he played that matchup like 50 times or something, because it used to be very meta. and he learned the matchup from both sides. He said some key things is that Puck is not allowed to orb for the melee creep on the first creep wave. You have to save it for the range creep, otherwise you're not going to get that last hit at all. So anytime that someone orbs for a melee creep, which people do a lot, you know, you want to use your nuke early when the lane starts, that's automatically a downside for the Puck. And he said that there are ways that you can win the lane as Puck when you really learn the ins and outs of it, but it's a bit complicated to bring it all up during cast.
Sure. No, I mean, it definitely it makes sense right there. I mean, RRL is current advantage early on, and Shu going down at the bottom lane. So, you know, we expected there to be a lot of brawling, especially at this bottom lane, but how about the Disruptor and Monkey King able to make a kill happen themselves, of course, taking out Crystal Maiden, of course, to get into the Beastmaster before that. So, supposing that, if you're looking at it from that perspective, right now that Ant's side not doing too shabby, but CS-wise, it is still favoring the Beastmaster. However, it's even going to get better because they managed to pick up a kill onto the Monkey King as well. So the brawling continues down here.
Yeah, they get Argus. I mean, they're just gonna keep spamming down here is the game plan. They have those mangles for a reason. They bought that Sage Mask on Beastmaster as well because he wants to add extra spam with the Maiden, and now having the Aura as well. She's even helping out the side lanes, where we see Chen on his Dawnbreaker, probably in a little bit of trouble, but he's gonna be fine. The assistance of TB coming in.
Yeah, just intimidating enough, and Metamorphosis is just about to come off cooldown, so we've already seen that kill on a Nature's Prophet, taking advantage of Felt, so you certainly got to respect what, especially with the Metamorphosis form, they could do up there on the Dire side.
RL is doing great on his Puck, by the way, in this matchup. He is 25-5, which is not bad at all against this Tiny.
Yeah.
You're with me that Zeus is a jerk.
Yeah, I mean, 25-5, 19-3 Tiny. So yeah, very much so a lead on this Puck, and seems, I think it's fair to say, he is comfortable with the matchup. And Puck, we really haven't gotten to see a whole lot here in Division 2 at least. I mean, what do you expect as far as this Puck and, you know, kind of the build? Is it going to be Yules, Blink, etc.?
Probably gonna see the Witchblade. It's very common builds. Just getting Witchblade for a bit of armor is gonna help you as well here. And we see again a kill bottom. He is gonna get a return kill with a nice Pounder Strike on Monkey King. CM trying to go back in for extra control, but not gonna be worth it there. She loses her life.
What about the... Oh, we're going to pause here coming out, but going back to as a little bit more time to talk about how things are looking. The carry matchup, again, speaking of things we're not seeing a whole lot, Terrorblade versus Monkey King as far as position ones. Is there either one you'd prefer over the other?
I definitely prefer it to be TB in that matchup. I think Monkey King has some merits as well. Like, you can go Maelstrom, and Maelstrom procs during the ulti will fly around all over the place, and that's pretty good magic damage into a TB. You could go a Battle Fury build, but it doesn't really threaten a TB. He's going to have like 40 armor later in the game. He doesn't care that much about that itemization. It's great against stuff like CK. Some illusion carries get destroyed by it. TB, not as much. So overall, I think it's favoring TB. There's also a little bit of a trick later, like late into the game. You can go Aghanims on TB and fear the monkey out of his arena or out of his Wukong's command if he doesn't have BKB up.
We'll see. There's potential for that. Definitely a bit of a later game, but certainly with a hero like Terrorblade, that's potential for that to take place. And speaking of this top lane, as you look at the mid there, but they're going back and forth. But again, the Shard's coming out to protect the Treant, or more so the Nature's Prophet, and not allow Dawnbreaker to chase. So Tusk helping out. Tusk is a little bit behind in levels, though. He's still level 2. He's about to hit level 3, but falling behind the support Dawnbreaker on the other side.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there between the supports. Could also be nice aggression here coming out from TB.
Starbreaker stun. So again with that Metamorphosis, not going to get any kills, but definitely intimidating them, and going to kill some of the Treants off as well.
Oh, look at
this
Feeling, he's
rotation.
running. Oh, the Frostbite not going to get the high ground vision, so he can't do it.
Nope.
Could maybe have put down an Observer Ward there, catch the Frostbite, and then Tiny can get the combo on Disruptor, but you would be revealing that you're dropping a ward, and it wouldn't be an ideal ward on the ground as well there.
Puck is definitely one of those heroes, you know, you get level 6, obviously his threat becomes a lot more amplified, I guess, with that Dream Coil. Do you expect him to move sooner than later, head to a side lane? Is it going to be depending on a rune he gets, perhaps?
I think it's so much about rune control between these two. If you get a power rune that you can play on, sure. Otherwise, he might make a move now because he's going to run back to base. So he's going to TP out to a lane. So if any of the side lanes look like there could be a kill, then he would happily TP there. I think maybe Beastmaster could be a good target to try and shut down here, as he's, you know, having the best game so far. And a snowballing Beastmaster, that's going to be your tower gone soon.
Yeah, so we'll see. He's gonna.
He's not even
just
gonna
gonna
TP.
go.
Yeah, just orbing back to mid lane, keeping the TP ready.
Yeah, ready for a rotation if need be, but not needed at the bottom lane as they take out Shu once again on the Crystal Maiden. Beastmaster was off into the jungle, so they take advantage of him being a little bit away. Oh, Tiny's TPing in, and Monkey King, of course, seeing that. Tiny Airlines. It's only the creep right there. And Monkey King just jump into the tree, so he's fine. That TP of Tiny, unsuccessful, and he's going to have to do the long walk back to top.
Yeah, a little bit painful to fail that. Meanwhile, top lane, we see TB running away, not wanting to stick around here as the puck comes in, realizing that that could be a dangerous engagement.
Now the rotation from the other mid proves to be a bit more successful, so there we go, puck. And he doesn't even need to use his Dream Coil, just simply there for a little bit of added damage. And help secure that kill as double damage is going to be picked up. He used the Waning Rift to help make sure, but man, that combo hurts. However, he stayed alive. Now the Dream Coil coming out with no combo left. Tiny is in trouble. Argus goes down elsewhere. All this is happening, but the Warden trying to keep chasing. He's only level 3 though on this Tusk, and with TP support, that's more than fine on the Tiny, but not fine is the bottom lane event as they just get run over.
Yeah, they put so much emphasis towards the mid lane there, and that leaves this opening. And when you have the Dominator creep, you just want to get under the tower, so getting the kill on whoever is there is kind of mandatory to start pressuring. Looks like he wants to back up though and keep farming, not putting himself too far out. Perhaps respecting the chance of getting ganked.
Third lane, certainly looking really good right now in the early start. However, that's going to be slowing down. Ush, credit for the kill. Monkey King, of course, rotating over after that death. Throws down the Wukong's command. Chen, Dawnbreaker, he's trying to finish off Ush, and he's... Oh, he is going to... No, that was the courier going down right there. Managed to TP out. And they also take out Tiny on the other side. And now Dawnbreaker could be in some trouble. Monkey King... Down the strike in 3 seconds. Celestial Hammer, though. Ush still wants to make a play. Sprout on up. Nice Starbreaker there, but Dawnbreaker, it is just too much to handle just by himself.
Yeah, as Dota has decided to have Game Coordinator kick me off and I cannot reconnect,
Nice.
I'm going to have to cast off the feed with you.
All right. Well, got that Observer to follow there. Doing a great job as always. But yeah, I mean, obviously, great fight from Ant, and that kind of goes back to these deaths that take place early on in the laning phase, especially from cores, going elsewhere. We see that there for the Monkey King. He died at the bottom lane, he's TP's top, and before you know it, 2 kills happen up there.
Yeah, the kills happen, but I also think part of that is skill builds, like the TB not skilling Sunder early. A lot of TBs do this. They just, you know, want to go for the full farm build, get the max Conjure Image early, but if he had Sunder there, you have to wonder, could he have survived? He did get bursted, but there were targets to Sunder if he wanted to. I'm never really a huge fan of just not skilling it like this. In games where you have Nature's Prophet and these hyper-aggressive early game rotations that are bound to come in, you know that it's going to happen, then yeah. I feel like Sunder, that one skill point, is worth it.
And it's not like there's been lack of fight in this game, it's definitely to your point, so... you could certainly argue that, I mean, I wonder if level 8, if that's going to be one of those cases, okay, now it feels like he may need it, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. See if he does pick it up. Well, he doesn't have it yet, and he's in trouble here. He just gets caught walking uphill. However, is it enough follow-up damage? It looks like it is. The Glimpse going to finish the job. Dawnbreaker going in. Celestial Hammer 4. Starbreaker takes out the Disruptor. Makes it a trade, but certainly favoring Ant.
They get a consolation kill there, but even with the Dawnbreaker ulti, TB again dying, and again, could have Sundered, right? Like, these fights are really, really stinging now. In a more passive meta, you can get away with the no Sunder build, but these NA games overall, they're not the 0 kill minute 22 that the panel was talking about during game 1 that, you know, happened over in, I believe, C region. This is, you know, generally super aggressive. So he's getting punished a bit here by his own choices, I feel, as Fade is farming up a huge stack, working his way towards that upgrade Dominator.
Yeah, and I looked at that net worth over there. I mean, 1,100 over anyone else in the game right now. This Beastmaster absolutely farming. And Vlad's going to be delivered as a result. So the Helm of the Overlord, of course, next in line. But yeah, kind of going back to the Terrorblade, it was a little, when you really think about it, like going into the aggressive jungle like that in the first place was obviously a kind of a questionable decision. But either way, you know, gets picked off. And speaking of getting picked off, Puck going for a play himself is going to survive because of the Invis. Never mind. How come the axes and, well, everything else. And he dies along with his teammates. So Felt is there to respond. And now with this Beastmaster especially, you know they're pushing.
Yeah, they have some tempo here that they can play around this Dominator creep, but at the same time, they don't want to let the side lanes get too out of hand. You're playing against Nature's Prophet, and if you're not committing everyone mid, you should be wary. This is where teams are losing to Disruptor. You gotta do what Felt are doing right now. Back out together. Don't just stick around and bleed some kill to Glimpse, because we see it way too often. These NA teams are really struggling playing against Disruptor. Fear put it like, you know, the chaotic Dota, they don't know how to deal with Glimpse coming into the mix as well. But nice way to just back out of that engagement by Felt. And they're gonna try and stabilize and farm up.
All right, so Helm of the Overlord's already going to be finished. I mean, talking about obviously very good timing. He's got the brown boots as well. Magic Stick, so yeah, Fade, again, continues to be very impressive. That early part. Oh, I apologize. He actually hasn't put it. Oh, he's locked it up. Okay,
yeah, he just locked it. It's because I think you immediately lose the creep. If you combine it, you lose the old creep because it's no longer a upgrade Dominator. Yeah, exactly. So you lock it to keep the creep. Nice little detail there on Beastmaster, but now he has not the ideal creep. You always want the Black Dragon, pretty much. That is the S tier neutral to find. This one is it's not great. It's like the probably the second worst. I guess Golem right now is not that good for you.
Okay. Hey, take what you can get. It's still an ancient creep. Now Tiny gonna be pulled back in, but he just takes advantage of it. He says, all right, I'm gonna toss you back. Tosses a Tusk, and Static Storm you're going to be used, but it's not going to save that Tusk teammate. Everyone's here on the side of Felt. Dawnbreaker, meanwhile, is going to go down at the top lane to Monkey King. However, Tiny trying to find him. Oh, that avalanche almost hitting. Managed to get out, though.
Yeah, Monkey King just hovering in that area. Been enjoying pretty free time up here. He's actually going deep with this Boundless Strike that he has ready.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he got caught.
Yep, he sure did. And here comes a combo now, and Wrath of Nature ain't gonna save him. It's like, hey, stay away from him. No, never mind.
Yeah, that extra stun duration is not something that you want to have happen. You know, Tiny already has the chain stun with his ulti, with his toss and avalanche, adding that cut as well.
There's another combo. This time in the mid lane, Tiny making use of that blink. Disruptor snowballed up though, going back in, going for the Turk to Beastmaster, but here comes Dawnbreaker. Never mind, actually canceled it with that Solar Guardian. However, the Starbreaker takes out Tusk as they already killed Disruptor, and once again this tower taking pressure, likely to die by Tiny. He wants more. He goes in, hits two, tosses back to Nature's Prophet. The Sprout's not going to save him. The Primal Roar, not really necessary, but hey, you'll get the kill.
That was like an attempted last hit roar or something. The Disruptor went down because he went so close trying to cancel the Dawnbreaker ulti, and he did cancel it, so he stopped it with a glimpse, but then he went down immediately afterwards, and a lot of heroes just crumbled. We saw Felt. Their team fight is really nice when they go together. They've got some good spells to use in tandem here.
Gotcha, that makes more sense. Yeah, I saw him stop that.
Yeah, I'm back in the game now, so I can actually watch stuff.
Always nice to have a little bit more control there, but I'm sure that was seen and caught on the camera itself. Good to point out nonetheless. But about a 4,000 overall net worth lead. Looking pretty good for Felt, and of course Terrorblade. He's not leading the way, but you know what? He's second, and it's behind that over-farmed Beastmaster. So yeah, I think Felt is feeling pretty comfortable right now.
They're feeling great. Also, Beastmaster will scale very well into the Terrorblade later on. The attack speed for the TB with this Metamorphosis is fantastic in the mid to late game team fights. Meanwhile, though, and they want to make stuff happen right now. They're smoking up, leading with a puck.
Dawnbreaker definitely found and likely to be killed. Bit of a meteor support, but as in tankier, but
Oh, the roar.
in the end does
He's
go
dead.
down. However, the roar behind the tree, he was fighting the black dragon, and Puck all of a sudden finds his master.
Oh my god.
It gets taken out. It ends up being a double kill for Fade. Yikes. Yeah, Fade is running at them.
Yeah, they had awards. They had a ward around, but of course they could have had a hawk as well, right? So it's very scary for Puck to just stand there and trade hits, trying to farm in the area that you were just fighting. And Fade finds the perfect fight. That puts him at 10,000 net worth at 17 minutes as an offlaner here. He is so obese. He's getting blink dagger soon.
Well, I gotta wonder what the odds will look like, especially after that exchange right there, but definitely feeling pretty good for Fade, and yeah, no surprise, they are on the good odds. esportsbet.io, watch during platform, check it out. Meanwhile, top lane, Tiny, he gets low, he is gonna die, and they're also gonna get the kill on to the Dawnbreaker. Fade, Brahma Roar is still on cooldown for 20 more seconds. Great freezing field, though, from the trees, and it's gonna allow Fade to turn around, and guess who's coming? It's Terrorblade. He has Metamorphosis as well. Ninja's Prophet even could not get away. Arceus jumping back in, slowing them down, cutting the trees though with those wild axes. Arceus able to get down at least. Boundless Strike, he's just simply just running, and it will get out in the end. But yeah, what a freezing field for Crystal Maiden.
Yeah,
Turn
Shu
the tides
making the big play there. That's some big support impact. Finds a nice little pocket to sit in and cast a perfect freezing field, hitting 3 heroes. All of them have to disengage and just back out. Suddenly that gives the momentum over to Felt to do what they want. So immediately Terrorblade just sieges up on the tower. They start moving towards Roche, using maybe the Dominator here, and perhaps moving TB over. I think maybe they should have gone everyone on the tower, because this is not super fast, and Ant are considering defending, but I suppose they're not quite in time.
Yeah, in the end, it is successful, and they are going to go as a team now all the way over to the Roshan and finish the job there. So this Terrorblade, we talked about his farm, his net worth looking good, and what is he making of it? He's going to be the Eye of Scotty after his Dragonlance Yasha, so kind of getting some half components of some bigger items, but then of course going all the way to the Eye of Scotty as his first really big item to finish here soon at least. But you like the build that Terrorblade's bringing here?
I love it. It's perfect. I don't think he needs to go Manta style in this game. There's not that much to worry about, and going straight into Scotty is going to allow him to trade with Monkey King much better. It lowers that heal from Digno Mastery. Monkey jumping in.
He's got Sunder. Remember, he has Aegis though too. There's the Sunder. Ush taking the brunt of it. Fueling is picked off meanwhile by Fade. That's a great target to find with that Prime Aurora initiation, making great use of that blink. Prevents any static storm from happening, and now they're also just going to go for the tower and take this out as well. Tusk, of course, dying too.
Radiant's middle tower
This is just looking too disjointed there from Ants. They're jumping in a little bit with like a monkey, but they're not all going at the same time. They need to connect, simultaneously with the puck and the monkey going in if they want to make a big play, and combine it with the Aghanims on the Furion. Things are just hitting a little bit one by one. They almost took down the TB, but almost doesn't cut it here. Felt are much more coordinated, I feel, in the fights.
RL, I gotta say, on Puck here,
Tiny.
is might be in trouble, yeah. Tiny knows exactly where he's going to. What a combo. Might not kill him. The tree now is not enough. And Puck will manage to somehow survive. Even Terrorblade trying to help finish him off, but no RLs. Whoa, he's having to still dodge some damage. Meanwhile, Wukong's was throwing down his turn time for Ant. At least that's the ideal. Nice job with the Solar Guardian, though, keeping his teammate alive for a little bit longer. Tiny is still alive even for a time being. No, he finally gets killed. Tusk died in the process. Terrorblade has Sunder in 5 seconds. He also has the Aegis, remember.
2 seconds.
Roar is coming back off cooldown. Sunder's ready. There you go. Ush once again gonna feel the burn from it, as well as the reflection being popped, and he just gets run down with the melee auto attacks. Yikes.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Fade was trying to chase after RL. Not gonna connect though. Nice Fog of War, and Chen might be the one overcommitting a bit in the tower here. Not gonna be able to get the kill on Feeling.
Meanwhile, back to Fade versus RL, and
my
it's gonna win the duel. Oh boy.
He did get that
deserves
roar
a 10.
eventually, so Puck overstepped a little bit.
So, I mean, first off, Fade here on this 15-1-6. I mean,
Yeah, this is wild. This is just, this is Fade's world. Everyone else is just living in it. He's doing whatever he wants this game. He's level 17, flying ahead of everyone else. And he's just adding an item. Every time I click him, there's another item. He has these drums, the Blink, the Overlord, and now he's getting close towards a BKB as well. And, not far behind him is the Terrorblade, that Eye of Skadi, and now going towards a BKB as well. I don't see the way that they can deal with this Terrorblade if he completes the BKB. It's going to be very hard because they don't have chain stun heroes on the side of Ant, and that's what you need. So this is looking like the chaotic fights early that were not that coordinated for them may come back to bite them at this point.
So going back to Puck, again, similar to Queen of Pain, I feel like, I know you've talked about a couple of times, where is a mid hero that really relies on this kind of snowball, and it definitely sets them back. I mean, you look at Puck, 2 kills and 2 assists, and the 15 total really hasn't been the most involved as top lane. That's a support Dawnbreaker. Finally, they kill her. And there you go. There's a Solar Guardian. Beastmaster with the Primal War Lockdown says, I don't care about your BKB, and Monkey King is dead. Not the trade you're looking for. Disruptor does make it out, but again, Ant's still disappointed considering they lost the Monkey King.
That's one of the scary things about going on a Dawnbreaker support. She can come back immediately.
Double damage Tiny says, hello to Puck.
Oh yeah, that is, I mean, it's just so much pain, and it's exactly the type of hero that you want against Puck. It's the Blink Initiation, the instant stun, 2 different disables, and he has so much burst damage. Puck has not had any impact this game, really. 2, 4, and 2. I think, he's been in the least kills out of every single hero in the game. And as a mid Puck, that should be the opposite. You should be in the most kills, but he's just completely shut down this game.
That's what I was getting at. I don't know, perhaps just a matchup issue. Certainly, we mentioned with Tiny, but
he played it
for
well,
how active.
Yeah,
he did, and the lane was good.
He played the lane really well, but they have not been, synchronized enough, and I don't think he has had a good entrance into the game overall after that laning stage. He's just kind of been reaching for whatever he can get, but for somehow felt to have dodged a lot of the rotations and reacted correctly. A lot of it thanks to the vision of Beastmaster or Dawnbreaker's ultis, to be fair. They have good reaction heroes or, scouting heroes to stop these rotations.
Well, I'm not going to say this is a last chance effort, but Ants, this certainly feels like one of these, this 5-player smoke needs to get something.
Yeah, it's desperation smoke time, for sure. Definitely in desperation land, but look at Feltz. They already know it. They can see that nobody's farming anywhere. They're just going all together. Send out the Hawk. It's soon gonna reveal people, I think. Smoke is running out. Disruptor.
Yep.
I think he got spotted.
He was hiding? No, I don't think so.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, get out! Oh, Disruptor. Poor guy. I was rooting for him, but...
Yeah, they never make it out. The poor Pulse 5s left behind.
And I mean, certainly not wanting to jinx anything here, but the undefeated Disruptor, it's looking like one loss.
I'm confused, by the way, about one thing this game. Arceus and his item build in this game. Oh my god, a burst again. The Beastmaster, he's just finding these kills. Anyone who shows on the side lanes. But the build on the Monkey King, I feel, is really lacking that Maelstrom in this game. He went for the BKB and the Mage Slayer, and now going for a Deso. Deso against TB? Like, where's the Maelstrom? You have to go for it in this matchup.
Yeah, that does seem a little funky of a decision there, but either way, he's trying to make the best of it. Make a play right here, going to need to. I love what Terrorblade's doing as well with this Conjure Images. He's spreading them out so well. And with this metaform and just beating down this rack. So if they wanted to initiate, even the images aren't clumped up with one another. Yeah, they can still be very useful.
Yeah, they can glimpse kill one of them, but then they don't have glimpse, They don't have great heroes for bursting the illusions overall. The best they have is Puck trying to go in, but Puck kind of needs to look for that opening as well. Get some kill participation, but it's just going to be a clean push. And then after Meta runs out, they're backing out into the jungle, spreading out. And best case scenario here for Ant is that they connect and kill one hero with the way they're spreading out on Feltz.
I still can't believe Beastmaster's actually beating Terrorblade in net worth.
It's wild, yeah.
Barely keeping that lead.
Super impressive what he's doing here. Puck goes in and snatches an Arcane Rune, but might get caught by CM.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward, or is it? Maybe we'll call it a bait. Nice static storm, glimpse back in. The follow-up damage was lacking, Chen. Solar Guardian, they did kill the Crystal Maiden. Turboblade still running in, though. He does have Sunder. He also doesn't have Metamorphosis, but he doesn't need it. The melee beatdown on the Monkey King is more than enough. And now he's turning his attention to Nature's Prophet, who was trying to deal with the Beastmaster, but could not. So it is going to be in favor of Felt.
Sideling Corsa dead is just running mode now, and Feeling is not as fast as this whip Beastmaster.
No. Yeah, he's got Sunder. He might just use something right here to
Sunder
stay
teammates.
alive, but
Yeah, or Illusion. Maybe he steals from his Illumid, but it doesn't have that much HP.
or he live life on the edge. That works too. There you
He's
go.
stealing Fade's HP. At this point, Fade is the real carry, I feel, so maybe taking his HP, but he has the HP regen.
Yeah, exactly. He's already back to half life. He's good to go, not a big deal. So the end feels certainly near for Ant, and I think Felt smells blood in the water. Absolutely, they're going for the racks here at the bottom. Metamorphosis is going to be activated once again. You do see the tiny tree volley being used there. However, he gets locked down. Monkey King is actually in that mini arena with him, and the Ice Shards, but gets tossed back. The Promaror and Monkey King's dead. They did take out Tiny though, so minor victory for Ant. But of course, their racks have been destroyed. Can they kill the raid boss? That's Beastmaster though. That's what they really want. I don't think so.
No, I don't think that is going down, and TV is just gonna keep pushing here. Buyback's coming out, one from Tusks. They have one on Disruptor as well, but he's not using it. I think they already feel like it's over. They lost their Monkey and they lost the Nature Prophet. By the way, Monkey, I think he got his tree cut by Tiny Aghanims when that fight started. Because he was sitting so deep into a tree line. I think he just randomly picked the tree that he was sitting on Monkey, because he got pulled down from his tree somehow.
Unfortunate, Moaga. Game number 2 in the books. That means Felt taking the series before we send it back to the panel. Quick thoughts on how this one played out.
I mean, Felt, they already looked stronger game 1. They played way better, and game 2, I think they had a good draft along with playing better. So then there was really no way for Ant here. I don't think they had the momentum or the drive.
Yeah, Ant certainly came into the series again. Both these teams competing for a top 2 spot. It's still very realistic. However, getting a win here would help keep those chances alive. I'm not saying it's 100% over now for Ant to get a top 2 spot, but it's a lot less likely for them, unfortunately. As far as Felt's concerned, this helps out. We'll see how they continue with this momentum. Panel, take it away.
Felt just looking fantastic today. It is
Not
quite. I know.
Yeah,
I already knew.
yeah,
I already
yeah,
knew. I already
okay,
knew.
yeah.
Okay. I didn't
Alright.
ask a question. I just
Okay.
said Felt looked fantastic.
Okay.
Damn, she is on me.
Bro.
I swear. I swear.
That was muted for the viewers at home.
Yeah, if anyone didn't realize, I was muted on TeamSpeak. And I knew, and that's why I was stalling and trying to just
Okay.
say elongated descriptions of that Felt, but she added me anyway. Now I can ask her a question. We can't talk about this. We're going to start maybe more on the negative side, just kind of talk about Ant, things that went wrong for them, because they really struggled to make anything happen on this map. And gods, I don't know if it's the downfall of how Ush plays Nature's Prophet and the lineup around it, or if it was more just the struggle from RRL on the puck to do anything in fights.
I think both those two, and then I think it was compounded by having a Monkey King pick as your carry. But even though Ush has won on the Nature's Prop before, I think he's just a lot more passive when he's on this hero. Like, he's sitting back farming, waiting for his teams to kind of lead the charge. And the issue is RRL had a miserable game. The lane went fine. He was actually kind of winning his lane, but once it got to mid game, he just kept getting picked off and was feeding to tiny combos, getting caught under vision by Beastmaster. It was just a miserable game for RRL. And when your mid lane playmaker's not having a good game, and Ush isn't on a playmaker as well, it just feels like Ant are not really playing to their strengths as a team and what kind of got them this far in the DPC.
Felt like they really lost their ways in this one. Felt though they really showed up. I mean, a clean 2-0 is exactly what you needed for confidence, but obviously to put you in a great position to be going up to Division 1. And for your eyes, or in your eyes, Sheep, what was so great about this Felt lineup, you know? Like, a Terrorblade can sometimes have downfalls, takes a little bit too long to come online, but it really worked for them here.
I would be bullshitting so hard if I said that this game was on anyone other than Fade. Like, there's just no way to string it together. Like, if he dominated his lane, he took over half the map and took that away from Ant. He had amazing farming patterns. Like, you saw his net worth; it was always high. It's because he was able to interlink like impactful plays alongside his farming. For example, you saw Bot; he was able to take the tower. He was able to farm through the jungle. He farmed back into the triangle, farmed that, then made it just in time to rotate for the 12-minute power runes and kill Puck there. Then pressured mid, then went back into the enemy jungle, took that again, and like it's very like kind of a standard like pattern, but because he has it down so well and he's so comfortable on his Beastmaster, you just see the level of impact he's able to have, and this just sets everyone up for having such a good game because they don't have to worry. Like, everyone is so pressured. Ant goes on Felt's team and Beastmaster is there to just kill 3 heroes and tell them to get out of here, you know? It was so good.
Well, Fade is going to be our MVP for this game, but honestly, we could just say series at this point. Like, Fade played phenomenally on the Beastmaster in game 2, but also on the Lycan in game number 1. Like, God, he is just an absolute monster on these 2 heroes.
Oh yeah, and the thing that's cool is like he is, but he's also been a monster on like any hero he plays. He's played like Axe and stuff and dominated. Like, I would say not just MVP of this series, but maybe the tournament so far. Like, him and RCY are the 2 players who have impressed me the most in NA Div 2, as far as like, you know, actual like, hey, these guys should and could and likely will be Div 1 players. They're just being absolutely dominant. This guy Fade is an absolute beast. It's a pleasure to see him just really show up in both these 2 games, because this was a must-win series in so many ways for both these teams if they want to get top 2. A loss here would have been like pretty brutal for either team's chances to make top 2, so he showed up big way.
Yeah, he did. I mean, we saw just there his score line 21-1-9. He did the most amount of damage on the team. Like, he was just everywhere doing so much. In fact, he's also here with us. We have Fade for an interview. I'm sure he was listening in a little bit there. But Fade, look, congratulations. We gave you MVP for both games here. You played phenomenally across this series. So in your eyes, do you think this was probably one of your best performances? And if so, like, how were you working with the whole team in preparation for coming up against Ant?
Hello guys. First of all, can you hear me? Just to clear that.
Yep.
Okay. Kind of everything went smoothly today. I think that I mean, I can't lie. I do think I played well today, but at the same time, I was really surprised in game 1 that they did not ban Lycan. I was thinking they would, and I was really looking for heroes. And I was not feeling great about it, but when they didn't ban it, I told them just give me Lycan. And then when they picked Sven, I just knew I was going to just stomp the game. I mean, they played well. I think they had some, like the mid lane was good for them, but I think eventually I was pretty confident I was going to win that game. And then in the second game again, like they picked Beast, and then they kind of counter very softly. And then in that game as well, like I kind of just knew I was going to win that game. They just didn't pressure me correctly. They didn't play the map correctly. I think they might have like the wrong read on what my hero does, even because I do see them play this. I watched them play it against the Cut, and I think they played it very, very poorly. Actually, I was really surprised. I thought that's one of their heroes that they were very comfortable on in the offlane, and maybe he did not know what I know about the hero, but I thought they played that very poorly. And I knew in this game, after the lane stage and after when everything went well, just kind of what happens in pubs, I knew I was just going to carry the game. So it just kind of the perfect storm today. I think we still have a lot of work to do. If they push us outside our comfort zone, I think the games could have been definitely a lot closer, and they're a very good team. So, but yeah, everything worked out. So I guess I just be happy. Sorry, I kind of ranted on for a while there.
No, that is all good. I also, just quickly before I pass it over to the other two to ask questions, I want to know about the Dawnbreaker, like the idea behind you guys picking it, and was it always just going to be a support in your lineup?
Yeah, it was gonna be always support. I mean, I liked it because it is a very aggressive hero in lane, and it sets up like a lot of like our carry picks down the line. And also, I mean, it like as we're playing almost around me, and I really like the idea of a Dawnbreaker because it like not only like joins in on like it likes like a lot of action and stuns. So like let's pick a tiny, so it likes to fly in on that, but also like a very nice save hero. So it felt like it was gonna have a really good place in the game, and in the lane and in the game. So I think it really worked out. I mean, a lot of the fights I was like sort of in trouble, but not really because the Dawnbreaker just like flying in there. So I didn't even know we could play it, but Chen just said it, and I was like, I loved it. I was like, yeah, let's man silence picked on. Looks really good.
Oh, I love it so much. That's awesome to hear.
Hey, firstly, yeah, congrats. I wanted to ask a bit about the team development, which you touched a little bit on. I mean, you kind of mentioned, like, obviously you talked on your performance individually being really solid today. One of the early interviews, you said that you felt like the best series you played so far was actually that first series against DogChamp. I'm curious to hear about like what your team does as far as developing and improving, and also how you think you guys played as a team today.
I mean, I think we played a scrim today. It was against like a good SA team. It was Balrogs, and we did pretty well. So I thought I can definitely see the improvement, but again, I just know for a fact we have a lot of work to do. I mean, I just know that if something doesn't like, there's a lot of like weaknesses. I'm not gonna say what those weaknesses are, but there's a lot of weaknesses in our team that we can definitely improve. And I think that just like the start of the team was really shaky, not like with the players and everything, but we were getting like stomped a lot. We only play SA teams, but we were getting stomped a lot in our scrims. So there's definitely like, testament to like it's paying off right now because we had to get stronger. And I think our drafts are very good now. I mean, I like where they are. I think we are figuring out like a lot of our players and the weaknesses and strengths. So it's all kind of coming together. But at the same time, Dota is a game. You can't really be ever too high or too low for that matter, because a good team will come around and stomp you. So we're happy we won this game, but we definitely need to kind of learn what we can from this and try to keep good scrims against good teams hopefully, and then keep learning. We still have a couple games to go, so definitely need to stay focused. Hope I answered your question. I don't even know what your question was originally.
Yeah.
I just keep backing on.
I think it was very open-ended, so you definitely answered it. So thank you. I have one last short question, I guess. Feel free to talk longer if you need, but obviously I don't want to jinx it. You guys are, looking good for getting that maybe top 2 placement. You mentioned you're mostly playing SA teams. How do you think you may fare against those Div 1 and A teams if you do make it into Div 1?
They're very strong. I mean, they have good players. I think that the difference is that the Div 1's players are all very dedicated. So, and they're, some of the weaknesses that I think we might have will definitely get tested. So that's why I'm really like thinking that we should, definitely like take this win and be happy about it. But at the same time, we shouldn't be like on cloud 9 or something, or feel like we're untouchable, just because we have a lot of work to do, and we need to keep improving so that we can definitely like not be one of those teams that kind of go to Div 1 and just flame out. But I think that I like the team's trajectory. I like the way we are kind of communicating and meshing together. So I think as long as we, do the things that we need to do, I think we'll do okay. And then hopefully our goal would be, if we even reach Div 1, is to just kind of try to retain that Division 1, not get last 2. I think that would be a very reasonable goal for us.
Great. Thanks for answering the questions.
All right, congrats on the win. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the game itself, that last one. And because I didn't see it all, so why did bot lane go so well for you against like the Monkey King? Was it more on having that Crystal Maiden there, or was it a lot of like micro stuff? Could you elaborate on how that lane went for you?
Yeah, almost no micro stuff. The boards are really nice, but you need like the boards are super weak alone. Like it was mostly like we poked the MK with like maybe 2 stacks of axes, and then we just like throw out CM spells. It's really nice because the CM like at that critical moment when the MK wants to walk away from your axes, she just stuns and you keeps him close. So that's like a couple moments where we're like trading with them really well. But I think it could have gone better. We could have like bought more resources, but and then that's mainly the reason I'm not sure their lane is actually that strong. I think maybe they could definitely play it better though. So it's hard to say, but I do think that objectively our lane is very strong as well. And then once we like spamming access, pushing the lane into them, and at critical times, using the CM to like keep retaining them so I can keep the access stacks going. And that was the key. That's a lot of the kills that we got. And then later on in the levels, like level 5, the damage gets like pretty unbearable to the point where like it's almost like a bat rider where like there's a certain threshold where you can like still chill in the lane and they have to walk away. With the level 5, you can just throw 1 axis and he's already basically like almost dead because you just chase them out with your spells and he's already dead. So I thought the lane was very good. I think Monkey, I'm not sure what the read on this, but I think it is a pretty weak counter. I didn't feel like bad about it. I think I like having a CM there. So I think the lane was good from that point of view. Yeah.
Nice. And I also wanted to ask about Nature's Prophet because I don't believe you've played it in this DPC, despite other teams flexing it between like carry and offlane. Is there a reason do you not like the hero, or do you guys just prefer to have it on carry only?
Burna loves playing it, so yeah, Burna loves playing it. I mean, I can play it, but I'm just not as comfortable on it. Which there's times. I mean, I've played like carry first, main carry only, and then I switched to mid, and I was only mid, and now I've just switched to mid offlane. So it takes time to expand the hero pool. I can definitely do a better job of just like trying to figure out a best way to like improve my hero pool. But I feel okay playing it, but Burna definitely like loves playing it. So I think it's like not even a secret at this point that we would probably prefer to have it in a safe lane. But I'm not at a point where I just say like I never want to play it, or like it's not that hard of a hero, and the very simple plan really. You just buy an Ags and Gleipnir. I don't think it like takes like insane amount of like objective knowledge of the hero, so I definitely can play it. But Burna likes it, and he said like first pick me in P, I'll be good, and well, yeah, it was fine.
Easy. And my final quick question: do you have any friends in NA on other teams, or just in general that you're like rooting for outside of your own team?
Oh yeah, I have. I mean, hopefully I have a lot. I mean, maybe they say otherwise. Yeah, I mean, I played against this team. I mean, that was my last year's team, 5-man Midas. I know like Argus, Feeling, RL. Those guys are really cool. Like I love playing with Argus and Feeling, and RL is really quiet, so he's a good player. But he's he kind of needs someone to lead him. That's kind of what I was kind of last year. But he is overall like a good teammate. And then I love Argus and Feeling. I mean, those guys are awesome. I definitely felt sad when I took a decision to play with Felt there, but yeah, I have friends all over the place. I mean, Fart Studios, I have Sonic we're very cool. I know C-Dub, me and Mark have like a weird relationship, and then DocChamp used to be on my team as well. So, but definitely like a lot of teams, and then a lot of players in NA that I like. If probably like the one team, I would probably say another NA team. Of course, I had to play them today, so we had to beat them. But otherwise, I do want to see. I wish all the best for those guys. Those are really good teammates and really good people.
All right, I'm sure Skyward's going to be heartbroken that you didn't mention him. Thank you for that.
Yes, Skyward, but like he's not even playing. Like I don't know, he's like half playing, half not. And they're not doing that well. But Skyward as well, yeah, sure.
Good save. Good save.
It's okay. I just wanted to flame him.
Yeah.
You're good. All right, thank you.
Well, Fade, we'll try and end it on that wholesome note there with all your friends rooting for them and things like that. But congratulations again on the win, and thank you so much for a great interview.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, I
she
couldn't help
just had to
myself.
get one dig in there for Skyward. Man's got 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out, and he's catching stray bullets. But Fade with an absolutely fantastic interview there. It's nice to know a little bit more about like him, his development as a player, how Felt is shaping up, and we can have a look how they are shaping up on the leaderboard, because this extra win for themselves, now they've played 5, puts them at the top there. 4 wins, 1 loss, 2 series left for themselves. Dog Jam still have a bunch of series left to play. They're going to be playing every day here on out, I do believe. Then it's C-Dub now, and kind of just being edged out of the top 3 there with 3 wins, 3 losses, and then the cut parts, Studios, Penguin Squad, and Eternity not too many more changes down there on the lower part. Our schedule for the remainder of the day is the cut versus Eternity. Only 1 more best of 3 left. And I gotta ask you, gods, because you're gonna be changing out of the panel here. How do you feel this one's gonna go? Is there gonna be any structure to our Eternity play? Are they gonna be able to capitalize on the way that the cut have played in the past? Or you think this one's also probably gonna be a bit of a quick tour?
I think cut 2-0. I think it's not just Skyward who's got 1 foot out the door. I think this team has got 1 foot out the door already for their NA Div 2 placement, unfortunately. The writing's on the wall at this point for Eternity. They're 0-5. They would have to win both series, and other teams would have to go lose a lot of series as well for them to avoid relegation. We could see them just play fun and loose, but I don't see that working against a team like the cut.
Oh, we'll see. I do want to do a quick sponsor shout out though, esportsbet.io. If you guys are fans of the DPC, then you'll be happy to know you can get an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. You have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. And you can join esportsbet.io Discord to get more information on it. If you're looking for that link, it is just down below on the Twitch channel panel here of the PGL. And Sheep, kind of summarize this series for me. Ant versus Felt. Okay, to exit and intro us into our extended break, these are the last words the audience are gonna hear. How do you describe the series?
The clash of the offlaner titans. And Fade was victorious. I don't know what else you want from me. The Fade,
I don't know what
Fade domination, explosions, lots of animals, many zoo. Wow. Woo.
Wow, mini zoo, much wow, impressive Fade. That's how we could describe the first series. But we are jumping into an extended break before we come back with the cut versus Eternity. welcome back. We have our second series of the day. It is Eternity up against the Cut. Our first series went a nice clean 2-0 in favor of the Felt there. And here, Fia, first of all, welcome. But secondly, do we think it's going to be another clear cut 2-0?
It's definitely going to be a clear cut for the Cut here, as Eternity has yet to find a single map win. So hard to be optimistic about this team at this point. So
yeah,
what can you do?
Yeah. I can ask Sheep to be optimistic because that's her specialty. She somehow finds a silver lining in everything a team does, especially Eternity, right, Sheep?
All right, the last time Skyward came back to Eternity, they nearly won. Remember his Legion Commander where he single-handedly threw the game? He threw that game because he created that game. So if he just creates the game and doesn't throw it this time, it's literally free. It's literally free.
I would actually like to see him on Legion Commander
no,
again.
I don't. Please, God, never again.
Okay, you know what? Everything else I was about to say, thrown out the window. I agree with Sheep. Never again.
Never
Hopefully
again.
we don't see it. Never, ever again.
I do believe his team put him on that, and he self-admits he does not play Legion. He has no idea how to play the hero. It was just a learning process throughout the game of like, oh, I probably shouldn't front with my body at the tier 2 and stand behind my teammates, you know, as he feeds. But you know, it's all about adaptation. You know, I'm sure this game they're gonna pull out. We're not gonna see any more of these Marses that their stand-in keeps playing. No. We're going back to the comfort.
Yeah, that's a quick adaptation by Sky.
I hope so.
Oh, okay.
Let's quickly run through this because I do know that the draft will be coming up very soon. So we're going to have a quick player comparison of the position ones. Fear, I know that you wanted to talk about these two players and sort of how they work or, you know, kind of maybe hinder each team.
Yeah, I mean, for Scourge McDuck here, he's a beast on this Bristleback here. He likes to play his own type of meta, right? But every time he's gotten this Bristleback, he's looked incredibly good on it, and he spends a lot of time farming. He plays heroes like, you know, Lina, Nature's Prophet, and gets through. He's a very farm-heavy type of player, but in the end, he generally pulls through. But on the opposite in here, Kawa, he has been having a rough DPC, to say the least. Like, nothing's really been working out for him. They haven't won a single series, but it feels like he's very disconnected from the team. Trying to farm, always getting picked out, you know, not really contributing to the game much and joining. Not really finding his rhythm or his groove here in this division.
Yeah, you talk about Scourge's bristle, but Anne had an answer to it, so maybe Eternity can have a look at that one, let it through, or I'm not too sure. I'm trying to read.
I mean, they lost, right? But he still played a pretty good bristle.
Yeah, that's true. You can say that. Someone can still play well despite the loss. But team comparison stats, as well as another graphic that's going to outline the most played heroes for each team. And Sheep, what are you hoping Eternity go back to that have worked, that have probably helped pump up some of these numbers that we see with the team comparison?
I think it's less about heroes, honestly, and more about just Blessed Kid and if he is going to turn up and play well, because you know, I can say, oh, they've done well with DP, they've done well with Ember Spirit. Like, sure, they have. It's not the DP when it goes off lane, it's okay, but when it goes mid, when Blessed Kid has a good game, then it's important, then it's good. I mean, they're gonna pick their comfort Snapfire here already, but okay, hold on.
She spoiled it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Get it, Twitch chat.
I'm sorry, bro. Wait, why Mars? They don't play Mars. Like, Sky was a terrible Mars.
It's mid Mars. I don't know.
Support Mars.
Carry
Mars.
Carry Mars.
Yeah.
Pose 5 Mars and pose forward snap. No. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
What the hell? There's no way this is good.
Nature's Prophet.
Okay, they lost. Yeah.
Oh no!
Who?
Don't be like that.
Wait, who lost? I'm confused.
Eternity
lost.
She's saying.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but
well, yeah, but like it's like why they give it like you. Not only are you picking heroes that
their opening, I'd argue, is
at?
better in some ways. All right, let's you know, let's bring this in here for Eternity, right? They got Mars Snapfire. This is an ancient combination. It is very easy to pull off.
Yeah.
You know, Mars is not that great of a hero right now, but we've seen teams like Ant make it work before, so it is possible. You know, maybe they got something in store with their Mars player. You know Skyward well. You say he's a terrible
Yeah, we
Mars,
got
just roasting him on air like this.
information.
But
Yeah, no, I
maybe
have no problem with roasting
maybe
him
he's
on
been
it.
practicing.
No, he actually talks my ear off about how much he hates Mars. You know how desperate he is to learn Mars? He was like, if I keep playing offlane next season, can you teach me Mars? He said that to me. To me! I'm an analyst! That means I can't play the game.
Oh, clear.
Those who can't do teach, you know?
Exactly.
But you're just the best Mars that he knows, so we gotta start somewhere.
That's true. I'm kind of baller. But yeah,
There
no,
we
I'm
go.
serious.
Anyway.
If he ends up on this Mars, I think he'll be pretty tilted and unhappy. Potentially. No, you don't know.
Would you
PMA.
rather see him on Mars or Legion Commander?
I'd rather see him on Legion Commander. Because at least Legion
Oh
Commander
my
is...
God.
You can force her to scale, right? That's what Skyward likes to do. He likes to farm. He likes to scale. He likes to be able to be a core. And Mars... We talked about it. The Mars trap. Jenkins fell into it. Is where you just run around trying to make moves and then you're poor. Skyward hates being poor.
Yeah, well, I clarified that. It was not the Mars trap. That was the Jenkins trap. But
Yeah, okay, fine.
It's the
no,
double
I agree with
whammy.
you on Mars. Like, no, Mars isn't meta right now. It's not very good, but it is comfort for
It's
a lot
not
of teams.
comfort for them.
It's comfort for them in the sense that, you know, you talked about before. His
I can see it on
team kind
Skyward's
of
face.
wants him to play that type of style, right? So
You're
he's
right.
just like adapting to what the team needs. He's being a team player right now. That's all.
Yes, but he looks dead
He
inside.
hates it! He hates it so much!
So unhappy.
I've never seen Skyward so silent.
Yeah, he's just like, okay. I like the button is on Moonlight. Moonlight knows exactly what Moonlight wants. Moonlight wants to play Snapfire and he wants a Mars in his game.
He's like, you want to play Mars? Like, yeah, sure.
No, that's not what happened.
there's two ways.
There's no way.
Okay, then tell me what happened.
Okay, what I'm guessing happened is that they
Play by
opened with
play.
Nature's Prophet and then Moonlight just simply clicked Snapfire and Mars without asking. I'm
okay.
telling you now, he would never agree to play Mars. I'm down to discuss this for the next 20 minutes of the draft. There ain't no way.
I'm kind of ready to move on, but you know,
Yeah,
if you really
I was ready to move on too, but
Okay, well then let's
Alright.
we all agree, it is unanimous, we will move on from the Mars until we see where it ends up, and we can talk about literally anything you want, Fia. Free reign, because you had to listen to us talk about Skyward for so long.
All right, so let's move to the other end of the cut. They managed taking a Queen of Pain right after Nature's Prophet, so they kind of just selected their two cores instantly. I don't see what makes this such a good co-op game, necessarily. This is a hero that is gaining more popularity. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the spike that co-op has as, like, a hero. It feels like if you die once or twice, your game, it can be very difficult to recover from. You can pick a lot of heroes to counter this Queen of Pain. If they want to pick like a Disruptor or something, it is abusable. So as much as we dislike, you know, the Mars for Skyward, whatever that situation is, the Cuts draft right now does not look like it has a lot of checkboxes for it. It's just got like two farming scaling type of cores right now, but it's missing a lot. And I would even argue that Co-op right now is a hero that can be punished very heavily, and that is a good thing for Eternity now in the draft.
it's true. I would agree with that. I like the double core when you have first picks sometimes. I think like Liquid did it. I'm sorry for always referencing Liquid Nat, but I'm
It's
sure
okay.
we've seen them do it, and I think
We have.
it's right because you don't have last pick overall. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Co-op is just weird. Usually you pick it into some Bat Rider, right? Like where it's obviously going to win its lane and do well. So it's just odd to me that they think it's that good when they have
Okay.
other options.
I'm going to ask you guys to do the unthinkable.
Okay.
Pitch to me the idea of Queen of Pain support, and that's why they've picked it up here.
I've seen it.
Yeah?
I've seen it.
Pitch it to
I've
me.
done it.
You bait people into picking heroes that are good against your co-op, and then you just switch it up and you pick anything else. I don't know.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean she's okay. She's a range support in lane with like harassing spell. I just don't think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I mean, Eternity missed out on a big window here on not picking Disruptor. Sure, Crystal Maiden's fine versus Queen of Pain as well because of the Frostbite. Long duration route is always nice. But, you know, Disruptor is a hero that is incredibly good versus the Cuts playstyle. This team is a team that really wants to win off of like snowballing the game off of individual performances and laning performances. Their teamwork is not the best, right? They like picking these zoo heroes, like winning their lanes, they like getting a huge net worth advantage and playing off of that. And we saw a lot of teams like Felt, for example, like really expose the cut with like Disruptor, because they're always playing on some side lane with one hero. It's very easily to gank the cut is what I'm getting at here. Disruptor is incredible at that. So Eternity, they're gonna pick up Karwa's Bloodseeker again. I feel like every other match he's on this hero, but just a comfort pick overall for him.
I do like the support duo for the cut though. They compensate for what their other two cores are missing. You just have something to initiate, a little bit of a body, some ways of silence and control. Just a lot of control between both of them, which is nice. And it means that Quap's now going to have supports and other heroes to play with. I really like the ability for them to set up for Nature's Prophet to TP in. So yeah, this is very solid. They'll get a return from the Bloodseeker though. I think this is one of Karawa's favorite heroes, or at least one of the ones that he has performed more exceptionally on. Just some confidence.
5 seconds remaining.
That's what they need. That's what they need going into this more than anything else, you know, the confidence.
No, I think they just need the win, but...
No, do you need confidence to win?
Yeah, and then the win gives you more confidence. And as long as you never lose, you'll always be confident.
Yeah. I mean, I do think
you know
here...
that is very true.
Yeah, it is true.
Thank you. I think that's the only time Fear's ever agreed with me.
I'm just thinking that I really like at least Eternity's lanes are pretty damn strong. Like Bloodseeker can really... You're going to poke down with Mods and Snap. You're just going to keep poking, which is going to buff Bloodseeker's lane because the enemy will be low. And then CM gives him kill threat. So I think there's a lot of potential on both these side lanes here.
I just thought about it. Are they going to do carry Quap?
Based?
Oh... You think of like a pos 1 Quap?
It's been done before. I forgot who was playing it.
Seconds remaining.
Okay.
The Dog Champ has been playing it as pos 1, actually.
Remaining.
I mean, I was just wondering why they picked Quap there. They saw Mars, right? And they instant picked the Quap. So it's like, normally, logically, you'd be like, you are picking your kind of carry there. You could pick your mid there too, but it is a lane they would dumpster. This Mars would have a really bad time against Quap in Disruptor lane.
What if they put the CM with the mods instead, and then just played off like Max Frostbite onto the Quap?
I mean, it can work technically, but I still think just the dagger spam, and if they play the lane right on the cut, I don't know if they're going to do it, but I'm kind of reaching a little bit, because I think they're for sure playing NP offlane at this point, because they have the Tiny. But yeah, the Quap going mid is something they could do, but I think they're discussing it because like even they could do that, but I think Mars will just get harassed so much they'll never be able to find an initiation if they play their cards right on the cut. Just dagger spam plus thunder strike. It's like it's not fun to be a melee hero against that as well as all the right clicks.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, true. That's
So if they do lose that lane, all right, they're just going for their classic. Like this isn't even good against Mars in so many ways, but he just likes it.
Oh yeah, when you get speared into the arena, you're like facing him, right?
Yeah, it turns you around, so...
Unlucky.
Unlucky. I mean,
So
maybe
what you're
they
saying
don't
is
know
a
about that
great
mechanic,
Mars
but-
pick.
Counterpicked already. I mean, the lane should still be strong, because it is Bristleback, right, versus a melee. So maybe it's just a disaster lane scenario for them, as they're going to last pick a Doom. And... Is Mars going mid? It is!
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, okay.
Is that a Skyward hero? That's the
Oh,
question.
yeah, this is a Scar here. Thank God, guys. Whew,
Alright.
we're good. We're saved.
Hey, we called it as soon as we saw the
Now
Mars.
we can lose on a comfort hero.
Let's go,
Let's
baby.
go.
That's so mean, Fia, honestly. Honestly.
I mean, I'm just giving my prediction. That's all. I don't think they're going to win this game. And I think the draft here for the cut, this is very professional analyst here, and the draft for the cut here is quite good. I do like it. The Queen of Pain should have a very good time versus the Mars mid. They didn't address it at all here with this first pick Mars. Maybe the cut knew it was a Mars mid this entire time. It seems like they might have. So I think their lanes are going to go super well on the cut, and their cut is a team that loves to snowball off laning stage. So bad news for Eternity here.
They knew what we didn't sheep.
You know, I'm fairly certain this was intended for Skyward, and I bet he spent the entire drafting phase begging for something else.
Please don't give it to me, please.
I mean, putting Blessed Kid on Mars, I think that's just a mistake. I genuinely think they just like botched this opening with the Mars pick. I think Blessed Kid should be on something way better.
It's a matchup that doesn't favor Blessed Kid, and we've already talked about how great Shaggy's Queen of Pain is. So I've heard from both Fear and Sheep. Now it's time to hear from our casters Waga and Breaky with game number 1.
That's right. Thank you very much, panel. Here we are, game number 1. Eternity still looking for that first elusive win here throughout the season of DPC for Division 2. The Cut, they have other plans, including, trying to still get that top 2 spot themselves. So looking forward to seeing what happens in game number 1. But for Eternity, Waga, do you think their draft is strong enough to produce that first victory?
I think they've gone for somewhat comfort here, getting the Bloodseeker CM lane. It's a very common Bloodseeker combination, and Bloodseeker is, a hero that they lean on, but it hasn't worked out that well for them before. They're kind of sticking to, similar methods here. The mid Mars is the one thing to look out for and watch here, as Skyward gets himself a little Devour here immediately. Gonna eat one of those 3-ins from Furion. You asked me if this is going to be a nice draft for them to maybe take their first win here. I am gonna say no. I've seen the Cuts, the way they perform. They got their Ultra Comfort here, got SMD on Bristle, you got Shaggy on his Queen. This is like the heroes that they shine the most on.
Well, speaking of Skyward, good to see him, but also the production had the chance to sit down with him and ask him what are some earlier tells that you're going to be winning or you will win a game?
When you throw a lead, I think the most important thing that separates a team going from Div 2 to Div 1, or teams that are going to stick in the middle of Div 2, is the teams that are able to bounce back from a loss and the thrown lead and sort of mentally reset. And we're hoping that if that were to happen to us this season, that we're mentally prepared enough to reset and get ready to go for the next game.
All right, there you go. So we'll see if some of those tells coming into play for Eternity, and obviously what they're hoping for. Again, still looking for that very first win. I mean, hey, they're playing for pride at this point. There's no if and buts around it, right? Like, the fact is the fact that they are going to be finishing bottom 2. They're going to be delegated, having to re-qualify in a sense, but, playing for pride, and that certainly means something, right?
It means something. It's also a little bit, aged poorly level on that, bouncing back when he has official, or, he has left the team. They're playing with a stand-in when they can now instead of him, but he has to play some game here as the new player they had was unable to play today. So not really able to bounce back, as their journey has been tough here in Div 2, looking to take their maybe first map win here in this game.
All right, so here we are. The laning phase upon us, and yeah, very interesting mid-lane matchup. That Mars second pick ultimately ends up in the hands of Blessed Kid, matched up against the Queen of Pain right here. What are your thoughts on what to expect from Mars?
Well, I think it's an awful matchup, personally. I'm not super happy to see it. I like playing mid-Mars, but this match, he skills the E? Okay. I mean, yeah, it prevents some of the harassment, but not having your double nuke is also going to mean that you have a harder time doing any form of damage onto the Queen, or even CSing easier. I think Queen is just going to completely demolish this mid lane, unless she misplays it.
An interesting stat that I've been noticing, love to look at that, especially since we've evolved now in Division 2. Obviously, we know about the Disruptor, and sure, just suffered its first loss, but overall still a very high win percentage. On the other side, Snapfire. Snapfire has been played just as many times as a Disruptor, and only has 1 win. I think it's a 1-8 record.
Oh, no.
As far as individual game record.
It's the anti-Disruptor, or not anti,
Yeah.
but the opposite, and here they are matched up against each other. That doesn't bode well for Snapfire.
Yeah, I don't mean to rub it in for Eternity, but it's just something that I found interesting when looking at that stat breakdown there. Again, Snapfire certainly is a strong hero in her own right, but just simply hasn't had that success throughout this tournament.
I think
that you maybe would expect.
A bit of it can come from the fact that this combination of like Snap and Mars we've seen so many times before, but
Sure.
It was really hard nerfed. Like, that was the meta. We saw it like 5,000 games or something in the a year ago in that patch. It was played, and we see Queen just do all the damage she can here. Not gonna be able to get the kill in the end. The tower regen tangles. He's gonna stay alive on Mars, but going bottle against Queen, not super easy against this Shadow Strike that keeps ticking on you as well.
Yeah, that is level 2 now, and of course that's going to be leveled up, and that's just going to be more and more damage that I'm having to deal with, and he might be dead here.
Yeah, he's just gonna die. He went mangoes on Shaggy, 2 mangoes coming out so that he can power play on the lane a little bit harder. I like that decision. Not a lot of mid players would send out a double mango like that, but he knows what he needs to do on this lane, and he gets that first blood. Like I said, this lane is horrible for Mars.
It ain't too good. Just die as little as possible. Feels like the gameplay for Mars. Dying as little as possible. Imperium would like that, but unfortunately just gets run down by the Doom Snapfire at that top lane. I mean, that is a pretty aggressive lane that hard to deal with. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we see Crystal Maiden falling, and then Tiny, obviously the response.
Yeah, it was Eternity trying to make the move there, but when CM goes in for the combination of, Nova and Frostbite, the Furin also just starts right-clicking her down, and with the treants and the stun from Tiny, she goes down rather quickly on this lane. She does bring back the boots for Bloodseeker to the lane, and we see Tiny instead TPing mid for a bottle refill here.
No. Oh, the Spear did not connect. If the Spear connects, maybe Mars can pick up the rune, but Save just able to stay out of that cliff range. Manages to take it from him. Yeah. Top lane, noticing Moonlight's getting low actually, but he doesn't care. He's going in once again with that cookie. Glimpse on back on a Doom, however. Imperium will stay alive, and now Doom gonna feel a little bit of pressure from that bristle, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, Empyrean has to stay alive there, because if he died again, he would not have a TP available, so that would be awful for him. But Doom gonna go on a expedition here to try and find some good creep in the jungle. Not really gonna be blessed with the best options. He's gonna go for a wolf in the end, gets the pack leader's aura and the critical strike. Decent, but certainly not one of the broken creeps that can win you a lane.
What's that creep that you're looking for, would you say?
I mean, there are a few different ones that you can go for. The Harpy creep is a good one. You can also go for the mana burn, honestly.
Or the Goblet for the speed, pretty good. Maybe more for the later game, but...
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, they're trying to dive. Not gonna get the bristle. I think on this lane, the mana burn creep would be the absolute best one, because it stops Bristleback's ability to spam these quills, and then the lane is pretty safe for you.
Uh-oh. Moonlight might be dead here. No regen. Yeah, no stick. He is dead. So just simply runs in, presses Q, does Disruptor with a Thunder Strike, happen to find him at low life, and a free kill as a result. Skyward has to be really careful. In fact, he might just be dead himself. Scourge McDuck will find him. Let the quill spam begin. Scorched Earth responds. Glimpse into the trees even deeper. Imperium almost toying with him, it feels like, and we're not going to see... Oh, actually, he's going to be run down in the end, so at least Doom takes him out before dying right there.
Yeah, Disruptor not very fast, no boots, and the Scorched Earth allows Skyward to run him down there and get a kill. Rotation towards mid here for the bottle refill initially, but gonna go and try to kill a Queen. Maybe a toss?
Yeah, decent timing with the 6-minute rune spawn coming up for Moonlight. It makes sense, even being involved a little bit more. Queen of Pain had got low, but not low enough. However, the Illusion Rune was spotted up by Queen of Pain, eventually making her way bottom to pick it up, and needs to be careful though, because with the rotation of Crystal Maiden, but never mind, gets glimpsed away, and suddenly CM has a run back over. Sadman just on the outskirts of Mars right there. The scream comes out and helps finish the job, and now Crystal Maiden completely locked in place. Sprout eventually ends, but they're just toying with him, it feels like, at this point.
Yeah, her courier dies as well, so that's not gonna help you. And Moonlight has to run all the way back to base as well, so a lot of time invested here, perhaps from the cuts, but even more time lost for the Eternity. As, of course, a lot of heroes rotated there. The 6-minute action is always recurring in these games, the power runes. You want to play around them.
Not surprising. But Bloodseeker, quietly, we really haven't talked about him at all so far this game, but maybe we should start because he is top farm in the game. We're top CS, and very good start for him, and Eternity has to be satisfied with that at least.
Yeah, it's something good for them, but I've also seen quite a few games now of Bloodseeker just dominating and like having a really good farm in his lane, and then not able to transition that into something dop. We see a Doom on Bristol. I think he's gonna be fine though.
Glimpse,
he's just running under tower.
Exactly, the glimpse, and really it's just Bristol's fine. In Moonlight, not sure what the game plan is there, but if it was to die, you know, unfortunate for him, although Doom is helping out, and actually the arena does end up catching Bristle back, so Imperium left alone, kinda. Tiny eventually comes in, they do get the turn kill into Moonlight. Now Skyward, he's trying to stay alive as long as he can, using that Devour right there, but it's not gonna matter. Save will finish the job, and takes out Doom as well. Blessed Kid.
Okay, a rupture on mid lane. Kara gonna get a kill on the queen there. Huge kill as the cut. They tried to make a play mid. When the rotation came top for Eternity, they tried to get the mid tower. They did get a lot of damage, but Bloodseeker coming in, actually having some impact. Exactly what I was asking for, to see these Bloodseekers not just sit in free farm, but also join the fights and get something done.
Yeah, using that rupture ASAP. So yeah, very good rotation and 15 hero kills in about 8 minutes of this game already. It's called a scrappy game of sorts. Queen of Pain wants revenge, but really just gonna Shadow Strike, and that's all that'll happen. But Bloodseeker making his way back to the bottom lane now, and we'll continue that farm. Of course, the Maelstrom has been queued up and will be the first item choice.
Yeah, it looks like top is the place to play right now for the cuts. They probably will join with Furin as well soon if they feel like they want to take a crack at this, because Doom has moved to bottom, so lanes has shifted a little bit. Doom is finding a safer area to farm. Mid is gonna be the play.
Oh, the Sonic hits both, actually. I thought it might only have one, but lined it up perfectly. Hits the Snapfire, hits the Crystal Maiden, and toss back. Actually, pull back in with the glimpse on a Bloodseeker. He is gonna die, but here comes Mars showing up. The arena goes down. Tiny will fall, but not much more Mars could do with that. He had to respect the fact that Furion was also nearby. Now using that bulwark to mitigate some of this damage. That tower's going to fall though any second, and Blessed Kid is certainly dying with it. He's just blocking as much as possible, being a Spartan that he is.
So awkward, just kind of crawling backwards, not having TP available, nothing to do. I mean, this Mars is the big story of the game so far. He's having no game at all. He's 1,000 gold behind the lowest farm under support. Granted, all of them are pretty close to each other. Most of them are like 4,000, 4,600 net worth, somewhere there. Whereas he is only down at 3,000. And when you're a mid and you fall behind as a Mars mid, that feels horrendous. His timing is going to be blink, but he's skipping phase boots just to get it faster.
Yeah, that's never good, but hey, all it takes is you get that blink, make a play with it right away, and all of a sudden you got a bit of gold to work with. So trying to stay on the positive side there with that, but yeah, it has been a struggle certainly for Mars. We'll see if he's able to get that recovery going. Queen of Pain though, regen room bottled up, she's smoked up with Disruptor, and they see this Bloodseeker, they have the vision on the uphill.
Snap is
Static Storm
can lay it down.
There is that Snapfire ultimate as mentioned, and Mortimer Kisses, and Queen of Pain nearly dying too, and one more hole just out of range. Imperium is likely going to fall, dodging the spear, by the way, to Queen of Pain as well, but at least they get the one-turn kill.
Moonlight got distracted there trying to go for the Disruptor instead. He should have just locked onto a Queen. He had a kill.
Well, and he gets distracted trying to chase a little bit more, doing some counter warding, and Queen of Pain will actually take out the Snapfire and now assist the team in pushing this top lane. You look at the Bristleback, he's got the Vanguard, the Soul Ring, and he is already feeling pretty tanky.
Yeah, and that tower is going to fall before any form of defense can be mounted here. They're now trying to maybe ping and call for people to come, but they don't have Snapfire ulti anymore. This Bristle is pretty tanky with Vanguard. They want to try him, but they don't have that
risky
movement
play. That too. I mean, it almost feels like maybe a blessing in disguise, because yeah, if they really commit to a chance right there, that I don't know about that one. In the end, Mars will just suck up some farm. Doom's off in the jungle, attempting his, or not more so, increasing his farm, as well as he has a Hand of Midas now finished.
Hey, he's going for the greedy build, of course, getting the Midas and Devour. It's what every Doom ever will do. It's the scaling offlaner. Didn't have the fantastic start that he perhaps wanted on the offlane, but he's growing slightly. I would like to see him to maybe find a different creep than the pack leader, because that really works better later on in the game. I think maybe there will be a better option for him.
Still sitting on it for the time being. Does have his ultimate ready to go, and is going to get a smoke from Snapfire. Were they seen? Maybe.
The smoke
ward
was
did see that
vision,
area,
but I don't think it was spotted.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, just Disruptor just missed tanking it. It's going to go for the combo to Bloodseeker. Gonna go for a solo kill. There's no one else here. So, the Wrath of Nature. That's what's there. It did not kill him though. And speaking of Chives, Chives goes down.
Yeah, he just panicked Wrath of Nature because they smoked onto him and connected. Now going for the punishment here though, chasing down the Doom.
Scream used, takes out Moonlight, Skyward, turning into the piggy. attempting a run, and that'll be enough to keep him alive. So they only get the kill on Snapfire. Mars has Blink. However, he's spotted. There's that ward, and this ward's getting a lot of value right now.
Yeah, it's a very nice one, but at the end of the day, a little bit of a win for Eternity, I guess. They were farming their Bloodseeker, they got the kill on the Furion, and then lost only a support, so not really the worst for them. Considering their situation right now, they should be happy with any sort of even trade. Now they're going top immediately. This is a rotation with the Mars ulti. They want the Nature's Prophet again.
Yeah. And Chives knows something's up. He's feeling it. Plus Kid jumps in, but yeah, even using the piggy to get away there. So Radiant Scan hits this Tiny, who's smoked up over to the side, but the awkward position of sorts, because Tiny is almost like he is by himself currently. Okay, he is going to find Crystal Maiden, who happened to be the one isolated, and they will get the free pick as a result. But here's that response. The spear missing, though. That's unfortunate, and that means TP. No, it is going to stun the Cookie at the last second. Moonlight saves the day and gets the kill.
Yeah, even though the connection was not perfect there, they still get the kill, get the mid hero, and now they need to do something, though. And there's a drawback, though, about their draft. They don't have tower damage. So even if they get pickoffs on core heroes like this, it's still going to be in the Nature's Prophet doing some tower damage bottom. You're not really able to quickly mobilize to take down one of these tier 1 towers, which is also why we see all the tier 1 towers still standing for the cut, no tier 1 tower still standing for Eternity.
Yeah, not the most surprising when you put it that way, but Doom's gonna try to help pressure this top tower as, well, 4 heroes are up here for Eternity. But while they're waiting around, let's take a look at those odds here thanks to esportsbet.io. Watch to earn platform, and frankly, no surprise, it is a fairly heavy odd favorite for the cut coming into this one. Of course, again, Eternity still searching for that first game win even. But they do get that top tower kill, and they close the gap a little bit. Bottom lane, though, oh, this could get spicy. Bless Kid, oh, the Glimpse back, and see you later, Mars. You're no longer here. Now it's a bit awkward for the side of Eternity. However, Doom's activated on a Bristleback. Tiny will toss back Doom. Good static storm, hitting a couple, including Doom, but they don't really care. They get the kill on Tiny, but that mute is going to end soon. Big scream coming out from Sadman. More so the Sonic Wave. And they take out Crystal Maiden. Skyward's low. That BKB is going to be wearing off here in a couple of seconds. Blood Right being put down, but cannot help save the Doom. And he'll fall. Cookie? Okay, there. Marshall's back up, so we got Glimpse back, remember? 20 seconds ago. He's finally back in, though. Now Scourge McDuck trying to take this damage. It gets the kill on a Bloodseeker. Sadman.
They can spear
puts that Shadow Strike out, though. Yeah, there's a spear, and it connects. The stun hits. And the Rupture, he is going to survive, though, barely. The Cookie that gets a kill on Mars, holding his ground out with the assistance of Chives. They take out Snapfire, and Sadman will TP away.
And the Crystal Nova right after a TP out as well. Wow. Shaggy is going to feel real good about getting out on that one. His Queen of Pain. Got a really nice Sonic Wave there in that fight as well. The Glimpse backed by Disruptor onto the Mars really changed the pace of that fight, because suddenly they can commit to the fight. They know that they don't have their mid laner, even though he's not the strongest tool perhaps in their toolkit. Losing one core hero just to a Glimpse like that and having to wait for him to come back to the fight made it very awkward for them to defend that tower.
Back and forth brawl there at the bottom lane ultimately is a victory for the cut, and going to transition, at least right now, into a Roshan attempt. Not necessarily a free one, but Eternity, they're not coming. They somewhat in the area, but not really. It is going to be the free Roshan when it's all said and done. Like, you, of course, give the Aegis to Queen of Pain to work with now.
Yeah, Queen has the Aegis. Might see him do the same thing that I called last time as well, getting the Aegis. He is building towards the BKB. Probably going to go back for the Shard. He did it last time. And, you know, allow yourself to be more aggressive and make something happen.
Picks up that 11 strength talent as well. That's Queen of Pain, so extra life working for him, and they find the free kill on a Crystal Maiden. So she's out for 25 seconds. Of course, that double damage rune activated on the Quap. You can tell Eternity doesn't want to have anything to do with this right now. They're completely spread out, farming elsewhere, trying to get some objectives, including that bottom tier 1, but really just relying on the creep wave to put the pressure on it.
Yeah, if they show a single hero down there, then the Fury ulti could root them and TPs could come in, so it's so scary for them to go for a tower push. Now they're showing Moonlight, and what will the reaction be? Immediately a TP in, coming in from Queen? Gonna cancel it though.
Yeah, Queen's TP getting canceled by the spear right there, so...
Oh, I see, Mars gone.
Good stop from Mars. Yeah, but in the end... Yeah, Bristleback's just farming up their Radiant jungle anyways nearby. And Sadman is starting to blink over and rotate now. But yeah, you see Doom all the way up here. He's... Again, they're being careful about showing themselves in obvious places at least, because they know that that movement could come in any second and they can catch you pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's really trying to run around as much as possible. He does have the BKB though. So BKB makes Doom the only hero who can kind of show himself. Whereas the rest, like Bloodseeker in particular, has to be very wary about where he's showing on the map and can't be too far out alone. Bottom, Furin thinking about TP and after Moonlight, but he's just farming for now. This is pretty okay for Eternity though. They get some time to build towards key items. This blink on Doom is gonna come up soon. He has it right now.
Yeah, being flown out to him by the courier. So that's obviously a tool to be able to jump in. And who is he looking to do, by the way? Is that Bristleback or Queen of Pain maybe? But well,
Queen after
Pain's gonna find a
Aegis.
kill, by the way.
Yeah, during Aegis, I don't know, he would have to do him like Disruptor or Tiny even. Like, Bristleback is okay to do him if it's a team fight, but you're not gonna kill Bristleback by randomly dooming him. So right now he could doom a support even, but he's just waiting for the Aegis to disappear on Queen. Queen is the real target.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. Queen's gonna
bit of failed
put some
glimpse.
decent damage.
Yeah, Glimpse not even moving him at all. He like stood still from it because he was right where he was 4 seconds ago.
Yeah, that can be a little awkward sometimes with that ability. It's like trying to time it, and it's like, what was your movement at 4 seconds ago? Where exactly were you? Yeah, right there. A little awkward, but either way, Bloodseeker, he does get caught here at the top lane. Furion TP's in, Rupture applied to Tiny, trying to allow him to run, but the Sprout gains vision, and the chase continues. There's that glimpse, that one much better, and does help secure that kill.
Yeah, no way for him to get out, and that's exactly what we were discussing earlier, how it's so scary for him to show on the map. The Bloodseeker in particular, he shows himself for a little bit there, and there are so many heroes who can set up. If Tiny is nearby, then he can't TP out. If Disruptor is nearby, he can't TP out, and Furion with that ult, he can also stop your TP with the root. So, extremely difficult for him to survive. Now the move coming in mid.
Nope, that's going forward, Tiny. They do find the CM, and that's that Wrath of Nature, even the Glimpse, Crystal Maiden, the slow burn of death until Scourge McDuck shows up and thwacks him in the face.
Now Moonlight's in big trouble as well. Furin tipping in, Arc and Rune Queen.
Oh no, sprouted up, and if he got out of the sprout, he had to deal with a kinetic field. So yeah, he wasn't going anywhere. That's just that double trouble of sorts, double trap, and no chance to get out. So. Good find again by the cut. Bottom lane Disruptor. They were pinging him out as if they wanted to maybe go for a jump. I mean, it is Mars, and you have Doom nearby, but Doom's actually TPing out now. And speaking of Doom, okay, yeah. That was a close call, but nothing Queen could do by herself to
yeah, that was close because the Glimpse was coming off cooldown extremely soon there. I think he just barely made it out in time. Going for the no BKB TP worked out this time, but that was a risky one.
And Mars also living life on the edge, quickly burst down what he can at the creep wave, then TP's out to blink him in the tree. So, again, what else is there to say other than it just continues to be the scary game for Eternity. Anywhere they're showing up on the map, they feel so vulnerable right now. But, hey, you got a BKB almost finished on Mars, almost finished on Bloodseeker. You have one on Doom, of course. Like, you get those... Then look to make a play, right? Well, they're gonna go right actually a little bit early as a 5-player smoke.
It is a BKB Mars, but he's missing like a full item. He's missing Death Soul basically for a mid Mars. He's so far behind his timing. Jumping in, missing the spear.
Oh no, that is awkward. And here comes a response. The Sonic comes out and not gonna be enough for the kill initially. Skyward, BKB runs on through. Did doom up the Queen of Pain. Save is still alive this whole time, by the way. That was the Tiny they jumped initially, the support Tiny. And they were unable to kill him. And you see Queen of Pain just walks off the doom
Skyward
in the end.
finds a nice hidey spot, but that's pretty much the nature of the game here. You hide from the cuts because they're coming for you. They're coming for all of you. Another initiation that did not really go the way that they wanted. This mid Mars really looks like Sheep said on the panel, that this was intended to be an offlane Mars, and then it was like, okay, fine, we can run it mid, but he doesn't look comfortable to me on Mars, and this was not a good game to do it either, so knowing that there's a Queen of Pain, this just looks horrible for them.
Yeah, and you see Skyward tipping Save as Save is killing him, who did end up finding the Doom, who was hiding around there, came out of that hiding spot, and, well, Tiny was there to take him out. So the rest of the team is meanwhile pushing the mid lane. You got the Spear is going to, of course, go right on through that BKB use of Scourge McDuck, who is ruptured, by the way, but he doesn't really care. And Blessed Kid, again, mitigating some damage, turning around, though, and he will be finished off by the final auto attack, and Imperium actually credit for the kill. So they're doing what they can to hold strong, and they do save the ranged racks. That's it, though. Cookie, Queen of Pain, getting low. Queen of Pain's gonna die. So there you go. There's a little bit of burst damage, but at what cost? Uh-oh, now they might be in trouble. Never mind, no follow-up stun. Well, there's a Glimpse Bullet as well as a Static Storm. The tree's being thrown, and Bloodseeker cannot get away, and neither can Crystal Maiden, and neither can Snapfire. But Skyward back in it. BKB's up. Buyback from the Snapfire. But Skyward now trapped in the trees. BKB ain't doing much good there. And he'll die, and they're just going to call it.
They're going to call it. That game was very one-sided, I have to say. The cuts, they show up in expected manner here, taking care of business. Eternity in 24 minutes and 30 seconds lose game one. I mean, I think they did sort of what they could with the draft that they had, but this was a very big outdraft, I have to say. The Cuts just have a way stronger lineup here, too.
Yeah, it really, and not too much to overanalyze, at least from my perspective. Again, it really goes back to that Mars kind of swapping it up, perhaps at the last moment, figuring to run a mid, and a tough matchup from the beginning, wasn't really able to have much impact that game, and just overall, the Cut, they continue to look pretty strong, especially behind that Scourge McDuck bristleback. So we'll see about game number 2. We'll let our panel break that one down a little bit more.
We'll definitely try our best to break this one down, because how much can we break this one down, Sheep, when Eternity didn't really have that much of a chance in it? We talked about it, and it is very obvious that Mars just didn't feel comfortable in the mid lane. The Doom, though, definitely was a nice pickup for Skyward, just wasn't enough really to give them that much of a fighting chance.
Yeah, there was a little bit of unluck. Something nice that they did on Eternity was they put a ward deep in the enemy jungle. So with the intention of being able to go into that jungle and devour a good creep for the lane. But there never was. I think they got a net creep or something. It was and then later on he got the crit wolf thing. It was pretty sad. That's maybe how they could have won the lane, because he was giving up CS to go search for those. He was like... They went on the bristleback a couple times, but they would just, I don't know, they had regen. It was, yeah, it just didn't go as well, I guess, as you could hope. And your mid's getting dumpstered and...
That was it? That was the end of the... That's the end of the analysis there? Yeah, well, look, let's have a chat about the Cut then. They got pretty much everything they wanted to in this draft here. I mean, you had the bristleback, you had the disruptor running around doing as much as possible, and when they were starting some good fights, you'd have the Nature's Prophet who'd conjugate and join them all.
Teamwork, right? So if you do give them some wins in the laning stage, such as like the Queen of Pain first pick, right, and you get to put a Mars against it, right, they're gonna definitely punish you for it, and they're gonna take control of the game. So kind of looked like I expected it would be, just the lanes would be like super strong for the Cut, and they wouldn't just, like, against a team like Eternity, they're not gonna throw that lead away if you give them that big of an advantage.
No, it was a massive advantage. And looking at the scoreboard here, I mean, everyone played their part. They were all just as active as each other. Shoot.
They were. It was really nice to see. You saw when Blessed Kid went top lane to try and make some moves there. Instantly, Chives is just TPing mid with his Nature's Prophet. They're pressuring the tower. The involvement from everyone was really good. I think the supports were playing around mid really well. They had like some kind of pincer attacks where Save would come from behind the tower. You know, Blessed Kid just squashed like a kumquat. Nothing you can really do in this game. You're just dying in every engagement. It's really hard for them to play. And I think the cut just did a really great job of keeping up that pressure.
Really stood out.
For sure. I really think, though, like, Skyward was, he was very sentient of all the things that he had to do in this game as his mid was really struggling. Same with Karwa as well. He farmed and he tried his best on this Doom to, like, keep the game as even as possible off the back of, his Doom. But sadly, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, there's only so many heroes in which you can 1v9 on. Doom isn't one of them, but a Queen of Pain definitely is. Shaggy going to be standing out as our MVP, or sad man there on the scoreboard there. He had the most amount of damage on the team. Yeah, 22.4. And he just, I don't know. There wasn't a single time, I swear, I didn't see Shaggy taking someone down, taking fights, having so many kills.
Yeah, you gotta really elongate the sad. Yeah, it's like it's 2 A's in there.
Sorry.
He's like, sad, man. 1.
That was too much of a man. There's only one A there.
It's a
Sad,
0.
man. 0-1.
There you go.
Yeah, I said O. Oh, I see. We say O.
I say O2, but I've been corrected
An
many
O
times.
and a 0 are different
Okay,
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, technically.
I knew Fear would be pedantic about it.
Yeah. Heck you, Fear.
Thank you.
He did a good job on Shaggy, on that mid lane. There's nothing more to it, really. He crushed mid. He he just made good plays around mid. He was very... I think even when Karwa rotated on mid with Rupture, he was doing a good job of kind of staying on the outskirts of the fight so that he could sort of disengage and bottle back up and go back in. Overall, his play was just super solid.
Is there much more to say, Fear, about this game, or are you just ready for game number 2?
I'm ready for game number 2. Let's go.
Yay.
Fantastic. It will be happening just after this break. Welcome back. It's our second series of the day. Game number 2 is about to begin. It's the Cut versus Eternity. We saw the Cut take a very clean game number 1 sheet. Probably down to draft. Yes, there's always a way to win with any draft, but ultimately the Cut had a massive advantage. So when we look towards this one, what's the biggest change up that you'd like to see for Eternity to try and make it as even as possible before the game begins?
Pick anything other than Mars. Pick anything.
Wow.
Anything
I was
else.
I was gonna answer for her because it was such an obvious question.
It
there,
was
wasn't
an
it?
obvious question.
Wow.
Nat, you're oh, come on, Nat. Don't you know?
Okay, I'll ask a really difficult question. What's going to be the final pick for Eternity?
That's easy. It's gonna be Mars.
It's gonna be dogs here.
You could have just given me a player as well whose pick it was going to be. I would have accepted that.
What they should do right now is they should pick their Snapfire and Marcy, or like Pango Marcy, and then send that. Heck it. No, actually no. Snapfire Marcy. Snapfire Marcy for sure. And if they don't pick Skyward's hero here, it will be a last pick for Skyward, and I'm sure it'll end up being a Doxer somehow.
I think it was just an unlucky Mars game. I think they can run it back, try it again. Just with maybe Skyward play it this time instead of the Doom.
What?
And I feel like that could be something that could have some traction, you know?
You trying to antagonize me on purpose?
Yeah.
No, I just think like maybe it's time for him to break out of his comfort zone. Like maybe he isn't
Learn
a bad
on the spot
Mars.
again.
Maybe he doesn't know how good of a Mars he is until he tries it.
He has tried. That's exactly why he knows he hates it.
I hope he picks Mars.
Rubik.
Anyway, moving on. There's a Rubik and a Tusk.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, there is, Vio.
Wow. Thank you, Captain Obvious. You guys are welcome.
Thank you. I love Team Liquid drafting.
Is this... Have we seen an Eternity? Yeah, we have. We have seen an Eternity Rubik. I was trying to rack my brain around it. It's had 3 games so far in Div 2 DPC.
Radiant team ban.
Alright, I changed my mind. It's not going to be a last pick Doxer. This is a terrible Doxer game.
Okay. See, adapting.
Am I allowed to change it just once, this one time?
I'll let you have it 2 changes. You can change it now, and you can change it just before final pick, if you want.
That's not very impressive if I do it just before final pick.
That's why I said if you want.
Yeah.
But you can change it right now if you'd like. Yeah.
I'm debating between Enigma or Beastmaster. I think it'll be a last pick Beastmaster. He's gonna be proud of bringing that one out.
Okay.
All right, I got a mini game for you guys until then. All right.
Okay.
So you each have to guess a hero that has not been picked in Division 2 NA.
Yeah.
First one to not guess one loses.
Meepo.
Correct.
Clicks.
Correct.
Alex.
I forgot every hero in the game.
There's a 10-second timer on this one. 10.
Winter Wyvern.
5 seconds
Correct.
remaining.
Oh shit. Not
See how
picked.
hard it is?
Lich.
That is correct.
Venomancer.
That is correct.
Luna?
That is correct.
Are there any left?
There's 31 heroes that have been unpicked in a DPC Division 2.
Really? Okay. Lone Druid?
Oh, I got another one.
Oh,
wow. I was gonna say Night Stalker.
Oh, I love
Right,
that.
Nat knows all the unpicked heroes. I'm impressed.
I only remember because someone. No,
You're choosing
that would
your
be funny. That would be funny. No, I remember because we had an interview and someone hyped it up. They're like, I want to bring back heroes like Night Stalker, but Night Stalker's bad or something.
I don't
like
think
that.
he's
And I was
bad. I think people underestimate that hero.
For sure. All right, well then we'll see it now, right?
Like, I'm
Sky
not
will
even
bring it up.
kidding. It already looks like a great, nice looking game for Tenny. I hope this goes mid.
Yeah, we can focus back on what's actually being picked now.
Yeah, like imagine if they pick some squishy. Like imagine if they pick right now, like a hoodwink and and a Crystal main for no reason. I don't know why they picked those two heroes, but imagine if they did. What a Night Stalker game.
5 seconds remaining.
Night Stalker
those two
has...
specifically.
I mean, the thing is, there's only 3 heroes in Division 2 all regions that haven't been picked yet. One, it's Oracle, Slaughter, and Alchemist. Those are the only heroes in Division 2 that have not been picked across all
Slaughter.
regions. So,
Nice.
yeah. Slaughter is a little surprising, but
All right,
Night Stalker has been picked.
This could be a good Night Stalker pick.
Okay, somewhere.
Oh, so you would have been wrong?
Hype it up.
Oh, no.
You know, this could be a good Alchemist game for Eternity.
Yeah,
Bust it out.
it's not bad.
10
I think Alchemist is a bit underrated. It's
Dire team
pretty good with Nature's Prophet. I'm just gonna try to hype up a hero that hasn't been picked by any team across all Division 2.
Hell yeah, I love to hear this.
Yeah. Not as great anymore against Tiny, but it's probably a support Tiny, so I'm sure it's fine. Karwa, you know, he's been playing this Bloodseeker. Please don't pick it again. I just have... Not to be rude or anything, I feel like we've seen it so much and it just isn't working, right? It's time to move on.
Pick us.
Try a new hero. What else does he play? He
plays Ursa.
Yeah, he does play Ursa.
That's it.
But he plays... No, he has like Naga and PL on here as well. He's played Terrorblade. He's played all the Illusion heroes.
Yeah, but Naga's banned
he's
and the
played-
other two are poop.
Yeah, and then he's played Lifestealer and Ursa and CK.
Do any of those
And
really
Lifestealer
stand
doesn't
out
look
as a
good.
nice one now?
CK could work, I guess.
Guess.
I guess.
I want some conviction in your voice, Fia.
He's
Alchemist, let's go. Unpicked hero.
Yeah,
no, Bloodseeker.
baby!
All right.
Woo!
Let's go, Bloodseeker. He's got the
Bloodseeker!
Rupture. He's got the Blood Right combo. He can run really fast. Heck yeah, Bloodseeker.
He can
I love
run
this hero.
really fast.
Love it. You know, he made a great rotation last game on the mid lane when they were trying
It's
to extend
true.
his mid tower, and he got that kill on Queen. That was sick.
So I don't know if it's a hero problem, but his net worth is struggling every single game. I want to see him at the top of the net worth, right? Like, sure, any support can rotate mid and get a kill, you know, but he's a carry player. I want to see his net worth much higher. I want him to get those items, and I want him to carry the game.
Yeah.
That's your
Yeah.
mission. This game, Fear, is just to watch his farming pattern, just to see how he farms.
It's
Why
not-
he isn't always at net worth, top of net
I
worth.
can tell you without even watching it. He just dies a lot. Like, he's farming spots where he shouldn't be. He isn't having his team cover him. Maybe it's like a team issue where his supports don't really know how to, you know, body for a carry, but kind of your job as a carry, too, to let your supports know that they need to be doing these things where you can't farm. But he gets picked off way too much farming on the sidelines and stays for that one extra wave, you know, or is kind of a little oblivious to the fact that other heroes are off the map and he's getting ganked. And it just happens over and over again, and it really hurts his farm.
This is your chance, Sheep. Do you want to change your answer again, or are you going to stick with Beastmaster?
See, the DP would make the most sense going offlane with the Tusk, which is making me sad because I'd rather guess an offlane.
It's your final chance to change.
It'll probably be mid. Well, what do we got?
I chose Mars, right?
You chose Mars?
Yeah, you chose Mars.
Yeah,
you
you
also have your chance to change your answer if you'd like.
Why
to.
do you know? You don't get a change. We had to guess from the beginning of the draft. You don't get to choose like after you see 4 heroes. Like, what is that? This is a blind guess. I'm sticking to it.
I would
he's
stick
sticking
with
to the
mine
one.
too.
10 seconds
Yours was
remaining.
Doxia.
No? Oh, wait, my first overall. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not going to pick... Oh, you know what? Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh my god, Core Spirit Breaker? Oh no, Core Tiny. Lol.
Oh yeah.
No, it's gonna be
No,
Core
wait.
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it'll be offlane Spirit right here.
Yeah, they play this. Like, for the most part, Chives likes to play the Spirit Breaker and the Lycan a lot. Those are his 2 most played heroes.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
I guess it's not like the worst because you can buy a Yules on Death Prophet after Greaves or something. But
We could talk a little bit more about this Spirit Breaker. I feel like we're seeing a lot more. I actually don't recall it in Div 1 in the regions or the games that I was able to catch. But now in Div 2 it's been picked up significantly more for you.
oh god, I had
Yeah.
lost me Mossy. I knew it was coming, but I
How
didn't.
did you guys not guess this one blindly?
Sorry. I mean, I just thought they would first phase it.
Oh, you were assuming they were going to first take it.
Yeah, I thought they
Wait,
were
am I
gonna
answering
be-
your question, or are we moving
Yes,
on?
please. No, please
okay.
answer it, Theo. And why
I
is
mean,
Spirit Breaker in this line?
it's a specialty hero for Chives. He loves playing this in the off lane. It's one of those heroes that I actually don't mind, that are very active early on. It can scale really well. I think it's a little underrated. The only weak part about this hero is generally the laning stage isn't super strong, as you don't have like a lot of wave clear for the lane, but he's actually been winning lanes. I feel like he shouldn't be winning on this hero, so it's just a specialty hero.
Inside source, Sheepo, the Sky with Marcy, you couldn't predict it, but now you're going to tell me exactly why it's key to their success, right?
I mean, it's not particularly a good Marcy game outside of the matchup to Nature's Prophet. I mean, he's going to need to be going with Moonlight into these fights, trying to kill the Indisruptor at the start of every fight. And then, yeah, just see if he can get his BKB Basher. I mean, if he gets BKB Basher, then there's actually a realistic chance they can win this game. I think their lineup's not even that bad. They just have to start fights together where they're finding Disruptor, Blesskid's going wild, Bloodseeker's rupturing Queen of Pain, she can't move. It's not bad. It's actually a really good skirmishing lineup for Tony.
Alright, they want to give
what
us a
about
game
his
number
armlet?
3. What'd you say, Sophia?
Oh, yeah.
What
need
about the
armlet.
armlet?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know if he needs it, but I know he does go that item. But anyway, sorry, what was your question?
Oh, it wasn't going to be a question. I was actually going to throw it to our casters. They're waiting for
Oh,
us.
perfect.
Game number 2 is starting with Wagner and Breaky.
Once again, thank you very much. Game number 2 indeed. Here we are. It's Eternity trying to force what would be a game 3. Pick up their first victory here throughout Division 2 so far. The Cuts taking care of business with a 2-0 sweep. And we definitely have some interesting stuff to talk about, including that final pick, Marcy. Eternity did run Marcy earlier on in this tournament, the only team to do so. It wasn't, of course, a loss. It was actually against DogChamp, but still running Marcy again here. I want to get your thoughts on that first.
I think Marcy can have potential against heroes like Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet carry does struggle late game against Marcy jumping him, actually. I think once you get Basher, like Sheepo said on the panel as well, if you get Basher, if you pop that ulti, you can run at the Furion, and even with a pretty big item discrepancy, you can win the 1v1 fight against him because you're bashing him and dealing so much damage with ulti. But overall, though, I'm looking at the draft as a whole, and I just feel like the Cuts draft looks so high tempo, like incredibly high tempo. They have a lot of catch with Spirit Breaker, tiny tossbacks, glimpses, also Furion TPing in, and Queen with the blink. Every single hero is looking like they are wanting to be active in the early mid-game. It's all in an early mid-game draft. And of course, Furion can scale to later, but I think we'll see if Eternity can withstand the chaotic aggression we'll probably see here.
Now, as we're getting ready to get things kicked off here in game number 2, excuse me, production had the chance to sit down with Imperium and ask him what heroes he likes to play and what heroes he doesn't like to play against.
I like stomping my lane, so I'd say picking Undying or Treant with a ranged carry would be my most favorite way of playing, because it's really hard to lane burst. Like if you play Undying and Lina or something, or Treant Lina, it's just really abusive in lane and they can't do anything, and it's like the most fun way of playing. The one hero I hate to play against is Hoodwink, actually, because whenever I play versus that hero, they have a Blightstone, they sit in the trees, and the Acorn shot does so much damage that I just really hate laning versus it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so some fun insight there. I'm loving those videos. Imperium, of course, he's not playing that melee brawler support, the Undying, or Trian. He is playing Disruptor, though, could certainly harass Plenty, and not playing against Hoodwink, thank God for him.
Yeah, and it's all about laning stage for him, right? That's what we heard. The heroes that he likes playing or that he dislikes playing against is all about how strong are they during laning stage. That makes the matter there, or the difference between that. But yeah, we see lane starting out, everyone fighting for dominance a little bit here. We'll see how much can come out of this Spirit Breaker tiny lane top. It's a big one for me. Fear mentioned Chives is a specialist on the Spirit Breaker, but pretty weak lane overall, having the double melee, I would say, with Tiny and Spirit Breaker. But maybe they can just brawl.
Well, Tiny is coming back into the lane. Has that bone tree of his, and do a little bit of thwack right there. Of course, going up against a Bloodseeker yet again. I know Fear especially was really pointing that out. He loves his Bloodseeker. They pick this up all the time, and and hasn't really had the most success. It's hoping to change it up a little bit and going back to what is comfortable with the Bloodseeker once again. By the way, mid lane, they're going at it. Blessed Kid and Sadman. Blessed Kid going for the kill. Nope, Sadman is going to survive just barely, but close call there.
These trades are still good though. Even if you don't get the kill, the aggressive play is going to help your Bloodseeker, but Blessed Kid not going for a bottle, going for the Null Talisman and Magic Stick might have a hard time regenerating up here. Whereas the Queen has the Shadow Strike, gonna run and take the top rune with bottle and refill that. Blessed Kid is actually in danger of losing this lane really hard right now.
Now, he's confident Queen of Pain doesn't have Blink because the way he's positioning. So, now even without Blink, though, I mean, he is really trusting that Siphon, and you know what, for good reason. Obviously knows the limits, and level 2 Siphon, plenty of heal. However, bottom lane, Imperium goes down. That's the Marcy Tusk coming into play. We saw plenty of that at TI, for example. It's been a while since then.
Yeah, went down to level 3 of Marcy here, having 2 points rebound. The Tusk was still level 1, so I'm surprised that he died in that lane, but... of course, that's the result of all these creep shenanigans that have happened bottom, pulling creeps behind tower and so on. Makes for some imbalance of the experience. Not everyone is the same level here. And mid, look at that HP. Absolutely no HP on the side of Blessed Kid.
Pushing the limits. I like that. Blanking away from the Siphon as well to really mitigate the value. Double popping the Mango. Queen of Pain, he's really tempted to go for the kill right there, but they are just both living on a razor's edge, it feels like, and bound to have some death here in the mid lane soon.
I think Blessed Kid is going to die eventually here. Sadman going again for the double Mango, and now that he has Blink ready, he can go up and trade hits with the Death Prophet. She can't Siphon him. He can always just Blink out. I think this lane is starting to become very one-sided.
Got it.
Well, CS-wise, it's 18-8 quad versus a 15-1 on the Death Prophet. Rotation is coming in. It looks like it's going to be Tusk rotating in. Maybe it even brings some regen, but we'll see. Sadman's out of mana. Doesn't have bottle charges. Yeah, and Sadman's in trouble. Again, doesn't have mana for the Blink. He needs 60s at 47, 48. No, he is going to be fine. Gets a mana pot even delivered. Going to pop it immediately. Blinks over to the rune, gets the water rune, and now he's got plenty of regen.
Yeah, they do get to take down the ward at least, but Queen goes for a journey to take the bounty rune and get something for himself. But the issue is here, you're going for... I don't understand this Blades of Attack mid DP builds that he's going for. I feel like Bottle would benefit him so much more. Trying to chase him for a kill.
Yeah, gonna assist on some auto attack damage here, but no, the Blink and TP coming in from Tiny actually. Took a while right there, has that toss. Is gonna throw out the avalanche, but Sadman's low. I mean, there's been so much damage in this middle lane, but no kills. There's a lot of damage on the top lane as well. Chives, it's gonna be the kill on Chives first. Bloodseeker just enough, I guess, to heal it up. And bottom lane, it's gonna be a kill on Skyward.
Yeah, Skyward dies, and this lane is not feeling too comfortable being double melee against that Nature's Prophet and Disruptor. They try to, pull the creep waves and imbalance it a little bit, but Empyrean is staying on the job protecting against the rotations from Tusk. So he can't just freely pull the waves, and they're struggling to shut down this Nature's Prophet who has 13 denies already.
Yeah. Yeah, he is doing just fine when it comes to his CS. But yeah, kind of back to the midpoint. I would not be surprised if Death Prophet and Quap are like leading hero damage right now.
Oh yeah,
they haven't killed each other.
I think so.
Oh, mid lane or bottom lane, excuse me. Scourge McDuck, he is in a lot of trouble. Snowball in, and they eventually get the kill. They knew Disruptor wasn't there, and it means 2 versus 1.
Oh, and the mass tip for SMD. Wow. Coming out from almost all of Eternity there as they get a kill on him during the lane station. There we go, all of them.
There you go. Really rub it in. Something about that's like, I don't know if Scourge is necessarily going to get tilted from that by any means. It's all in good fun, it feels like. I don't think there's anything to worry about.
Yeah, they did kill him while he tried to TP out, by the way, but of course, Nature's Prophet having 2 TPs is going to be just fine. Mid, toss back on the Death Prophet.
Is he finally dead? Yeah, right? Okay, finally! Death Prophet goes down. It just took 4 heroes to do so, but the cut makes it happen, and now Rubik is also likely to follow suit. He's surviving for the time being, popping a fairy fire. Chives in pursuit. 2 seconds on a charge. No way. Did he actually escape?
I think Avalanche will connect on him here, and charge is ready. Okay. He does not have lift yet. Meanwhile, though,
there you go.
Well, this is happening. SMD goes down bottom. Same combo and the same tips coming out again.
Okay, maybe it's starting to have a little impact now. That's possible.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very clowny chase on mid there as well. This game is a strange one so far, but honestly, Eternity, they are a solid 1,000 gold ahead at 7 minutes. They got the good laning stage that they needed. You know, this is actually looking like they have a good way to enter the mid game of this game too.
Yeah, and again, we don't really get the chance to see a lot of Marcy nowadays, but Skyward, the offlane Marcy, going that armlet build. What kind of impact are we to see from this Marcy? You mentioned, you know, decent in the Nature's Prophet matchup.
Yeah, it's. I mean, he can burst Queen as well if she just used Blink. Mid keeps being a fighting arena here as Tiny has overstepped.
Nice skill there.
But yeah, you will see him just try to punish core heroes. Rupture used top on Chives, who does not have a TP on him. Yeah, he TP'd out to the lane before, it seems, so not gonna be able to TP out. And if you don't have TP and you're laning against the level 6 Bloodseeker, you better hope that you have friends.
Oh, fight's gonna continue, Sadman. He has to get out of the range of the Siphon. Kinetic Field to help him do so. Ertis behind, though. Rubik catching him off guard, throwing him in, but speaking of being thrown, toss on to Blessed Kid. However, okay, Siphon's not going to save. The Wrath of Nature eventually bounces through, and Scourge McDuck gets 1 kill. Going for another kill. There you go. Double kills. He takes on the Rubik as well. The glimpse back on Tusk, and a 3rd kill, possibly in the making. Gonna shard on up. Has 2 seconds on the snowball, but no, the hit from Chives and the bash.
Oh no, he didn't get the triple. That would be a detilting triple. I think he detilted anyway on SMD. Not saying that he was detilted, even though they went with a mass tip on him. But getting a triple like just minutes after getting you know, penta tipped is a good feeling. Either way, big impact by him there. Beautiful ulti coming in with the Wrath of Nature, TPing in at the right place, and just making the difference in that fight. Still, though, 1,000 lead for Eternity, even after losing that fight.
Yeah, and a lot of that is on the Bloodseeker, just like last game. Bloodseeker did have a great start. You know, he got the earlier on Maelstrom. It then started to go downhill from there, unfortunately. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. And coming out of this early laning phase, how Bloodseeker is able to have high impact and make use of that early farm. He's going to be found by Spearbreaker right now, but just Spearbreaker by himself, so
yeah, he's gonna be completely okay. He'll just go back into jungle and start farming up there, and most of the action is on the opposite side of the map anyway, which is very nice for him. He can just sit top. His tower has not been threatened, even though there's a Furion on the side of the cut. They have not really put too much tower threats so far. All the towers pretty much untouched.
Marcy finding the treants over in the jungle. Scourge McDuck gonna be gone on. Imperium nearby, though, gets a glimpse of the double TP. I mean, they were ready. It's almost like the glimpse helping Marcy there at that point.
Kinda, yeah.
TP's coming in, but
they did have the Spirit Breaker with ulti ready there to punish him, so the glimpse was, you know, maybe needed to save the Furion, but he did have full magic stick. He could probably have held it there. They're gonna charge him now, though.
Yep, still hanging around. Tusk is nearby. Snowball gonna shard on first, and there's the rebound. Never mind, gets pulled back in, and there's another glimpse. This one's securing the kill. Tusk is able to make it out, but eventually patience pays off, and the cut will get the kill on a Marcy.
Yeah, it's so hard to run away from this lineup with the tossbacks, the charges, the glimpse. Like I said, this is an ultra like chaotic skirmish type draft. So when all of them decide that they're gonna kill that Marcy, it's hard for her to get away from that.
Mid tower likely to fall right here. Well, maybe not, because they're gonna really go out of this. The Sonic Wave with the combo of China. They blow up Rubik. However, Death Prophet still looking pretty strong, and Marcy, she's good to go as well. Has an armlet toggle ready. And Moonlight also shows up on the Tusk, so that exorcism, so about at least 10 more seconds left.
Yeah, can maybe do some damage to tower here. He's feeling confident. He has one more Siphon. He has mana, magic wand, I mean.
Oh, because of heal in time? No, Snowball's coming in. It's not going to matter. They kill the Death Prophet right before the Exorcism was wearing off. They get the turn kill on Tiny though. Does Tusk. So at least makes it a 1-for-1.
He didn't get the Siphon. Maybe if he could Siphon the Spirit Breaker who was charging him before he connects, then maybe he would have stayed alive long enough for the Exorcism to heal. But at the end of the day, it is the cut, bringing him down, losing the Tiny, but they also picked off the Bloodseeker on top lane using their Disruptor.
Notice that was Scourge McDuck and Imperium working together to make that kill happen. So obviously slowing down the Bloodseeker a little bit, and who's still on top of that worth, but Nature's Prophet quickly catching up with his own Maelstrom and farming some Ancients currently.
Yep, pretty much same thing. Both Maelstrom carriers here. Bottom we see a charge and bringing down Skyward, who dies again. His third death right now, but he's still pretty high in farm in Marcy, even though he has been brought down 3 times. Having the armlets, going towards that BKB next item. Really the only thing you need on Marcy is BKB and get on top of heroes. Armlet does help him be a little bit stronger before then though.
Bloodseeker showing up bottom lane, almost positioning it as if he wanted to make a play, but again, by himself, so he'll just accept the fact that the creep wave's running into him and he'll farm it up. Meanwhile, smoke play on Marcy and Tusk, and they're wrapping around towards the left side of the map. Ooh, they could find Queen of Pain right here. She's not going to go forward enough.
Yeah, and he's going for a Kaya first item here, going for the Kaya Sanj build, not going for the Witchblade that he went with in last game. So changing his item build a little bit, prioritizing the status res here, perhaps against the Rubik and Disable coming out from Marcy and the Tusk.
Bloodseeker.
Oh, she blinked right into them.
Did she? Oh, she sure did. Yeah, I was watching Bloodseeker running right into Imperia. Meanwhile, out comes the Static Storm Connect Field combination. Saved there with his combo, and Chives sprints in and gets the bash to finish the job. So both cores on either side going down. Yeah, Queen of Pain a little unfortunate. Blinking into them.
Yeah, she blinked directly onto them. They were smoked, going for a nice move there. And if you get too close, if you're the cut and you get too close to the Heroes of Eternity, they have tremendous damage. Like, you get close to a DP, the Exorcism and Spirit Siphon will shred you. Same with Marcy, and even Bloodseeker hits pretty hard.
Oh no, Bless getting a nice lift at least, but another strike hits a Sonic Wave. And Bless Kid, oh no, the heal. He's actually going to heal up the Exorcism just wore off. And now he's going for a turn, a big silence, but Scourge McDuck shows up, and Death Prophet with no more Exorcism threat. Not nearly as worrisome for the team on the Radiant side. They do finish off the job. Bloodseeker wants the kill on Spirit Breaker. He's not going to get it though as he gets glimpsed back in, and now Rubik's getting low. He's going to be finished off. Double kill for Scourge McDuck. And now we're going to see the triple kill now. No, once again, we're not. But it's a killing spree, and Bloodseeker falling despite trying to help his teammates.
Man, Karua having, I don't know, not having Rupture, running into 5 heroes there after DP died. It is courageous, and he did have a lot of movement speed because some heroes were low, but didn't get those Maelstrom procs needed to bring down the Spirit Breaker at first, and then he just kept fighting. I think maybe he could have gone out of that somehow, but perhaps with Glimpse, the only play was to keep fighting.
In the end, a successful fight for the cut, and that net worth is bouncing back and forth between these two teams. Bottom lane, potential for more action. Imperium once again smoked up, getting very close even to this Marcy and being exposed, but actually going over to the Ancients and gets the vision up there, perhaps save. Doesn't have his blink yet, but bottom. They catch Chives. Chives, he's pretty tanky though on the Spirit Breaker and buying some time for his teammates to come in, including the Queen of Pain, so they finish off the Spirit Breaker. But the Avalanche toss combo, and Marcy is dead. Tusk, good TP out at least.
Empyrean went for a Statics field on Bloodseeker, but he healed from the Ancient creeps. By keeping farming, he healed himself up, and in the end, he's pretty much gonna get a solo kill there instead.
Oh, he's hanging around still. Oh no, Sadman just running on in. Screams in his face, the Avalanche, the toss, and the initial tip before the death. We'll have to see it, Imperium rubbing that one in. However, now Tiny, it's his turn to die. And there you go. We have, what is that, 29 hero kills in 16 minutes.
That death on Kara, though, was the type of stuff that Fear was talking about. Farming areas that you shouldn't be. Like, you just had a massive fight there. You went down to 200 HP, and there were other people brawling on bottom lane. And then he just stays there and farms. He's asking to get ganked. Instead of going towards the safer area, which would be the opposite side of the map, he sticks around in a dangerous territory and rightfully gets punished for it. So he probably has his biggest weakness being that he is so risk-taking, going to areas that are not, you know, clear for a carry. And why, like Fear said, we haven't seen him get big, get massive, get huge net worth, and carry the game. He's the most farmed in his team, but compared to the way that SMD plays, he died twice in laning stage because it was still laning stage, but since then, hasn't died a single time.
Yeah, certainly playing a bit more safer and initiating into fights when more appropriate. And he's gonna be the reason they're able to push this top tower. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain doing her best to deal with these two. Scourge McDuck shows up, and the perfect timing from Spirit Breaker as well, who comes crashing in, sprinting from the top lane using that charge. Beautiful execution.
That punishment, getting both of them and Queen living. Nice use by Sadman there to pop the ulti, to push them away. That was such a big buff when Queen got that change, honestly. People underestimated it at first, like, wow, a little bit of push, does that really do that much? But you can see it right there. It's so impactful being able to just shove the enemy back, not even for killing them.
Buys her that necessary gap to stay alive, and, well, it's been about 20 seconds, so let's go for another fight. Karyua is just dead. I mean, he had Rubik nearby, but there's just too many heroes there to deal with, and the Rupture's not saving him, of course. So, free kill and a Bloodseeker, and this, yeah, what more is there to say about that? Again, similar to last game, he had a great laning phase, and it's starting to fall off. Or now 2-5-1 record. You just can't have that on your carry one, position 1 Bloodseeker even.
Yeah, he gets taken down. To be fair, like, the safe areas of the map are smaller for you because you're playing against Spirit Breaker and Furion. But he is pushing himself to, again, dangerous areas. He was farming right next to the shrine, which is very high potential that Radiant have some form of vision, you know, that spotted him either going there or under that. So, again, with the risk-taking play, he is 400 gold away from BKB, though. Once he gets that, he can feel a little bit safer. But Spirit Breaker can still stop you from TPing out.
I'm curious what the odds are looking like right now, thanks to esportsbet.io. Watch to earn platform. It is favoring the cut, although the gap is closed, you know, a little bit, given some hope for eternity. And I mean, again, you look at the overall net worth. Yes, Scourge McDuck doing what he does best, farm, and dominating the net worth. But the next three all do belong to the cores of eternity. So, you know, from that just simple perspective, they do have at least something going on that side.
Yeah, they have a lot going for them. They finished the BKB on Death Prophet, so she has the full 9-second BKB ready to go. The BKB is coming up soon for Skyward. He's about 700 gold away, and Bloodseeker only 100 gold away now. So the triple core BKB timing with 9-second BKB durations is absolutely massive, and they can make plays around that. Meanwhile, they have that Ether Lens on Rubik.
Done on in, it hits a Death Prophet, and Rubik, well, I guess that's one way to not worry about the Aethelence and Rubik. You just kill him, and yeah, I'm gonna kill the tower.
Charge with Shadow Blade from Spirit Breaker, no way for him to react to that there.
You look at Disruptor stats on the screen right there, and yeah, again, he's 10-1. 10-1 record, and
oh, he did lose one.
Obviously, the cut trying to increase. Yeah, he did lose the game earlier today. Yeah, obviously on the losing end there. So, but overall, I mean, really is the most successful hero, especially for playing as many games as he has here in Division 2 NA. There's a Roshan, easy one.
Yeah, DD Rune makes this possible for them. They're going for it. It's pretty greedy. The smoke is coming in from Eternity. They are aware that Roche is being taken. They're running over, but are they in time?
Oh, Bloodseeker wants it to be in time. The Blood Right? Nope. Sadman picks up the Aegis. Moonlight got there a little bit too late as well. And now here's the response. Static Sword put down. BKB, though, for the Death Prophet, the Exorcism. Flying around, Scourge McDuck's going to go for the immediate TP. And it's in time. He gets out just barely. Bloodseeker, meanwhile, could not get away for the Spirit Breaker. Blessed Kid still hunting for more. Finds, well, kind of nearby, actually gets glimpsed back in to the kinetic field as Rubik is able to survive against a Tiny, but Death Prophet gets blown up, isolated at that point. And now Rubik, the chase is on him. Sadman blinking one more second. You know he's going for it. A scream immediately. And Sadman is indeed dominating.
Risky fight to take there. I mean, they don't want to give away the Aegis, but they didn't have the BKB yet on Skyward. He just now gets it delivered. And an important thing for them right now is you're playing against the Spirit Breaker with Shadowblade. You need a lot of sentries down on lanes or where you're playing. A Skyward might get jumped mid. That's the BKB though. Should be safe. Anyway, the Spirit Breaker charging in with the Shadowblade just completely slammed into the Bloodseeker, and he was not prepared for that to hit him at all. So just went down before he could even press BKB.
Yeah, that's definitely bad feeling right there.
Actually, I think they do have a sentry, but that was placed after a fight, I guess.
Sure. Well, either way, yeah, did not activate the BKB. That's the key right there. And, you know, losing the Bloodseeker early on in the fight, not ideal. Rubik found by himself over here, and he's dead once again, however. Revenge, Marcy, beat down on Nature's Prophet. There you go. As hefty bounty for Skyward going his way. Save is also going to be picked off, so bit of an opening for Eternity. Glimpse back on Tusk. Marcy still in hot pursuit, though. Unable to run him down.
Yeah, chasing, not gonna get him though, but that's very nice. They're making plays even though they're against Aegis, so any one fight at that stage is really nice. Now Spirit Breaker charging top, has ulti available, but Queen is a little bit far off. Close enough though.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it is close enough in the end, and again, no chance for Bloodseeker. Caught out, trying to farm the jungle, get any bit that he can. Quickly denied. I will say for this Marcy, especially after that kill onto Scourge McDuck, again, 1,000 or so gold going his way just for that. He's got the BKB, the armlet, working towards a Basher now. I know you mentioned all he really needs is kind of the armlet and then the BKB, but hey, a Basher's going to be nice too.
It will be nice. The only thing I see is that they're sort of the same identity hero, like Bloodseeker and Marcy. The way they're going to be playing is run at the enemy with a BKB on and hope to bash them, basically. That's going to be like the mid-game plan. And I feel like you can counter it by the same itemizations and the same style. You know, you can counter 2 for 1, sort of. If you go Halberd, for instance, a very good option. Go Scepters, E-Blades, good options.
Top lane, there's a bit being set up. Blessed Kid does have Exorcism, good to go. They know he's here because he just used that wave, or the Crypt Swarm. And Tiny will find him. Avalanche, Toss, good silence though by Death Prophet. Tusk going in with the snowball, hits the stun on Queen of Pain, but she's able to get the blink off shortly after. And now Tusk is in an awkward spot, and the back line's over here to the right. Spearbreaker's got to flying around with that Shadowblade, as mentioned. Moonlight did eventually go down, but Spearbreaker will get picked off. He was a little too deep.
Yeah, gets pulled back by the Dispose at the end of the day there, and a good fight, good hold for Eternity there. Looked like it might be a good start for the cut as they found the DP in the jungle, or in the tree line, but they didn't really have enough heroes nearby to commit to fighting her. And yeah, they did what I was talking about, dropping important vision and sentries so that they can find the Spirit Breaker in the fight. Exactly what won them this fight, I would say. Being able to rupture him and just go on him.
How big is this Ags on Spearbreaker going to be? We do see it is actually just about finished, if he really is going to finish it on the point booster.
I think it's quite huge here. You're against 3 BKBs. It makes it BKB piercing, and also getting 4-second cooldown reduction on the charge is massive. Going from 11 to 7 second is such a big improvement when you think about the fact that when you connect, you bash for a guaranteed amount of time, and you stun for 2.4 seconds. So that massive increase in uptime makes it a really, really good item.
Lead players smoking. On the side of the cut, they're getting some vision down in their jungle. They might find Tusk, who's in the area. Moonlight getting suspicious, going for the lane, and happens to run right into the Spirit Breaker, so timing there a little funky. However, to the left, Blessed Kid is also running in on Death Prophet, so Eternity making their way down here as a team, but the cut is also sending reinforcements. Bound to have that fight break out, and there we go. Rubik going to be the initial target. The quick burst onto him. Over to the left, you have Death Prophet. Now he's somewhat isolated. Pop an Exorcism. Oh, can they kill him? No, the Sonic Wave. Yes, they can. So that Exorcism completely wasted by the Death Prophet. Marcy on the uphill. We're trying to decide if she wants to go in or not at this point. Bloodseeker's gonna die. Tusk, he's also dead. Oh, God, he actually got out. Wait.
That toss? The toss on the TPL looks so funny. He kept flying.
I thought he was gonna go all the way to the fountain.
Yeah, no, it still lands before you go all the way there. There was time, I think, when it did go all the way, but the sad thing to mention in that fight, that was obviously a really great fight for the cut. The sad thing to mention there was Skyward's point of view. Jumping into the fight, thinking he was going to have huge impact. Basher, Armlet, BKB, this is the fight. He flies into the kinetic fields and rebound stops on kinetic fields. You just don't move, you're kind of just hanging there. So he couldn't connect to a target. Kind of fortunate for him, I guess. He got glimpsed out immediately after that. But yeah, that fight was very one-sided because of that.
Yeah, Marcy certainly needs to have impact. That lockdown and that right there. I mean, you see Pop in the Unleash and just burst down the Disruptor. So a tool that they take advantage of. However, the Glypnir, Root, and now Marcy, she's got a BKB, but Spear Breaker, he don't care. Bashing her on through it. She is dead. And now Rubik will follow
Tiny's
suit.
chasing
So,
for more.
I mean, Eternity, they're definitely wanting to fight, and they wanted to make this entertaining in that perspective, but that was a fight that the cut was clearly ready for once again.
The game is rapidly starting to slip out of their control, though. They had that good start. They had advantage at the 7-minute mark. Like, the laning stage was going really well. They also made some nice plays even into Aegis after that, but overall we're starting to see that Nature's Prophet look like that hard carry that nobody wants to get close to. He now has almost the entire Assault Cuirass completed as well, I believe. He only needs 1200 gold more here on his Furion, and Furion, if there's one thing he can do, it's farm fast, so he'll have it before the next team fight.
Yeah, he is definitely going to finish that. There is a double damage rune at the bottom spawn. No vision on it from either team now, so we'll see who, if anyone's able to snatch that up soon. You see the tier 3 neutral items starting to pop out as well.
Both teams are clearing jungle really fast here. Bloodseeker is about to get his Lincolns, gets it now delivered. So he has Lincolns against Spirit Breaker, very common. People want to get that Lincolns to stop the charge. But once you have Aghanims, which he does, 7-second cooldown, you can just charge and then wait a little bit and then charge again. You're not crippled by someone buying Lincolns the same way you would be if you didn't have it.
Yeah, 7-second charge cooldown, 14-second Lincoln's cooldown. So you do the quick math right there. Yeah, it's going to be able to take it off and then use it shortly after, effectively. So, oh, and that's also another item that's pretty damn good. Disruptor. It's like, I'll just buy one of these bad boys, buys an axe, and he suddenly is just that much bigger.
Yeah, oh, they're smoking up high ground. This could be huge for Disruptor. He doesn't get to... he gets silenced.
Oh no, that's not huge for Disruptor. Yeah, getting silenced first. That's awkward. They're gonna get bursted down. Yep, Disruptor's dead. That's a great start here for Eternity. Exorcism, BKB from the Death Prophet. Tusk is lost. However, Marcy beat down on Queen of Pain. Cannot finish the job though. Spirit Breaker hit the stun at the last second to save his teammate. That was clutch. Tiny.
He's in trouble. Still Rupture available.
Running in. Death Prophet, Exorcism, still lasting a bit longer. Rupture, gonna be used on the Spirit Breaker. He just immediately goes for the TP. Scourge McDuck, they kill Death Prophet, does Tiny. Scourge, 4-step away by in the distance against the Bloodseeker, gets the kill. Marcy, by herself, no, she has Rubik nearby, actually. They do take out the Queen of Pain, and now the kill on Nature's Prophet, excuse me, no, cannot finish the toss again from Tiny.
Spirit Breaker's back.
Save the day, but Spirit Breaker is gonna charge right back in, says, remember me.
Yeah, and he has charged soon again, just chasing after here. The Rubik is going to go down to that. Double kill at the end here for Chives and Furion. What a kite from SMD. And he quickly TP'd base to heal up and then TP'd straight into Roche Pit again. So just wasting no time here. That looked a little bit sketch for the cuts as they didn't commit with the Static Storm immediately on Disruptor. I was surprised they didn't go for it on the DPS. She was running up the high ground, but waited and then got silenced by DP. Nice move by nice move by Blessed Kid, realizing his smoke broke, just sends the silence before he goes high.
Yeah, that almost gave them the shot to even win the fight in the long run. I mean, it was pretty close. They had the better start because of that, but wasn't to be. You mentioned the kiting of Scourge McDuck. I mean, the 4-staff that he has itself is obviously big. He did get some team support as well to certainly help, but managed to stay alive. And yeah, right back to Roshan, gets the Roshan kill. has the shard as well now.
Yeah,
the Aegis.
Fuhrer gonna use the shard for himself this game. It's a pretty strong shard, even though people don't like buying it super early. It's still very nice for revealing people in the tree lines. Gonna help him out a little bit.
Queen of Pain. Sees the Bloodseeker. Gonna go on the uphill. Bloodseeker, Blood Right. Queen of Pain, gonna just have to pop a BKB. Does get hit by the Rupture, but another Blink in. Queen of Pain, awkward spot. We'll just do it the Sonic Wave, but it does have the backup. Tusk, Snowball, not the best spot to be in. The auto attack's gonna finish him. Death Prophet. And the Static Storm, she can't BKB. Thanks to the Axe. So we do see the use of it. Yeah, the charge on through for Spirit Breaker, just creating that chaos as well. Marcy gonna be beat down by the charge of the Bash procs herself. And that BKB is now warded off too, and they just wave her goodbye. All 5 dead on Eternity.
Chives just destroyed that fight. That charge connected on everything. You managed to get one of those dream situations where you charge the person who's on the opposite side of the fight, and you just pass through everyone, hitting them on the way, letting his teammates run up and just make short work of everyone that he disabled. That was a beautiful connection, and all this sort of by Queen, I guess, baiting a little bit with the way she went in with Rupture here.
It was a risky play. It felt almost risky, ballsy, dare I say. But yeah, clearly the right decision. And yeah, here's that chart you mentioned. It goes right
like
on
a bowling
through.
ball, dude.
Yep. Bashes into ult. And you know what? He just got the level 20 talent after that fight as well. So that speed of the charge is that much faster now.
Yeah, that's a massive impact. He also got a full BKB because of, you know, all the creeps that he's been killing along with the heroes that he's been killing. He's keeping up almost with the Bloodseeker now in net worth on Spirit Breaker. And we're not even going to talk about Mr. Scrooge over here. Mr. Scourge McDuck, SMD, he is he's in a different dimension net worth wise right now. The top 0.1%.
I got to imagine I would be curious on the stats. Is he the highest net worth gold per minute farming player in this Division 2 so far? It wouldn't surprise me. The guy definitely farms like crazy.
Maybe. He's definitely always up there. He's like a reliable carry player for sure.
Yeah. Either way, he's going to continue his farm. Of course, playing Nature's Prophet, that's one of the many benefits. Can teleport in if a fight does break out. So, just occupy himself in his own jungle currently. Does have the Aegis in the 2 minutes. Does have the Satanic now. Just picked up recently.
Oh, High Ground Vision, charge in.
Charge in, Rubik hit, Scourge McDuck, guess what? Teleported in as well, so Rubik is dead. Sonic Wave, push back, Marcy. Feeling that. BKB on Queen of Pain, but Marcy gets the Bash proc, and Queen of Pain's gonna have to blink out. She will be fine though. And meanwhile, Scourge McDuck in the backlines gets a double kill. Takes out Bloodseeker actually as well, and now going for Blessed Kid, who's running around with an Exorcism, but Trian doesn't care. How do I keep calling him Trian? I don't know why I do this.
Oh,
the Nature's Prophet, I'm dealing with the trees.
Even Tusk.
GG's cult.
Tusk blinked onto a high ground here, blinked onto a cliff trying to get out, but Spirit Breaker saw him, charged from Fountain, brings him down as well, bashed him down the cliff.
I think I'm going to make a point to start calling him just Furion like you do from here on out. I don't know why I keep getting confused on that. Anyways, no, enough of that rambling on for me. What a performance by the cut. I mean, it's one of those cases, yes, Eternity, we knew it, coming in. It's obviously been a very tough road for them. They remain winless. Only one more series to go, but the cut, they took care of business, right? I mean, they looked good themselves.
Did what we
They
expected,
played as they
right?
needed to. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's not much else to say about that, but I'm sure our panel has some bits and pieces to say on how the series played out.
We always have so much to say about these games. Sheep, could this have been the one? You said the lineup wasn't that bad, but Eternity, they weren't able to really get any feet under themselves. I'm tripping over my own words here, but they couldn't get the feet under themselves to even have a stable showing within not only this game but this series, but especially this game. Going back for the Bloodseeker on position 1 for Eternity, bit of a question mark.
Alright, I'm gonna set Fear up with this one. So, I mean, the nice thing Eternity did here is I think this is the most coordinated Skyward and Moonlight have ever been. They were constantly running around together on the Tusk and the Marcy. I think they made some really nice moves. I mean, you look at the kill participation rate, you have 11 and 12 of the 17 kills between, with those two guys doing most of the heavy lifting. But it's like that nice smoke they made to the enemy triangle looking for a kill, and they find that quap and they kill the quap, and it's a great kill. But who's feeding bot?
Who?
You tell me.
Tell me.
No, you tell me.
Who's
You were
feeding
set up
bot
for
in
this.
that moment? I was
setting you
watching
up.
this game now. Okay, it was Carwall. Unfortunately, he was feeding a lot in this game after he had such an amazing laning stage. He owned top lane. He was #1 net worth, and then boom, 5 deaths in a row, right? It's like, it's become a repeat pattern for him. He's really struggling. Maybe as a team, they don't have a win yet. There has to be a level of demoralization here for the team, as, they're 100% relegated now, and it's going to be a rigmarole for them if Eternity does want to come back into this Division 2 and actually put up a performance that can net them some wins if they do manage to make it out of the open qualifiers.
I mean, speaking of netting themselves a win, was there any chance of a sharp vicissitude for the cut here?
I don't know what that word means. What does that word mean?
Fear?
What does vicissitude mean?
Well, I want to
like-
answer the question, but yes.
Oh, I mean...
If you answer the question, we'll see if she can figure it out.
Ask it again. That was directed to sheep, so I wasn't even paying attention.
No, it was actually directed... Okay, let me start again. Hey, Fia, was there any chance of a sharp vicissitude for the cut here?
No, I think they've just been looking really good, and everything has been, on point for them in this series, right? Fortune was definitely on their side in this series, as Eternity has been, struggling a lot. So, they could have made more mistakes, could have been fine with it, but I think the big thing was the Queen of Pain in the mid lane. It goes unanswered. 2 games in a row. People pick Quap against Death Prophet mid, but Eternity pick Death Prophet into Quap. And as you saw, that mid lane did not go well. So I think there's a lot of things Eternity do need to work on. Drafting is definitely going to be up there. I feel like Karwa just is very limited on his hero pool. He keeps going back to his Bloodseeker. It's not working. Their mid lane matchup, Blessed Kid got dumpstered this series with the Mars mid, which I don't know why he wanted to play that versus Quap. Didn't work. Next game, he sees Quap again. He picks DP. And it's, very puzzling to me. And I don't have much else to say about it. I'm just sitting here thinking about it, confusing myself. Why did he do this to himself? He's their best player. He has to make things happen, but he shut himself down in both these games in the laning stage by his draft choice.
Nah, bro, it was all planned. Did you see that mid lane? There was 18 heroes there at all times for some reason. It took so long for the cut to take top tower because there was just so much fatuous fighting happening mid. I could not believe my eyes how many heroes were being drawn to that lane. There was 4 heroes at one point, and when there were 4 heroes mid, Scourge McDuck was dying bot to the Marcy. It was meant to be a bait and switch type maneuver, but they didn't pull it off. It's a skill gap issue.
Okay, just execution. That's all it's really down to. Obviously, Blessed Kid, hopefully in the next series he is on a little bit of a better hero, but for now we're talking about this game, this series, and someone who was on a fantastic hero, who executed perfectly. Alright, maybe perfectly is a bit of a stretch, but it was save on the Tiny there. He's going to be the MVP for our second game here.
Yeah, I mean, he played great, always in the right spot, the Avalanche, honestly, there was a couple of the fights, right, where Harlock came in, he got glimpsed back, he was about to get a kill, he had the Maelstrom, he would have healed up, maybe made it a triple kill, but then, Tiny's there with the toss, with the Avalanche, shuts him down, time and time again, just being in the right place, the right time with this Tiny, just having a great performance.
You could say that about most of the heroes on the cup, because the one that sticks out to me the most is that 29-30 minute fight where they're in the triangle, and it's just unfortunate for the side of Eternity that they weren't able to actually get much of a kill, and the rest of the cut were able to disengage and really heal up and then just prolong that fight to turn it in their advantage sheet.
Yeah, I thought you were about to just bridge into the interview, so I was surprised you asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's totally okay. I could have. I just thought maybe you wanted to say something beforehand, but yes, the interview is ready. That's all she wanted. She doesn't want to answer my questions. She just wants to ask Save some questions. So we'll bring him in. We'll get the interview started. Save, congratulations on the win. You guys get a nice 2-0 over Eternity. Does it feel good?
Oh, it feels great, honestly, yeah. Finally, after going 2-1 the last two, going 2-0 on this one feels amazing.
Yeah. I do want to know, what was like the preparation coming into this series for Eternity? They're obviously not looking like the best team at the moment in Division 2. So was there much pressure or much preparation at all from not only you personally, but the team?
Yeah, we want to win like every game, especially because, we dropped the last two series. So this one pretty much solidified us staying at least in Division 2. So, obviously it's really important. Our drafter does a really good job about prepping everything, so we kind of were pretty prepared for what we were, going into. So it made things a little bit easier.
How much say do you have in the draft for the heroes that you want to play, or is it a little bit more rigid than that?
It's pretty easy. There's like 3 or 4 heroes that they're probably going to pick me. So whenever it comes up, they'll ask me, and it's pretty straightforward actually. There's not much depth to pretty much getting, the snap, the tiny, nothing too fancy,
Hey, sometimes simple is the best. Fear, if you have any questions.
Yeah, sure. You already mentioned your last 2 series here. So they went 3 games against Ant and Feld. Like, what were like the big takeaways for your team when you had your post-game discussions? What did you learn from it, and what was like the reason for those losses, and what did you change coming in this series?
I don't know. We have like sometimes lane issues, or just trying to figure out like what to actually do in the game, especially if we end up getting a lead. And both game 2s for both series, we ended up winning them. Probably came up in the lanes, and then we're able to like play the game pretty well from there. But I think in game 1 for both of them, we fell so far behind in the lanes that like the game pretty much didn't even matter. And I think game 3 for the last series that we had, we actually did pretty good in the lanes, and we just like kind of fell apart. We didn't have a good game plan, so we kind of just, for this one, like I said, we had like a better idea, especially through the draft, on like kind of what we wanted, and it ended up working out pretty well. So.
All right, sounds good. And the last question is going to be: so you've been playing support for a while now. As a support player, what is like the most satisfying thing about playing support for you?
I think it's like all the setup that you can do, like, aside from like the mechanical play, like you're able to like play the map and stuff a lot more than I think most heroes can, or most roles can. You're kind of just like the orchestrator for a lot of things. And I think that aspect of it's always really cool,
All right, thank you.
Congrats on the win. I wanted to ask about the QoP. You guys picking it on 8. I feel like usually we see it as a response to heroes like Batrider. What's your team's approach to the hero? Do you just think it's really strong, or was it just a matchup type thing? Like, what were you thinking when you saw this Mars as well in game 1? Because we were wondering if you thought about putting it safe lane.
No, we never thought about putting it safe lane. We actually had I don't want to give away too much, but basically we picked the QoP because, Shaggy's just a goat. I don't know. This guy, his Ember and QoP, we could rely on him, so we kind of just threw it out there. He felt comfortable in playing whatever. We had some bans lined up for him to help him as well in the second ban phase, so kind of just threw it out there on a whim and trusted the player.
All right, fair enough. And did your games go the way that you guys sort of expected them to in this DPC, in the sense that, like, were there any teams that ended up being way stronger than you thought they would be, or any teams like weaker than you thought they would be?
I personally, I don't know. I didn't really have to. This is my first DPC, and I missed the first 2 games. So from the teams that we played already, like, I knew that this one was going to be the weakest, and I definitely felt that way. And the other 2, I thought we could definitely beat them. I didn't think that they were like anything unmanageable by any means.
All right, fair enough. And I remember another player saying that they felt like Tiny was the only good like pos 4 in like melee pos 4 in the game right now. Is there like any heroes you wish were more playable?
Earth Spirit's a really cool hero. I think I'm like platinum or something on Earth Spirit. That hero just feels like Tiny's probably the best version of like all the other ones. So, kind of like what you were saying. I think that Earth Spirit, if that hero got some buffs, that'd be a fun one to pull out again.
Yeah, I miss Earth Spirit too, actually. That's a feels bad, man.
Same. Sag.
Sag. Alright, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Perfect. We'll let you go, Save. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on this nice 2-0 victory.
All right, thanks guys, appreciate it.
See ya. Everyone misses Spirit. I feel like so many carries, whenever they ask like the buff or nerf, they just like say Lena, nerf her, nerf her, nerf her. It's nice to get a different opinion of a support. Fresh heroes. Throw it out there, Sheep.
Yes, I love fresh heroes. I love heroes that aren't Luna, Nature's Prophet, Tiny.
Thanks.
Every game.
I'm just gonna list all the meta heroes.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna keep going.
I mean, I was thinking about it, but then we'd be here for like, 10
Death
seconds because there's
Prophet,
only 5 of them there every game.
Rubik. You're saying it really slow too. That's the best part. Ricky.
You're gonna make sure there's nice pauses between it. Well,
Yeah.
we can list off the
Yeah.
leaderboard. We can list off the leaderboard in the exact same manner. It is going to be Felt, Dog Champ, C-Dub,
Disruptor.
The Cut,
Yeah.
and Fart Studios, Penguin Squad, Eternity.
That was
good.
hype. That was good stuff.
I was feeling that.
Yeah, you guys are welcome. I can do that anytime, just to ask. But that is going to be the order. We're seeing a little bit of a change up. Felt now with those 4 wins, definitely putting themselves in a very nice spot to be coming up to Division 1. The Cut and C-Dub also moving up, and unfortunately, Ant, when they played today, getting that loss pushed them back down to the right-hand side of this leaderboard. They can rest easy. Actually, no, they can't. I was going to say knowing that they probably will be staying in Division 2, but they can't. There is still so many outcomes, so many potential tiebreakers occurring here in Division 2. But in 2 days' time, February 17th, you guys want to be here. You know why?
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 Because we see the return of Dog Champ. That's right. We have not seen this team play
Nice.
since February 6th. Okay? And
Let me
February
open my
17th,
calendar. How long ago was that?
that is 11 days.
That's a really
That's
long
11
time.
days.
Yes. 11 days ago, we saw, well, 10
But it will
right
be
now
11.
in my time zone. But it will be 11 by the time we see them play again. Penguin Squad up. I just hit my microphone. Dog Champ. It's going to be our first series. And then Felt up against C-Dub. This is a big one. Dog Champ finally playing again. But also Felt can put themselves in a very nice place to be coming up to Division 1 if they can take the win over C-Dub. So that's in 2 days' time. Before I ask you guys any questions, I want to do a quick shout out to esportsbet.io. If you guys are big DPC fans, then you have the chance to get 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. This is your chance to guarantee a win with no risk involved. And if you would like some more information, you can join their Discord channel. You can find that link below in our twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EN2 panel. I don't know why I said it that way, but I did. And so my question now is, Fia, you get 20 words to describe today.
20. I'm not
20.
going to count 20 words. Like, what is this?
That was 8 words.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, summarize today
was-
for us.
How many words do I have left? I think I'm done.
You just used like at
Perfect.
least 11. So
I mean, describe today. Well, I only came in the halfway point, and it was disappointing to see Ant get, 2-0'd in a fashion because they were on the come up. They were looking a lot better, but Felt really showing that they might be that just number 2 team here in the division. And as far as the second series go, business as usual here. Like Eternity not really showing up, being the strongest team. The Cut winning a match they should win. Not much to say about the last series, but the first series was quite interesting, and I think we're kind of getting tomorrow will be interesting, I think, because we're getting a clear cut of like who's the strongest, who's probably going to win. If C-Dub do manage to take him off Felt, I think things are going to get very spicy for that number 2 spot.
Okay, now Sheep, I want you to describe today, but you cannot use any words Fia just used.
jungle, fight, zoo, stomp. Dead.
This is the best thing I've ever witnessed. Yep. Thank you so much. I needed that that
you.
little bit of a laugh. Definitely a convivial panel that we have going on here. No, Sheep. In all seriousness, would you like to say some parting words about this this day that we had today, being 2 O's for both Felt and the Cup?
All I will say is rest in peace, Eternity. Your logo was sick. I love it. That was the best thing that you had. Unfortunate. No, it feels bad. It actually feels bad to hit someone who's down. I mean, I like they had
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
They had loads of problems, right? But like at the end of the day, I think knowing at least Skyward, who was on it, I know that the team did try. Like, you know, they were scrimming and trying to get better, and it just is unfortunate that they weren't able to reach the potential of being able to compete here. That being said, I think, like, you know, prove yourself next time. Come into the Div 2 through open qualifiers, win them. You know, you got it.
Do you think it's be a rigmarole for them to
Big old
get back
rigmarole.
here?
Yeah. But it was
rigmarole.
fun. It was a fun time, guys.
Well, that's the thing. There is going to be 2 teams relegated out of Division 2. It was going to happen to someone eventually. Hopefully, Eternity can take this as a really big learning lesson for themselves. They played 6 series now. They are definitely going to be relegated out of Division 2. They do have 1 series left. They could still prove themselves. They could still show up and turn up in that final series. It would be really nice to see. But for now, that concludes our start of week number 3 here at NA DPC Div 2. We'll see you guys in 2 days' time. Normal time as always.